Hello, I'm Nigel Barden and welcome to day one of the Virtual Cheese Awards 2024. Remarkably, the fifth year of our awards, and this is a bit of a first as we're actually making a go of covering 2 consecutive days of the judging in the company of some supremely talented judges who are eloquent and adept at showing off a cheese to a camera and telling us all about it. So our judges will guide us through the process, letting us in on their tasting journey, thoughts, and crucially, the awarding of the all-important points. Well done to them. Pretty special to have a great palate to blind taste, cheese or whatever, but it's also another skill set completely to explain how their palate works and in relation to a particular cheese. So watch this space as we will be doing all day. Judges will be assisted by our moderators, Cara and Vicky, both steeped in the world of cheese for many years, but this is the first time they've moderated in tandem. They also happen to be co-founders of the Virtual Cheese Awards, who are about to speak in a few minutes. Dron Fromage, she's next to me. I can sense her aura already. After I've asked you to ensure you're with us around 2:30 this afternoon, as I'm going to be in the joyful company of Richard Clothier, the MD and the 4th generation clothiers to run the business of White Farm. So I'm going to be with our Rich later on as well. He's a fabulous steward of White Farms, cherished and modern views on sustainability and provenance combined with really sound governance. Join us 2:30 p.m. to hear Richard's insights into the industry. And that's only today. On the morrow, we will with you from noon till 4 p.m. for our final judging panel, more interviews, and of course the announcements of our category winners who are the recipients of our Excellence Awards, Young and New Cheesemaker, and our Cheese Hero. The bursaries in conjunction with Neil's Yard, and of course around 3:45, discovering who is going to be picking up the accolade for VCA Virtual Cheese Award 2024 Supreme Champione. But most immediately, I'd like you to hear from the person who was foolhardy enough to set these awards up in the first place. The evergreen, but in a good way, following a quarter of a century of cheese exploration, the co-founder of the VCAs, and therefore nicely and slightly, but rather brilliantly bonkers, it's Sarah DeWitt. I'm moving over now.
Thank you very much, Nigel. So we are really excited to be hosting the 5th Virtual Cheese Award since founding in 2020, which is founded to actually champion great British cheesemakers. So we have been absolutely blown away this year by the quality of our cheeses, which has been superbly showing that our cheese making in the UK is absolutely alive and kicking. So we have over 250 entries this year from over 60 different dairies. So all of the judging that has taken place so far is actually available for the cheesemakers to watch and to give them open and honest feedback. So hopefully that will be useful for them. So back in April, we had 17 cheese experts who judged for over 28 hours. As I said, these actual videos are available on YouTube, and you can access them by a link on the Virtual Cheese Awards website. This year, we're doing things a little bit differently, and foolhardy or not, we're running the event over 2 days. So you've got 2 days of us. So today we are running the category judging, and tomorrow it will be the grand final. So back to today, category judging. So we've got 13 judges based around the UK, and they will be scoring and judging and commenting and all that great kind of stuff, showing you the actual cheeses and what it looks like and the kind of texture. They'll be doing this. They'll be scoring 37 cheeses over 7 categories. So our judges actually will be helped, as Nigel alluded to, by our moderators from the Virtual Cheese Awards, the lovely Vicky and Cara. And they'll be documenting all of the information given, all of the comments, and the scores. So without further ado, I'm going to hand back to Nigel, and we would like to we would like you to help us celebrate the best of Great British Cheese Awards. So yeah,
Thank you very much. Brilliant. Excellent. And just to show you how interactive this all is, because we're actually in Baden Towers, not the rather fabulous ruin castle in North Yorkshire near Bolton Abbey, but where I live, Chateau Baden, if only. But just show you how interactive. I want to thank our sponsors, our wonderful sponsors. Without them, we are cream crackers. And talking of crackers and sourdough ones, Peter's Yard crackers. But I know but Vicky Rogerson is in another room and she's got the crackers with her. So I'm going to ask to bring them through and I will then show them to the camera. So Vicky, but you're there. If you could grab some of those fabulous Peter Yard ones, I will then hold them up to the camera while I'm also thanking some of our other sponsors as well. Riser, Alliance Fluid Handling, White Farms, of course, already talked about, White Lake Cheese, Facilitation Partners who've done a brilliant job in getting these cheeses to our judges scattered all over the UK. Butler's Farm cheeses, well done. We've got our apron partners as well. And if by magic, she's not on screen yet, but thank you, Vicky. Here we go. Thank you very much. Here you go, Peter's Yard. I really do appreciate these fabulous sourdough. Great Swedish heritage originally, but now obviously manufactured in the UK. And that technique of wobbling around is what we're going to see quite a lot today from our judges, who are rather brilliant at it, of holding up their cheeses to the cameras and basically bringing us in on the journey. Because we never thought it would work doing it this way. But Nigel Pooley, alongside Sarah, when they started out with these 5 years ago, Nigel said, I think it will work. People will be really interested. And if you get the right judges who can really bring people in, and that's exactly what we've done, and that's why we're still going, and it's proven to be a rather brilliant journey. Harvey and Brockless, thank you again for your support. Neil's Yard, Dairy and Specialty and Fine Food Show as well. 7 categories today. 13 esteemed judges, so say all around the country. We'll find out where they are when we speak to them shortly. 2 moderators going to smell, appraise, taste, discuss, award points to the final 37 British cheeses which have won through here their classes in April, but now they're into the grand final 2 days as well. And then 9 of those will go through to tomorrow when we'll taste those for our Supreme Champion, and we'll find out about category winners, etc. We're championing diversity, quality of British cheese as well, nurturing future talent. That's really important as well. Pretty unique to do the Virtual Cheese Awards like this. I'm lucky enough to be involved with the British Cheese Awards, the World Cheese Awards, but this is the first and only one that I'm aware of like this, where we're on a camera and we can bring in viewers from all over the world, which is brilliant. We do something like that in the World Cheese Awards as well, but this is where we're actually going to be showing you exactly how the judges do it, which is pretty special as well. I know Sarah has gone on record, said the VCAs is all about applauding the fantastic cheese we produce in our countries, as in the UK, and helping to make them famous and giving them a great platform as well. And historically, cheeses were judged behind closed doors with very little feedback given to the producer, unless their producers won an award and then they heard more about it. Well, that's all changed with the Virtual Cheese Awards. You'll be hearing it as well. You'll be hearing exactly what our judges think, and they'll be bringing you in very much, on their inner thoughts and what have you. Profits from the VCA put into a VCA bursary managed by the Specialist Cheesemakers Association, which supports British cheesemakers with financial help. And we're going to be talking about the awarding of the bursaries tomorrow afternoon to find out, who's going to be doing what. And there are some brilliant people, a lot of them quite young, coming through, and we're here to be able to support them. So Sarah, fantastic. For one, still so young, quarter of a century. Working in cheese. 15 of those have been with Asda. So she is someone who is, I bow down to her knowledge, her excellence, but also her address book. So that's why we've got such fabulous judges to work with as well, setting up the Virtual Cheese Awards in 2020. And that was really because of COVID. And she knew that a lot of cheesemakers were really struggling getting their cheeses to market. And she helped them do that by giving them a profile. And then, of course, a lot of the public started buying online, and that's continued as well. So that whole other way of pivoting a business, a small cheesemaker was able to survive. And I think that's been, Cow's Typhy was a really good example. When they went on, said we've got 10 tons of cheese. All our entrees outlets are closed. Can you help us? and within 2 weeks they sold out, and that video went viral, and it really was the leg up that a lot of cheesemakers needed, because they thought, how can we shift our cheese? It's just going to go off. Okay, so as Sarah mentioned, 250 individual cheeses from across the British cheese industry, and we are lucky enough to be representing the UK generally. I know we're not due to go until 10:45 for our first class, which is cheddar, but we're slightly ahead of the game. It would be rather great if we could stay like that. And just to show you that Sarah Harora is still here, but she is still very much, there you go, in the background. So we are as interactive as we want to be and can be. So we're dotted around different parts of the building with our moderators, Cara, and the Leeds finest with us as well. So we'll come back in a minute, but I know Cara's going to be moderating for the first one, and then it's Vicky Rogerson who's going to be doing the second. So here we go. Cheddar cheese. Now this category combines all the classes of cheddar from mature through to vintage, and then producing creameries and those in a more traditional hands-on dairy. So we're looking at them big block cheddars and some of the small ones which might be cloth bound as well. So a whole host of different style. Last 2 years, the supreme champion was a cheddar, Keen's cheddar in 2022 and Montgomery in 2023. So last year, before that, we had Wash Rind cheeses. They'll come up in discussion from Felton Farm. They won it for 2 years running with two very different cheese. Fresca, they're very young cheese, and then one which was Wash Rind. Moderator Cara Bowen, I hope you're there somewhere with us as well. Sponsorship manager at VCA as well. Normally based in Putney, but in our studio today, in an outbuilding that we have here. So hopefully she hasn't got donkeys and pigs all around her, but you never know. But that would be great when we touch base with her, and we will find her as well, Karen. Cara coming with us, and then we've got a couple of judges who've done this before. Sarah Minnis, which is a cheese buyer, Waitrose and Partners, lives in Marlborough in Wiltshire, and then of course we've got fantastic Russell Haggerter, who's at Skelmanthorpe in Huddersfield, and he's the main man at Morrison's and all things cheese. So hopefully they are somewhere nearby. We can get them in and we can say hello to them. That would be really good. Just checking on that. We've got them. Way! It worked. Yes, well done. Fantastic. Sarah, Russell, greetings. Fantastic. I don't know what the French is for déjà vu, but I'm just getting it now a year on from where we were. But brilliant. Sarah, come on. Well done. Look at that. Peter Jard will be loving you. Fantastic. Very much for that. And just tell us a bit about where you are and also how it works for you operating a busy life. But you must be all over the place. But this is base camp for you home-wise as opposed to the office.
Yeah. We do a couple of days in the office, but I do try and get out to suppliers to see them or to all the judging competitions. So yeah, we have that sort of flexible blended policy, which is brilliant. But I've got two children as well. I've got twins and a dog and a husband and a mum. So yeah, constantly busy juggling all of us together, especially when I'm traveling and stuff. So never a dull moment, I think, in the Minnis household, it's fair to say.
No, and also that support network, absolutely key. I'm sure, just to make sure that you can go and operate and get out and about it. So well done, Mum, and your mum. Russell, again, I've got visits of you on the moors. It's Wuthering Heights, but maybe I'm completely wrong. Skelmanthorpe, Huddersfield. Tell us a bit more about where you're domiciled and where we've tracked you down today.
Yeah, so Skelmanthorpe's located just near Denbydale, so in between Huddersfield, Wakefield, edge of the Peak District. It's about 15 miles, 20 miles into head office, which is Bradford. Been at Morrison's 15 years now. Prior to that, I was in the cheese industry, did around about 20 years in the cheese industry. Busy life, I've got 5 dogs. So I hope the postman doesn't knock because it's just going to be carnage.
Likewise, I've got 2 down. Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Where are we going? if this lot goes off, we're in big trouble. That's one, and then there's another one there. We only have black dogs in baskets here, but there you go. You get my drift. So Russell, between us, we could absolutely clear the airwaves if we get.
Absolutely.
If my lot here, your lot going off, well, there you go. Welcome to the Virtual Cheese Awards. And Cara, you haven't got any donkeys or pigs or anything coming sniffing around you. Oh my goodness! There you go. Talk us through that fine. I'm presuming that's a dog.
Yes.
Very
yes.
furry cat.
Yeah, no, he's a very beautiful little furry monster. And yes, if he sees your two going mad, he'll probably go mad as well.
What's he called?
He's called Monty.
Okay, well, Sarah, you're going to have to, but over to you. Anyway, in a minute. No, let's not get sidetracked by animals. Cheeses. Cara, how many have we got? And tell us the process.
Cheddar cheeses, we have 6 cheeses to judge this morning, each of which has won its class. Sarah and Russell have very kindly unwrapped each cheese already just to allow it to breathe and be in its best condition. So if you're happy, Nige, we'll kick off with our very first cheese of the day. Sarah and Russell, thanks again. Enjoy the morning. Our first cheese is this one. It's A11162.
There you go.
Cool.
Okay, so here it is. Looks like I've had a nibble, but I promise I haven't.
Mine does as well. So
It's got a nice rind on it. So this is a traditional mature cheddar. So not one produced by some of the big boys. So it's going to be produced smaller scale in open vats and stored, matured, open. So unlike some of the big boys, they mature it in great big 20 kilo cryovac bags. Looking at it, it's got a nice even rind all the way around. Nice bit of penicillin Cambodium on there on the outside, just growing nicely. Visually, it looks a very attractive mature cheddar, to be fair.
yeah,
Sarah,
it looks really nice.
On the nose, yeah.
On that sort of horseradishy, peppery smell on the rind, which smells gorgeous. It's really, really fresh and clean, actually. But the colour of it and the mottling just looks really nice. So I think for appearance, apart from the bit that's missing, but then you expect that sometimes with some of the more natural cheeses. So I don't know.
Transportation.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad that I can't see any lactate crystals in there. So this is a mature.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect to see too many, if any, on a mature. So I can't see that. So to me, it's telling me it's been graded extremely well. So for appearance, I've got to put it as probably 8.5, 9, to be fair. It looks awesome.
Yeah, I'd give it a 9. I don't know what more I'd expect. Maybe just, I don't know what more I'd expect really. So yeah, 9.
What would you guys expect out of interest?
I think I'm being really, really picky here. I'd expect the nose to be cut perfect.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we've lost the mark there, but that's been really harsh. This looks amazing. It's a fantastic piece of cheese. Okay,
the only thing we can't do nowadays, Russell and Sarah, is actually scratch and sniff computers. It's only a matter of time. But I can add that lovely description of horseradish, peppery, all the things that you mentioned there, Sarah. But also the fact that obviously this is an artisan cheese because it's completely different, the rind, as opposed to a great big block of commercial cheddar. So but it could be cloth bound or something. Just describe the rind to me, Sarah, for a second.
I think it must have been cloth bound, definitely, and it's just got that nice appearance. It's really clean. There's no bluing or anything like that coming through. It's very clean from the mold. Let me move my camera.
Yeah, there's absolutely no ingress whatsoever. It's an absolute perfect piece.
Yeah. Great.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to try and put it into a bowl and try and release some of that fatty ammonia smells and see what we can get.
Yeah. I've just cut mine into different sections so I can just get a taste nearer the rind as well as in the middle and at the end.
Yeah.
So I am struggling to get it into a ball a little bit, I must admit.
What is that suggesting? That it's possibly on the touch on the dry side?
A little bit on the dry side. Want to try and get that butterfat moving, warmed up, release some of those amazing flavour aromas. There we go.
So I can nearer the heart than in the middle.
It's gone. There we go.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Hold on.
Wow.
Wow, I'll write that down.
There's a party going off in my mouth. It's just,
There's a lot going on.
it's a celebration. Oh my God, there's flavours going off left, right, and centre. It's fruity, it's milky, it's dairy. It's very
quite beefy
savoury.
as well, isn't it? It's quite that beefy, brothy as well. It's got that nice balance. It's not.
Got that urami, lots of urami going in there. It's drawing my saliva from the sides now. It's blooming that. Wow.
What age do you think that might be? Being age 4.
I'm going to probably go with it being a traditional farmhouse, and they're always a lot stronger. I'm probably going to go 12 to 14 months on that.
I would have said 12. Actually. Yeah.
I mean, it does sound amazing. I'm loving it. Beefy, brothy, umami. Party time, in the Haggerty household and certainly Mouth.
It's so
that
rich.
That horseradish comes off the rind actually into the cheese as well, and all of those different.
I'm just going to try a little bit of rind.
Yeah.
There it is, that really sharp horseradish. Straight in, strike you down with loads of flavour.
That's amazing. So in terms of aroma, what are we going to give it?
It absolutely delivers on what it's meant to. I'm 9 all day long on that aroma.
Yeah, you get the fruitiness in the middle as well, don't you? So you get all of those different aromas coming through the cheese, through the different stages of the cheese as well.
You can almost taste it before you've tasted it.
Yeah.
And when you taste it, it's exactly what it smells like. So that to me means your aroma is absolutely bob on. So I'm 9 all day long on that.
Yeah. No, I agree. 9.
Sorry, guys. You're gonna get bored of me doing this, but it's amazing, brilliant, blah, 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 blah. Why isn't it a 10?
Why isn't
What's missing? And I know it's the first cheese of the day, so I completely appreciate that.
So why is it not a 10? I think the aroma just disappears quite quickly. So as soon as you take it away, it disappears from your nose. For it to be a perfect 10, I'd like it to stay in your nose a couple of seconds after you're taking the cheese away, so you still got it when it's not there.
Thank you, Russell.
Great. Okay.
And then in texture, what I'm after is a bit of, with a mature, I want a little bit of bend, but not much, and I need it to fracture. And then as we go through up to extra mature and vintage, I'll expect the fractures to go more and more flint-like, so almost like a coasting Cornwall. So we're going to try the bend on this. So he's bending a little bit, and there it goes. Just a little snap, and we can see
the fracture's good.
A nice, slight flint-like, and it's almost clean, but not clean.
What do
So
you mean
that's
by
exactly what we're after in a mature cheddar.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think it's, for texture wise, I think it's
my only comment on texture is that when I tried to boil it, it was a little bit dry, and it went a bit bitty. So unfortunately, I'll probably lose a mark or a mark and a half for that. If I could get it into a bowl and it wasn't as dry, it would mean to me that the butter fats are a bit more available to be able to break down as easy. So I'll probably go 8.5 for texture on that.
Sarah, would you agree?
Mine seems to be boiling up okay. But yeah, 8.5. Yeah, I agree. As you get closer into the rind, maybe it is a bit drier. I think actually towards the heart of it, it is okay.
Brilliant, guys.
Do you want to go 8.5, 9?
Yeah, let's go 8.5.
8.5 it is. And then flavour.
Wow, it's got to be at least a 9 for me. It's just amazing.
It's incredible. It's 9.5 all day long. It absolutely delivers. I would have that on my cheese board.
Well, that says it all, really, for me, Russell.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do? Because this is historically a really, really close class. So every half point does matter, which is why I'm going to make them push you and say, is it a 9 or a 9.5?
9.5, I'd say.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I don't know what else
and do you know what? It's lost half a mark, primarily because it's just so amazingly nice.
Russell. Okay, guys, I'm just going to recap this for you then. You said appearance 9.
Yeah.
Aroma 9. Texture 8.5. And flavour 9.5.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a great opener. Well done. What a fantastic start.
Fantastic opener. Absolutely nice.
As succinctly summarised, let's bob on with that one. It is bob on. Horseradish, peppery, umami, just, yeah, brilliant.
There's a party going on in my mouth. That is my quote of the day. No matter how far down the day we go, that's still going to be my favourite quote. But we're going to move on to cheese number 2, guys, which is A21161.
Yeah, which is this one, which corner's just broken off mine, so it didn't arrive like that. I think it's just been damaged. And
thank you, Russell. That looks beautiful.
So this is an extra mature. So unlike the previous one where I had rind going down the bottom and up the side, this is obviously from the middle of the block. So I've got no rind on the top or the bottom, just on the side. So I've got a little bit of my penicillium on there. Again, it looks like, if you look really closely, you can just about see a pattern where perhaps it's been cloth bound and then the cloth's been taken off.
yeah.
Appearance, it looks really, really good. I've got a little bit of a comment here where, I don't know if you can see, I've got a couple of bits of brown rind where it's been carried through from where they cut it. So they cut through the cheese, they've cut through the rind, and a couple of bits of rind has been carried through onto the open face.
Yeah, no, mine's looking good. There's a few sort of cracks coming through, but I don't necessarily mind that. That could just be where it's been transported as well. Hence the bit off the corner.
I can't see any moulding grass whatsoever there. It's really clean. So I'd probably give this a 9, minus a mark for having the having the rind carry through from the blade. So that's a 9 for me for appearance.
That's quite harsh on the poor person that cut it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Devil's in the detail. Retail is detail.
Well, if
Yeah.
anybody will know that, it's you two, right?
Maybe I'm more relaxed. No, this is it. I would agree. It's definitely a 9 again. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay.
Okay.
So aroma, guys. I don't think we had anything.
I'm still
It's
on it.
quite,
Yeah.
jacket potato, like vinegary jacket potato-ish in the middle. Let me smell the mind.
It definitely smells more caramely than the previous
Yeah.
one. The previous one was a lot more farmy, fruity, umami. And this has got a lot of caramel sweetness coming through.
Yeah, definitely still that sort of vinegar note on the rind, actually.
I've not done the rind.
Maybe a bit more, not pear droppy, but you know when you get that sort of the citric acid and the vinegar sort of combined. It smells nice.
It's nice that they're two very different cheeses as well, and completely different style, and yet both, full of character in their own way.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they promise both of them promise quite a lot.
So I'll probably go 8.5 for aroma. It's not quite as strong as the previous one. This is an extra mature, so I'd expect the aroma to be stronger than the mature one that we've just had. So it's not quite as strong and fragrant as the mature, so it's lost a bit there. So I'll probably go 8.5 on that aroma.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I would agree. If it's it's an extra mature, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd agree.
Okay. Texture-wise, I can see you balling away there.
I'm balling it up, getting that butter fat going.
For an extra mature, I'd expect a bit more salt maybe coming through.
I'd expect to see some crystals, some lactate crystals in there. Can't see any.
No. Gosh, the taste is again quite complex, but quite different from from the last one. It's almost got a smoky note to it.
It's a little bit grainy as well. Oh.
Yeah, but it's quite beefy, I'd say.
It's like sucking on an OXO cube.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, it's that savoury note, and then there's a little bit of toffee just stuck in there, coming and giving you a right good tickle.
Yeah.
But it's quite, like a burnt caramel.
Get my goat all back to Russell's.
It's slightly burnt caramel, isn't it, on the top? So you get at the very end, you get maybe a slight bitterness. But I'm a bit more sensitive to bitter, so
it's quite a contrast. So you're going from like very umami, beefy OXO into burnt caramel to a little tickle of sweetness, and then onto that little tiny bit of bitter that just counteracts it all back again.
yeah. And there's a lot going on again.
Is this a rave going on in your mouth then, Russell, or is it just sort of like an afternoon tea dance?
Do you know what? It's not quite as exciting or buzzing as the first one.
No.
I think it's it seems to sound really bad. This is more of a One Direction band, and the other one's on multi-platform, I think. So it's a great cheese. It's a fabulous cheese. It absolutely delivers.
I thought you meant One Direction, the band. I was like, where's this going?
I think he did mean that.
Yeah,
I think there's a bit of a gag coming in there from the Haggis. It's a good one. I got that.
I'm not saying it. I'll get myself into trouble, and it's online and live, and I can, yeah.
It's slightly, it finishes after you've had a few pieces quite salty as well, actually. So that sort of takes the balance away. So you get all those lovely flavors coming through, and then that bitterness, like Russell said, but then you're just left with maybe a bit too much salt. Which
I'll probably go 8.5 on this. To be fair, But when extra mature, I was hoping for a little bit more, something that lasts a bit longer. And it's just disappearing just that little bit too soon for me. It's a fabulous cheese. It tastes amazing.
Yeah.
And I'd like to do, perhaps, I think it would be really suit a nice ploughman's, some nice pickle on the side, Peter's Yard cracker on it. Oh my God, it'd be delicious.
Brilliant, guys.
But the texture was good.
It snapped. It was a little bit of bend, as I'd expect. It's not quite as, I'd expect a bit more fragments on.
I wouldn't have, if I'd eaten this without knowing it's an extra mature, I might have said it was a mature.
I think so. I think so.
I think I'd expect it just to be moved on slightly more.
So for flavour and the texture, so I'll probably give it 8.5 for flavour. Probably go 8.5 on the texture as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably having this in another 2 months' time it's going to be a totally different beast.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm going to recap those for you again, guys. Appearance 9, aroma 8.5, texture 8.5, and flavour 8.5. Happy?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay, so yeah, absolutely happy.
Okay, so the next one that we're going on to is A31175.
So this has come slightly different. The other two came in cling film. This has been in a Cravat pack. It's a thinner wedge of cheese. It's a bigger cut face. There's not much penicillin on there that could indicate they could have had a wash and washed it clean.
Yeah.
As it is a vintage, I would expect a bit more mold, penicillin on there, unless they have washed it. There is some nice, great big fissures in there. Fissures are cracks. And you can just about peekaboo through it.
I'm not peekabooing through that. Mine's wider than yours.
But the fissures as well. Do you think that gives it again an artisanal? Russell, is that something you like the look of that? There's no problem with that.
No problem whatsoever. I love it. It's a cheese maturing. This is a vintage cheese, so with this, I'd expect to see some fissures in there. I'd expect to see a great big hit of aroma. The texture needs to be very flinty. And when we said we're having a party in my mouth, this is going to be the Ibiza rave going on in here.
Let's see. Sarah, I don't know when you laughed at Ibiza, but there you go.
Yeah, I'm not going to Ibiza. But yeah, no, I agree. I think the cracks and they just all allow the flavour to go in, and there's some slight ingress here, but very on the tip, which you'd expect from a vintage cheddar, but the aroma's coming off of it.
So for appearance, I'll probably go 8.5, primarily because I'd like to see a bit more of the traditional mold on the outside.
Okay. What, even though you think they've washed it?
I'm only guessing that they washed it, they might not have done.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can tell. Even when you cut it, you can see it's a much older cheese.
Yeah, it's not cutting in a straight line; it's breaking, which is a great sign. There's a nice aroma coming through. You know you cut it. You can smell it before you get it near your nose, which you want for a vintage.
Yeah, and it's quite farmy. It's quite animalic smelling, isn't it?
It's not very milky. It definitely smells like a cow's backside, that's for sure.
I'll rephrase that as very farmy.
Farmy.
That's a traditional. That's what you're after. This is why it won its category, because it delivers as a vintage. You can smell it before you've got it near your nose.
Yeah, you can.
It's a really good example of a traditional vintage cheddar, without a doubt.
It smells towards the heart of the cheese. It smells really zingy. which is complete contrast to the rind, which is nice. So yeah, hopefully this will give us lots of flavour.
I'm going to go 9 for the aroma.
The aroma, yes. Yeah, I agree.
This is clumping together a lot easier than the previous two. Hardly any work, and I've got it straight into a ball.
Right.
It's quite minerally to taste. I'm just trying to work out which mineral. So it tastes quite herby and quite green, but it's not horseradishy at all. It's that, maybe it's like a wild garlic or a bit garlicky.
There's plenty of that around at the moment to be able to compare it to. So fantastic.
Yeah.
It's full of flavour. It's one flavour. It doesn't change.
No.
It keeps that flavour. It doesn't wind you up and draw you in. It just wham bam, thank you, ma'am, straight in there, and it's absolutely hitting you with loads and loads of slightly umami, slightly beefy flavour, but
it has like a sweet note on the end as well.
I'm trying to put my finger on what it is. It's like you say, it's wild garlicky, it's not really horseradish, peppery, maybe a bit spicy. It's quite unique.
It is quite unique, I'd say.
I'm not getting any lactate crystals in there whatsoever. I haven't had one out.
And you would expect them in a vintage cheese. This is vintage, isn't it? Yes.
Well, in the old days, lactate was considered a defect. And we used to just put all this grape cheese into processed cheese. So it's considered an art form to do a vintage cheddar without lactate.
Oh, wow.
Thankfully, that's all changed, isn't it now? So it's
completely flipped the other way.
I think it's a beautiful taste, unusual, but as you say, it stays that same taste all the way through. I don't think it keeps unlocking other flavors, and it's quite strong from the outset. Really,
it's a really good example of a traditional cheddar. I think vintage. I think it could do with another couple of weeks, maybe a month or so, to try and bring it on a bit further to compete with what we've had. I think if you had it in isolation, you'd be, oh my God, this is amazing. However, when we've gone from mature, extra mature, and I need to see the stage, it's really important for me as a retailer to have the stages to be able to guide the customers. I would say from the stages that we have, it's just that little bit light. I think this would probably do really, really well in the extra mature category. But in terms of vintage, for the Virtual Cheese Awards, I think it's just a little bit light. So with that, I'll probably go on the texture. I'll probably go 8.5.
Yeah.
And on the flavour, probably 8.5.
Yeah, I think 8.5 from flavour as well.
That's brilliant, guys. So a very quick recap for you again. Appearance 8.5, aroma 9, texture 8.5, and flavour 8.5.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And a lovely summary there. Thank you very much about the subtleties between extra mature and vintage, and I think you really captured that. And again, I think for both of you, it's lovely the way you're saying what you think your customers are after. The people who are, it's a popular category, and therefore to have that distinction for both of you, I think, I know why that's a vintage or that's extra mature, because that's what people are looking for.
Yes. Yeah, and we've educated them and pushed them into those boxes, haven't we, over the years? So we've got to keep delivering on that.
It's all about consistency.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is why you guys are judging with us, because it's so important for not only the public that are tuning in to understand why you do what you do and what all the cheeses are about, but it's your livelihoods, and it comes clear through the passion of what you're saying. And we're going to leave Ibiza now, and we're going to move on to the next cheese, which is A41154.
Okay, so this is in the category creamery mature cheddar. So the big difference between a creamery and traditional is a creamery is made in a factory where the vats are closed, and it's matured in a block in a cryovat bag. So the cheese is protected. So when you look on the outer side, you will not see any mold on there whatsoever. So I should not be able to see any penicillin on any cheese coming from a creamery. So it's a nice square block.
Yeah, it looks good. There's a few cracks coming through that I wouldn't necessarily expect to see in this type.
Yeah,
but that could be travel damage. I don't know. Yeah.
I've got a couple of fishes at the bottom there. I wouldn't expect to see that in mature. And on the outside edge, I have got, I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
A couple of lactate crystals coming through. So from an appearance point of view, I'm going to probably knock it down a point for a couple of fishes. I wouldn't expect to see that in a mature from a creamery. Really important from a creamery.
So a 7.5?
Probably goes 7.5 there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very soft.
It is very soft, actually. So this is mature, isn't it? Mature, yeah. So in terms of aroma, you get that sort of sweet lactic aroma.
I'm getting quite a lot of silage hay from it, actually.
Oh, that's my dog.
Sweet lactic, some silage and hay. I'm just talking over it so Monty doesn't react.
Was that Sarah's?
That was mine.
What's yours called, Sarah? What's yours called? Yeah, but did you know that, Carla? But both dogs are called Monty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it boiled quite easily. Quite a lot of ready butterfat available. Boiled quite easily. I'll probably go 8.5 on the aroma. It's not too strong. It's not drawing me in, knocking me out at all. You want a bit of a tickle with an extra mature.
Yeah.
So, Russell, very quickly, Sarah described it as being sweet and lactic aroma with some silage and hay. Is there anything you want to add into that?
No, apart from I got the silage, and then the sweetness came from the silage.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. Sorry.
There's a bit of a green note to it when you taste it, actually. It could be the silage coming through. It's like caramel as well. And
sweet, soft, creamy, silagey. I think he's trying to do all things for man.
It's quite buttery, isn't it? The texture
really,
of it.
Really buttery, creamy, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the mouth feel like, guys?
It's buttery and creamy. It's quite soft.
It is really soft.
And you can get it into a bowl quite easily. And this is mature, so it does fit into the characteristics quite nicely of what I'd expect in a mature. I wouldn't expect an extra mature to give them characteristics, so it does fall into that. It's not hard hitting and knocking your socks off like the extra mature and vintage. So I'll probably go 9 for texture and probably 9 for aroma on it.
Yeah, it is what you'd expect. The flavors are nice as well. There's you get sort of pepperiness to it as well. So it's not too one-dimensional. Actually, there's a few different flavors coming through, which is quite nice from a creamy.
I just think it's just that little bit too sweet, to be fair.
The caramel overwhelms it.
Yeah, it's just starting to cover all the other nice flavours that are in there. It's just slightly too strong on the Helveticus. So hence why I give it a 9 instead of 9.5, 10.
Yeah. So what we're going to give it for flavour then?
9.
9 for flavour. Do you think that high?
8.5.
8.5, I think.
Yeah, because it is starting to overwhelm it. Yeah, go 8.5.
Brilliant, guys. Can I recap that for you?
Yeah.
So we're looking at 7.5 for appearance, 9 for aroma, 9 for texture, and 8.5 for flavour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. If we can move on to our penultimate cheese, we're looking at A51153.
Okay, so here we go. On extra mature, I'd expect to see some fishes in there, and I'd expect to see lactate in here. So the only type that I want on here is the white lactate. Turn it round. Customer knows exactly what that is and already getting excited that this is going to be a decent extra mature. It's going to have some crunch in it. Let's see what happens. So from appearance, I'll probably give that 9, 9.5.
I've got quite a lot of free moisture coming out of mine.
Oh, okay.
Mine's quite wet. It hasn't been out that long.
I've got nothing on mine.
Maybe it might have just been the way it was packaged. I'll cut it open and give it the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I've got a few cracks on mine. There's a few packaging marks, but you have got that calcium lactate, which is nice. On appearance, I think I'd probably give it 8.5 on appearance. I still think it could do better.
What do you mean when you say they could do better, Sarah? What would you be looking for?
So I'd still expect it to be a bit cleaner and less bump. So I've even got sort of a few sort of bumpy marks coming through there, which you wouldn't expect necessarily on a creamery block. They have greater control over cutting.
So we've got some outside edges of the block. So for the perfect block, you can get absolute asymmetrical lines perfect on it. Yeah. So it's not the best example from a creamery in terms of block. So I'll probably go at 8.5 because they haven't sent in the best presentation block.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Then the snap test.
This is extra mature.
Yeah. How would you summarise that snap test, Russell?
So it had a slight bend in it, which is good, and then it was almost a clean snap, and I'd want to see a bit more of a rugged snap as I'm getting into extra mature and vintage. It's just that little bit too clean for the perfect extra mature for me. It's
maybe a bit too soft still.
Yeah.
When you taste it, have you tasted it yet? It's really soft mouthfeel actually.
So I'm going in and doing my ball, and again, it's gone straight into a ball really, really quickly.
It's got some nice crunch in it, but it's quite soft. But it's very sweet, I'd say.
It's so sweet. Wow. It reminds
Really
me of cheeses of about 10 years ago where we just put Helveticus into everything because people wanted it sweet. And we went crazily too far to the other side of the scale. I'm just getting sweet. It's like sucking on a fruit salad, this is. Oh, it's loads of flavour, but it's all sweetness coming through. Getting no savoury, I'm not getting no meaty.
The salt balances out a bit. So it's nice you've got those bigger crystals in it, but it is overly sweet, I think. For me, it's a bit sweet.
I think from a texture point of view, I really like the crystals in it. It's exactly where it needs to be. I'll probably give it a 9.5.
The texture.
Half losing because it doesn't quite fracture as it should be and maybe a bit soft.
Yeah. And
then in terms of taste, to me, unfortunately, it's just that little bit too sweet. So I'll probably go 8.
Yeah, I'd go 8. I think that sweetness overtakes it. You just want something else. Yeah, you just want to pull back on the sweetness a bit to let the cheese. Yeah.
I didn't actually get an appearance score or an aroma score for you.
Oh, appearance, I think 8. Did we say 8.5? Just because it's not, it should be cleaner.
I think we said 8.5 because the lines needed to be cleaner and they've got the capability to be cleaner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aroma, I mean, it probably doesn't give more aromas than the last one we tried, and you probably would expect it.
I'd expect a bit more from it. I'd probably go 8.5. It's just lacking a bit of aroma.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, then just to recap, guys, for appearance, we have 8.5. Aroma, we have 8.5. Texture, we have 9.5, which is your highest score of the day. And finally, flavour, an 8.
Yep.
Fabulous. Thank you. And we're going to move on to our final cheese in this category, which is A6 1155.
Okay, so this is a vintage cheddar. So looking at it, it's quite clean cut on the face, a few fishes. I've got a little bit of lactate coming through on 2 of the edges. Interestingly, that my extra mature had more lactate on the edges than my vintage.
Yeah, I've got 2 of the edges of mine have got lactate coming through. It looks more, it's got more sort of cracks in it and more, so it does look a bit more vintage. It's what you'd probably expect.
When you say, Sarah, the lactate's coming through, what does that manifest itself as? Just describe it, just in case we can't. We pick it up on camera a bit, but yeah.
Almost like a white powder, I suppose, on both sides. That comes through.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, brilliant, Russell. Thank you.
Yeah. Which sometimes, interestingly enough, we do have customers that complain that they've got mold on cheddar. They'll see it and they'll go, oh, there's something wrong with that. So it's still something, whilst we're used to it in the industry, we forget the millions of customers out there that aren't and get a bit like, oh, somebody's trying to poison me.
Yes.
Send it a letter.
I don't know if you can see that. You can see a white dot in the middle, which is a lactate. Now, sometimes you might get that on a mature. The customer definitely will complain on that because they're not expecting it on a mature and they think it's mold. So it is a constant challenge for retailers to educate the customer that lactate can start to come through in mature. You'd expect to see it in extra mature and vintage, but it's that education piece and that delivery. And all the time we're trying to work with cheesemakers to help us get that message over to customers that, do you know what, that white speckle in there is perfectly fine. It's an awesome piece of cheese.
That's quite an interesting comment, guys, both of you have made about the education of your customers. what do you guys actually do on that front? How do you talk to people one-to-one? I mean, how is it you see that is your job, I guess, effectively, but how do you actually go about educating the public about stuff like this?
It is tricky because you don't necessarily want to highlight that that's something that you'd look for. And actually, when customers are rushing around a shop, they sometimes have less than 10 seconds where they're looking at something to pick it up. If somebody writes into us or emails customer services or picks up the phone, we will send back a message to them to say what it is and why it's there and what it's for. So we'll have that individual conversation. But we have extremes of customers within Waitrose who, those that are used to the more farmhouse and looking for something more extreme, maybe on our counters, as well as those just buying cheddar as an entry level to cook with or put in a sandwich or grill, that sort of thing as well. But I think
we're quite lucky. I think we're really lucky that we've got delis and we're able to give out samples and also talk to customers and be able to get the message over through trained deli staff of this is what to expect, this is what it is. In terms of pre-pack, that's really difficult, and we try to get customers to come in, the local producers. Morrison's work really closely with artisan suppliers, and we get those actual producers into store to talk to customers. But as Sarah said, the average customer is 10 seconds at a fixture. It's really difficult to get that message over. Anyway, I need to taste some more cheese because this is yummy in front of me. I think from an appearance point of view, again, as it's a creamy, I think it could have been a bit cleaner cut.
Yeah,
it's got its lactate on the outside. It cut not in a straight line. It's left some fissures and whatever, which is absolutely fine for vintage. I would expect that. If it cut cleanly, I would not expect for it to be a vintage. So I'm really, really impressed with that. The only downside is they didn't send in a nice clean block, which you could have done. So I'll probably score it 8.5.
8.5? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd agree. Again, the aromas, you sometimes don't get as much of those aromas coming through from the creamery ones. You've really got to get into it to...
So when I snapped it, it's fractured quite well. It's starting to look like the coast of Cornwall with the slate on there, which is really, really good, what I'm looking for. It's a bit light on the aroma, considering it is a vintage.
Coming through there, guys.
So there's lots of crunch coming through, which you'd expect with the vintage. It's still quite creamy and quite buttery.
It's very caramelly. It's very akin to the previous one that we've just tried.
It's maybe not as sweet as the last one, but it's still quite caramelly, isn't it? It's still got that.
It disappears quite quickly, the flavour. Yeah. It's like starting a party, but then the police arrive and disband you really quickly. It just dissolves into nothing really, really quick.
That speaks the voice of experience. Reba Haggerty.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it hasn't got enough flavour for a vintage for me, really. So
I think if we did this blind, we would not have this down as a vintage cheddar.
No.
At all. So for that, I think flavour is an 8. The texture is absolutely ideal where it needs to be.
Yeah.
I think that's probably 9.5.
Yeah.
Akin to the previous one.
Yeah.
And then aroma, I think it's just a little bit light again, so I'll probably go 8.5 on the aroma.
Yeah.
You gave the last one 8.5 as well. So
yeah.
On aroma, yeah.
Okay, I'll recap those for you guys. So appearance, we have 8.5. Aroma, we have 8.5. Texture, we have 9.5. And flavour, we have 8.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So do we have a winner?
Well, we,
Remarkably, we do have a winner, Russell, but as I predicted, the scoring was exceptionally close. So I'm just going to double, triple check that I am highlighting all the
some great cheeses, and I have to say to Russell and Sarah, thank you. You put over the nuances so well of the different categories, what you're looking for. And you really brought us in an excellent, not just judging, but putting that information across on screen. And that's a great art in itself. So I really do appreciate what you did there. Thank you so very much. And it's now the norm, but it's the new norm still, a few years on. But no, you really brought us into your world. And Cara's been doing her numerical juggling as well. But we've certainly gone through the rave culture and also the music and everything that goes with all the different cheddars. But it just shows how alive and well this category is.
Absolutely. And there was literally 2.5 marks between all 6.
Wow.
And the winning cheese for the cheddar category this year is entry number A11162.
So I'm going to have.
Good.
I'm having that on a Peter's Yard cracker right now, and this is going to be the party in the mouth.
There you
This
go.
is going to be knee knocking.
That was your party in the mouth. It was the one with Sarah with lots of horseradish and beefy, brothy, and umami. You loved that from the go-get, and there's some great cheeses against it, but that's the one that's so well done. You two, thank you so very much indeed, Cara. Brilliant. Thank you for giving me
Nice.
And have a great day. We've been thinking about you as well in obviously different parts of the country, just typifying what it's all about in Huddersfield and in Wiltshire. We're moving on. It's here we go. Category combining all the classes of territorial cheeses, Cheshire, Lancashire, Red Leicester, etc. So less of me, more of them. Let's meet our judges and find out about their cheeses and our moderator as we move on with Best Territorial Cheese. Whoa, there we go. Thank you very much. Well, we've certainly, we're there in Conwy, which is not only a great part of the world, beautiful place, but also a great golf course. Believe me, I've hacked my way around that a few times. And where we 36 years. Daniel, I reckon you must have been on day release from school. You were about 8 years old then. But Daniel Abdafid, thank you so very much. The Grand Fromage of Blasard Forward. Tell us a little bit about the business and where we track you down in your well-stocked shelves.
Well, we're based in Llanrwst, where we started the business 36 years ago. We're a delicatessen, but as you see, by now I'm sitting in our wine shop because I get a little bit more peace in here today. We've just finished doing a Rioja wine tasting masterclass this morning. That's part of training the staff and making sure that everybody knows what we're selling here. And yes, it's fantastic to be with you today, judging the territorial cheeses. Looking forward to it.
And also, you have another life as a cheese maker as well.
Yes, we've been making cheese, but that's in the past by now. I'm afraid we've decided really that we're wholesalers by now, and we distribute throughout Wales and the marshes, and we deliver to every town in Wales at least twice a week by our own vehicles.
Yeah, well done, fantastic, and well looking there, scrubbed up. Both got your pinnies on. Thank you very much for those, and butlers, and track you down in your kitchen. Just tell us where you are, and we're delighted as well that Neal's Yard have got you on the payroll, and for giving us your time today. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's great. It's great to be here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm at home in London, but yeah, I work for Neal's Yard Dairy. That's who I am. I've been there just over 5 years, mostly based in the shops. But this year I've moved to the office, so I now work in quality assurance, doing all the sort of food safety things. But yeah, most of my time there, I've been working in retail. Yeah, it's been great.
I know dairy farming is something that you grew up with, and you're part of the world. Where was home? Where were your formative years?
Oh yeah, I'm from Essex. I'm from Essex, North Essex, the rural part of Essex. Yeah. We had a dairy farm. I wasn't on the farm, but it was my uncle's farm. So yeah, I spent a lot of time there. But sadly, so it stopped being a dairy farm in the year 2000. So they still have some cows, but a lot of farms, around that time, a lot of farms stopped being dairy farms. It was quite a sad time. But yeah, it was lovely when I was a child anyway.
Yeah, well, and thank you for lending us your palette today. And Vicky Rogerson there in front of a gallery of artwork, much appreciated. MD, of course, of Northern Base, a PR agency, North PR, and co-founder of Homage to Fromage as well. Check her out, any gig you want, which is going to be enlivened by cheese. Rogerson is the person to speak to. And also absolutely crucial for the Virtual Cheese Awards. She's been here from the outset and one of our key players. So thank you. Welcome to you, Vicky. Tell us how many we're going to be tasting, and then away you go.
Well, I'm hoping we're going to have a cheese rave, continue the cheese rave from the cheddar, which sounded absolutely amazing. So excited. Yeah, so we've got 5 cheeses for this category for territorial cheese, which is really exciting. So do you want to just crack on and get on? So the first cheese we're going to be judging is B1 1019.
She's just going to get hold. Oh, if you might not have it there. Do you have it there? Yeah, one of the others. If you just hold it up, one of them. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Just repeat the number again, Vicky. Sorry.
It's B1 1019.
Thank you. 1019. Thank you. Great.
So the judges are going to mark across 4 key attributes. So we'll go kind of one after the other. So we'll start with appearance, then we'll go on to aroma, texture, and then flavor or taste. So we're going to start with appearance, guys.
Well, I think it looks lovely. It's got a nice little bit of breakdown just inside the rind, which is really nice to see. I don't know how well you can see it on the camera, but just inside there.
Other way a bit. That's it. If you hold it in front of a camera, that's exactly as Daniela's doing there. You can just see. That's perfect. We've got a good. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So the breakdown just changes color to a really lovely, deep, creamy color. The only part of the breakdown is quite a deep cheese because this is cut in half horizontally. So we haven't got the upper, which means it's quite a tall cheese, really, unless they're just taking off the rind. But it looks like it's part of a very tall cheese, which is an achievement in itself, of course. And the rind is a beautiful cloth, was cloth wrapped. So you can still see the indentures. And it's it's got the wrinkles of having been hand wrapped, and it just looks beautiful, totally lovely. Looking very much forward to tasting this cheese.
What mark would you want to give appearance, Will?
Oh, I mean, it's great. The appearance 9, I think.
Yes, I'd agree. 9. It's got little gaps in the cheese as well, so to keep the cheese looking that clean, with the gaps there between the curds and the whey, I think that's quite a remarkable cheese. 9.5 is where I'd be.
What do you want to agree on then? 9 or 9.5?
Let's go 9.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 9.5.
Good.
Starting high, like it.
Yeah.
And then moving on to aroma.
Aroma. Well, please, you go.
No, you go, Will.
Well, I was just going to say, like, territorials, it's not a very smelly category, so I think most of them won't really smell very strong, but the aroma is nice for sure. Quite light, kind of creamy, milky. But what I'm saying is I don't want to be harsh on any of them for not smelling too much, because none of them are going to smell that much, right? They're not like super. It's not like we're doing soft cheeses or something.
Yes, it's a very clean lactic smell to it, really, and fairly light, as Will said.
But it's nice, yeah, very pleasant.
And a score for aroma?
I'd say, I'd say high again. It's lovely. I think
It is.
9, I'd happily say 9 again.
I agree. It's a good 9.
Mm.
And then moving on to texture.
Texture is nice, yeah. Good crumble, but still a good amount of moisture in there. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah.
That looks incredibly enticing, I have to say. What do you think it might be?
It's a Cheshire, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's got to be a big cheese. So there's not many cheeses in that category.
No.
Part of a 50-pound wheel, probably. Very crumbly. It breaks very crumbly in between the curds, not overly pressed, just by its own weight, really. Turned every day to get this sort of consistency. I remember a Cheshire cheese farmer handing me 70 pounds of cheese on an outstretched arm, and of course he got that strength from turning Cheshires all his life.
Make sure he was in your rugby team, Yeah, if we're going playing sevens, we want him in, and bring the cheese as well for half time. That does
So
look.
the texture, what score is texture?
That's high again.
Yeah.
I love the variety of textures in there. The texture just inside the rind, which is almost like a paste.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's really nice to see both textures in one. To have that sort of crumble alongside the creaminess, and you just eat them together, and it's lovely to have so much variety whilst it's quite well balanced. Have a lot going on at the same time, when not one thing overpowers the other. So yes.
Are we going over 9? Because it pulls up to about 9.5 for me again.
Yeah, I'll go 9.5 as well. I think that's
9.5. Good. And then moving on to flavour.
Yeah, the flavour is nice, zesty. Got sort of citrusy, slightly like almost astringent, but in a nice way.
It's a very clean, fresh, milky flavour with that lemony aspect to it. This just not even eating the rind is offensive, but the richness of the paste just inside the rind balances with that lemony heart of the cheese as well. Quite a lovely cheese. This is perfect lunchtime cheese for me.
Yes, same. I agree. And that rind, the flavour in the rind has got that more sort of earthy kind of mushroomy character in the breakdown, and then it's nice to go with the lemony freshness in the paste. Yes, it's really nice. It's really nice cheese.
What score do you want to give flavour?
9.5, I think.
I agree, because the flavour just stays with you, even though it's not a strong cheese. The flavour just lasts quite very pleasant and stays with you.
Brilliant.
Fantastic cheese to start with.
Oh, this. I have it now. Wonderful. Right, so we're going to move on to the next cheese, which is B31147, which is this cheese.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can see that's got the rind top and bottom, so it's a much smaller cheese, right? The whole thing would be maybe just 3 kilograms or so.
Oh, I'm still in pounds. I think that's good old 8-pound red Leicester. And just fantastic rich colour from the annatto. With a lovely breakdown towards the rind as well. The rind has got lovely blotchiness about it, so you know that it's been cloth bound and it's been matured, and it's got that character from the maturing rooms. Really, it has been backpacked, so there is a little shine on the surface that I'm looking forward to break into the cheese to see what it's like inside. But visually, it's very enticing because its firmness and its color and the little gaps in the cheese, so it's not overly pressed.
Yes.
What mark would you give for appearance?
Well, I think it looks lovely, and the only thing is, as you already mentioned, Daniel, that sort of that extra smooth texture you see on the paste from having been backpacked. It just makes it look slightly less appealing. But then once you cut in, you can see it is it's lovely. It's lovely. It's got some little sort of spots in there, you know, the little breaks and little holes. Quite nice. But yeah, appearance is good. Yeah, it looks beautiful, and like you said, the color is really good, really rich colors. So yeah, I think at least an 8. Do you think more? What do you think?
Cut mine right through the cheese now, and I can see the texture better. There is a little bit of unevenness to the gaps in the cheese, so I think 8 would be fair. There's also a slight difference between the top of the cheese and the base of the cheese, where it's darker on one end. So really, it feels, especially with the little lip, I don't know if you can see a little lip there, that this cheese might not have been turned quite as often as it should have been when it was younger. So yes, 8 is, I'd agree with an 8.
Great.
Okay.
And then aroma.
As Will said, we don't expect very strong aromas in any of these cheeses, really. And this one is also quite light. In fact, the rind is lighter than I expected to be. But it's quite a clean smell. And the nuttiness about it as well.
Mm-hmm. Will?
Yeah, nutty for sure. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It has a smooth, quite sort of quite clean smell, but nice sort of depth, nutty depth, I think. It's good. The flavor, the smell, sorry, is nice. It's nice for sure.
What score would you give it for aroma?
8.5, maybe.
8.5?
Yeah, 8.5. Yeah, for sure.
Great, thanks. And then on to texture.
On to texture, yeah.
It breaks quite well, but it is pretty pressed. So it's gone through a fair amount of progressive, which I suppose is what we're looking at. But I like the way that it tears. I don't know if you can see that there. You can see the texture of the cheese there. It's a pretty dry cheese.
Is it supposed to be dry? Is it a red Leicester type of cheese? It looks like.
Yes, it is. But you can see that the dryness is more pronounced towards the rind of the cheese there. It goes much darker and much harder. But the heart of the cheese is surprisingly soft and pasty, which is what I'd expect.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up well. I haven't got much more to say. I think the texture is what you would expect it to be. It's nice, much tighter than the Cheshire, obviously, as it should be, right, by design.
What score?
I think 8.5.
Yes, I agree. 8.5 is superb. Thanks for that.
8.5. And then to flavour, and just to note that we upweight the flavour score by 50%. So cheeses who made less scores in the first 3 attributes can kind of win and mark much higher for taste.
Even though the cheese is softer on the inside and the rind is firmer, the flavor profile is very much the same, just getting a little bit more nutty with the rind, really. Well-flavored cheese. Not for any maturity as such, but just really well-balanced flavors all the way throughout it. Good creaminess to the cheese. And again, nutty flavors, especially towards the rind. Very clean tasting rind, by the way.
Yeah, it's got lovely depth of flavour that really carries on for a long time, and quite rich, quite sort of full umami styles. That sort of kind of little bit brothy, beefy, brothy. It's really lovely flavour.
That scores highly, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, do you think 9?
I think that calls for a 9. It just stays with you, the creaminess, but it's also, even though the paste was a little bit soft in the heart of the cheese, it leaves the mouth very, very clean. So that's a lovely cheese. I'd agree 9 with Will.
9. Great. Lovely. So moving on to the third cheese, which is B41065.
Thank you.
I'm excited that I've got the cheeses in front of me, but I can't open them, so I'm not going to try. So I'm going to feel like I'm a bit tempted, but not quite enough to actually want to eat them. So I'm a bit disappointed with myself.
You've missed 2 great cheeses to start with.
No, want to crack into them tomorrow.
Well, it's got a lovely colour again. Another red Leicester, obviously.
Yes. This is a dairy red Leicester. And again,
what's a dairy red Leicester? What does that mean?
Well, it means that it's made in a dairy as opposed to on a farmhouse or in a individual farm cheese. The last cheese that we judge, well, quite potentially the last 2 cheeses that we judge were farmhouse cheeses, but this would be a dairy. So the most famous dairy we got in North Wales is South Carnarvon Creamery. So it's a cooperative of farmer-owned dairies, and they make a lot of cheese. Very, very good quality cheese. But for a delicatessen operation like ourselves, we're looking for dairy cheeses. That's a different classification to farmhouse cheeses.
Great. That's really useful. Thank you. So for appearance, what do you think, Will? I think you're on, put yourself on mute, Mike. Will, so.
Yeah, apologies. The color is nice, but it doesn't quite look as nice as the one before. I think you can see it's not cloth bound like that one was, and it been shrink wrapped, so it's got this sort of smooth, glossy appearance. When you break it, it does look nice. It's got a nice crumble in there, but I think it looks nice, but not as nice as the other Red Leicester. That's what I think.
What's your score then? You gave the 8 for the other one.
This one, if I can add to that, this is cut as a wedge, but you can see from the end of the cheese that it's actually cut as a wedge from a block. So it's actually it's a trick that the dairy has to do, because they'll make big vats of cheeses and there'll be square blocks most probably. So this is a wedge cut out of a square block, as opposed to the last cheese being cut out of the round of cheese. So it is what it is. I agree with Will. It's not half as attractive. The color's good. The texture looks good on a break. 7.5.
Yeah, I agree. 7.5.
7.5 for appearance. Yep. So then you go on to texture. Yeah. Oh no, aroma. Sorry.
Yeah, aroma.
Aroma.
Very, very pleasant aroma, actually. I expected it to be very faint, but there's a stronger aroma on this. Maybe that's because of the packaging, but I've just smelled on the newly cut surface, and it's very clean, lactic smell. No real nuttiness in this one. Again, that's what I'd expect from a dairy cheese, I suppose. But yeah, very pleasant.
Yeah, I agree. I think pleasant is the word. It's not overpowering. It's kind of clean aroma. Not.
For me, again, it's lacking in character a little bit because of the nature of the cheese. So I'd be looking at sort of 7.5 again, I suppose.
Yeah, 7.5. I agree.
7.5. Great. And then on to texture.
Texture, it's hard pressed again. Like quite quite firmly pressed. They're quite tight. Got a nice crumble.
It tears quite nicely. So you can see that it's not been pressed as in a cheddar, but it is the same from nose to tail. The texture is exactly the same, so there's no difference. But then that's what I expect when it's manufactured like this.
Yeah, it looks quite enticing, doesn't it? That was, and yet nicely rustic with the tear. Very good.
And the texture, there's a good bite in the texture as well. So the texture we can look at, the texture we can feel in the mouth as well. Not too pasty, is a good bite to it. I'm tempted at the 7.5 again myself.
Yeah, I agree. That's fair. It's a good score.
Then on to flavour, the last.
I think the flavour is pretty good. It's rich again. It's quite full flavour. It's nutty, creamy.
But then there's two things in that flavour for me. There's an under the tongue acidity, and there's a touch of burn on the throat. So, and I'm not marking those down because it's nice to have a variety of flavors. I'm looking for acid in cheese, and I'm looking for a bit of flavor, and I'm looking for I'm looking for the cheese to look for attention, really. I quite like the acidity in that.
Will, what do you think?
I think it's a solid 7.5 again, at least.
I think that overall, I'd be tempted to push that up towards an 8, Will.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
8.
8. That's good.
Great. So the next cheese, penultimate cheese, is B51029, which is this cheese, this little cheese.
Ooh.
I just want to eat. Lovely.
This looks interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see there. It looks like an aged cheese. It's gone. The difference between the nose to the tail is quite pronounced. It's almost as if it's trying to be translucent at the nose. Can you see that? Can you see the?
Yes, you can. It's amazing. It is
Yeah.
translucency. Yes.
Yes. So, and it's got a bit of lactic coming out on the cut here. So, but it feels like quite a dry cheese. Quite an aged rind there. There's an indentation there, but there's no fault. It's just from extra. There's no effect into the cheese. It is, and if it wasn't a pressed cheese, maybe we would have seen some mold growth in there.
Will, you'd be a terrible poker player. I think your face says it all. That was just when you nosed it and smelt it, you thought, "Oh, yeah, I could just see." It really. Just describe that. What the aroma?
The smell, it's lovely. It smells like it kind of smells like the curds when you're making cheese. It's got that when you first separate the curds and the whey, and the curds have this really sweet smell, and they lose the sweetness throughout the process. But sometimes it retains that. What's it called? Like junket? Junket? Yeah. It smells like that. And it's lovely. Kind of like it smelled like that when I broke it. When I broke it in that initial. Like cream soda. So I realised that's the aroma. The appearance is good as well. I think it looks, drier, crumblier.
But I've got
that's no bad thing.
Yeah, I've got two fields of mine. There's a creamier-looking heartland here, and then the almost translucent. And if you look at it under a different light, it seems to be that you can see the shape of the curds in the almost translucent bit, whereas the creamier bit looks more pressed and creamy, if you like.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you. Right.
What score do you want to give for appearance?
For attractiveness and wanting me to taste the cheese, it scores quite high because of the difference between the creaminess and the, I'll call it the translucency. I think, and because it's not only by the nose, it travels right through to the rind. I think it's almost two different cheeses there, and I'm looking forward to tasting both of them. It's very difficult to score this one.
Come on, Daniel, you're going to have to. Will, just while doing something in consultation. Go on.
Say that again.
Yeah. What score would you give it on that one? The appearance.
I think a high score. I think I would go 8.5. I think.
What do you think, Danielle?
Yes, it is a high score. It is a very attractive cheese. It's a cheese that I'm looking forward to, and in essence, that's change there might have been because the cheese has been cut for a while, and that's borne out by the lactic coming out on the top of the cheese there. So I'll agree, 8.5.
8.5. Great. And then on to aroma. You've done a few comments on aroma already.
I think also when I took this out of my fridge earlier and I smelt it, and I couldn't really smell much. And now that it's had time to come up to temperature, it's sort of come alive a bit more. I think is a good thing. I think it's got more to offer than I initially thought when I first got it out of the fridge.
And it's that important part of cheese, isn't it, of letting it warm up a bit to let those kind of flavours and aromas come out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Essential. I tend to start the day about 8 o'clock in the morning with my chef, having a couple of good strong coffees, and that's when the cheese came out. And I also tore open the packs so they could breathe a little bit, but left them in the pack so we can identify them. But yes, I agree. If it's too cold, you're not going to be able to smell anything. But there's a very enticing smell on this cheese. It's a smell of its character, really.
I like Will's comment, it smells a bit like cream soda.
Yes.
But
8.5, Will?
Yes, 8.5. Yeah.
Great. And then texture.
It breaks very nicely. Still a soft cheese. The texture is not grainy, but you can identify the curds individually in it. So it's not overly pressed. And it doesn't turn too pasty. This is a firm cheese.
I think the crumble in it is much tighter than in the other ones. You can see yeah, I don't mean firmer. I mean it's like smaller. The crumbles are smaller.
Yeah,
they're like
soft grains, really.
Yes,
quite pleasant. We pushing up for a 9?
Yeah, I think so.
9 for texture.
9.
And then all important flavour.
Quite a fresh flavour. Not a huge amount of depth.
But it's a lovely mellow cheese. But yes, not a pronounced massive flavour. But it is a cheese that's got a bit of character in the lightness of flavour. It's not too lactic, but it doesn't go creamy either. It's almost that the whey is playing a good part on this cheese. I was expecting more flavour, especially seeing that it's had some time to develop. So it's pleasant, but I was just expecting a touch more.
What score would you give for taste then?
8.5?
8.5, yeah, okay, 8.5, yeah.
8.5?
Lovely.
Great. And then the final cheese is B61148, which is this chunky little number.
It is chunky.
Chunky, isn't it? It's a good cheese.
Much more moisture.
Yes, quite wet.
Mm. And yeah, very, very crumbly.
Ooh, yeah.
It almost looks like cottage cheese. Once you break it, I mean.
And it does break, doesn't it? It just.
Yeah, yeah.
I cut it with a very thin backed cheese knife to be gentle with it, and it still managed to put itself into 3 pieces.
What score would you give for appearance then?
We've had to cut it because it's been packed in such a way it's squeezed the surface, but it's easier to see what the cheese looks like inside like that. I don't know if you can see. It's very, very much a crumbly cheese throughout, from nose to tip, nose to the main bell of the body of the cheese. Outside of the rind is totally clean, so it's I think it is another dairy cheese. What's the back of?
Traditional white crumbly cheese.
Yeah, quite young.
I'd be happy to say 7.5 for appearance.
Yeah, I agree. 7.5.
Great, moving to aroma.
The aroma is quite fresh, fresh and sort of
Lactic, almost to the point of acidity, I suppose. Yes, it's a little bit like smelling cottage cheese. No pungency whatsoever. Young cheese. 7.5.
yeah, 7.5.
7.5, great. Texture.
The texture, yeah, it really is crumbly. When you eat it as well, it still continues to keep crumbling away.
Yeah. There's a dryness in the texture as well, in that you can't make a ball out of this. It just crumbles. Like they were doing with the cheddars, you can't possibly do that to this. It's just too crumbly. And that's the nature of the cheese.
The score?
I'd say an 8.
8. Do you agree, Danielle?
I'll be pulled up to 8. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll agree to an 8.
It's super crumbly, but it is by design. You know, that's what they're trying
Supposed
to
to
do.
be, yeah. It's supposed to be crumbling. So yeah, taste then. Flavour.
Very lactic, and I think I think it is kind of cottage cheesy.
Even down to the balls of the curds. There's almost, when you chew them, there's almost a rubberiness to the curds. It is like Will says, it's like a dried out cottage cheese. Or ricotta. Fresh, clean.
I'd be happy to go with 8 again.
Yeah, I'd agree. 8. There's no real faults, but it's designed to be like this as before. But I'd be looking for something much more to push it up above 8. So I'll agree in 8.
Okay. So that's all of the cheeses for this category, territorial category. And the winning cheese, scoring 42.25, was the first cheese, and that was entry number B11019, and it was this cheese, which I now want to eat.
I'm very pleased.
That's
That was
lemony. You love that lemony. Even rind is welcoming, as Danielle said. Yeah, absolutely perfect lunchtime cheese. Well, there you go. You can both prove that. Thank you so very much for the two of you. Really brilliant that we've tracked you down in different locations in London and in Conwy and North Wales. You've done us proud. That was really fascinating, and also particularly with the territorials, because you were tasting, a range of different cheeses and put that across really well. So really do appreciate that. Have a great time in summer. I hope you get a bit of downtime if possible. But I hope Danielle, I hope you're really very busy on the retail side, and I know you do a lot online as well. And Will, thank you for lending us your palate and your expertise. And that was a really interesting category. And I'm delighted you got a clear winner. So thank you. Relax suitably and enjoy your lunchtime cheese. And Vicky, thank you so much. We'll be back for more later on. Hurrah.
Thank you.
There you go. Gosh, we're moving on. Fantastic. We've got a couple of fabulous judges limbering up in the wings. We're going to introduce them for a second because we're moving on to, here we go, Best Artisan Soft Cheese. I think I made a bit of a tosh of that because I was muted. So apologies if I was. Best Artisan Soft is what we'd had. So I just said the two brilliant judges that we'd had before. Danielle Daffyd in Conwy and Will Chapman in Neal's Yard. So welcome to them. And two great judges as well. And we've got the branding for Brinkworth as well, but behind you on screen. I'm loving Chippenham in Wiltshire, Carrie Cryer, where we found all things at Brinkworth Dairy, Dairy Woman of the Year, Cream Awards Dairy Ambassador. So we're in some very fine company, and you can see her on the telly. It pops up on Country File and all the likes, Escape to the Country, etc. And then someone... the book is out, The Cheese Wheel. If you've not got it, do get it. The cheese. As if by magic, but written, of course, by Emma Young. Brilliant cover, but delve deep because there's lots of fantastic information to be had there, and will actually affect the rest of your cheese tasting life and journey as well. Based checked it out in Bromley. She's moved a whole 100 yards up the road, we think. In Kent recently, but delighted to have her on screen. Of course, the Cheese Explorer as well. We can find her making cheese and meeting up with some of the world's greatest cheesemakers around the world. And even her holidays are turned into such trips. She's prolific and brilliant on social media. And of course, as an Academy of Cheese Associate, and has undertaken the Guild of Fine Foods, Charcuterie and Cheese Guild. So less of me and more of her. Emma Young, Carrie Cryer, welcome to you.
Thank you, Nigel.
And in her wooden cabin with Monty the dog alongside her, Cara Bowen is looking after us all and doing a fine job on the adjudicating front. And here we go. So, Cara, tell us how many we've got to get through and a little bit about the category.
Oh, Nigel, this is such a hard category to judge. Nobody wants to judge this one, right?
We do. This looks fun.
This is the best category. We are blessed with this category. I'm really, really excited about this one.
Brilliant, guys. Well, we've got 8 cheeses and we are on the clock. So I think we should just delve straight in. The first cheese that we're looking at today is J11708. So, Kerry, thank you so much for holding them up.
1078, right?
That's the one.
Yeah.
1078.
I promise I haven't eaten it already, just so you know.
Did you? Mine's kept its shape beautifully. It's held together well.
Looks like a Stunning piece
Look
of
at the
cheese.
amount of bluing. It's got such even bluing to it. I think that's really impressive. You wouldn't get a slice of that and worry about whether you were going to get any bluing or not. And you can see the straight lines where it's been pierced, but you can also see a lot of feathering branching to it where it's coming around the crumbly pieces of curd.
Yeah,
And I
mean,
also like,
notably as well, I think on the rind of this cheese, it's been really well kept. So sometimes, I'm not sure, I've got a bit of a grainy camera, sorry. Sometimes on these cheeses, you can see a bit of sort of bruising or some discoloration, a little bit of a sort of tacky note to it. It is an absolutely beautiful rind. As Kerry said, it looks like you will get a even amount of bluing throughout. It smells amazing as well. It is a really exciting first cheese to be starting with.
Yeah, I think it's been looked after really well in the stores, because I looked at it and I thought, oh, it doesn't look that old from the outside of it. It's just, it's quite a white looking rind to it. It doesn't look too dangerous and dark yet, but there's a huge amount of bluing going on there. Yeah, I'm excited to taste this one.
I've gone in. It's too exciting. It smells amazing. I've eaten a bit already. Always breaking the rules. Sorry.
Yeah, there's always one, Emma.
Every day is Christmas for Emma.
That's what rules are there for, Emma, not looking at.
It's true. So in the same way that the texture of this cheese looks quite fudgy, quite well kept together, on the palate as well, it is it's so smooth. There's no sort of crystallization. There's nothing granular within the blue. It melts completely in the mouth. It's not cloying. It's not tacky. And the flavors are delicious. Really tasty.
I quite like the difference in the colors of the paste is quite pale. And then you've got the rich depth of the greeny blue as well. It's beautiful, lovely cheese.
Do you want us to score, Cara? I'm ready. Are you ready?
I want you just to enjoy every second. But yeah, if you guys feel that you are ready.
There's a nice and like piquant, spicy tang to the bluing. It's making my tongue tingle at the front of my mouth. My mouth is watering as well.
Yep, so it's definitely watering in a nice way. Alrighty.
So if you could just, guys, if you could just explain a little bit more about the flavor profiles that are coming through.
So on the palate, for me, I'm getting a really nice sort of warm milk dairy flavor profile, plus lots of cereal, lots of almost malty flavors to it. The spice that Kerry mentioned that's coming through as well is there, but it is not painful. It's not whacking you in the face, which some blues can do. It is absolutely in harmony with a really sort of beautifully balanced undertone of these dairy notes, cereal, malt, grain, etc. And then that blue, which really does give you that extra. It is absolutely stunning.
Okie dokie. Can't really get better than that, guys. So let's give it some scores. We'll go for aroma first, if that's okay.
Aroma.
So on aroma, So you've got that mushroomy fermented potato smell on the rind, and then from the paste itself, obviously a lot more subtle smells of aromas on the paste.
I think for me, the aroma is possibly, even though this is a stunning cheese, this is the lower score possibly for me, in that it is slightly muted, but that comes through the palate, so it's not a problem. I'm just not getting an amazing. I am getting lovely flavor, lovely aromas, but it's not giving me everything. The ammonia you can smell on the rind is completely normal for this style of cheese, just to note there as well. But I think, Kerry, where are you sitting? I'm possibly about a 7. Oh, you're gone.
Oh, sorry, I'm back. That was my alarm that goes off at 12:30 every day to tell me to go farming.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Back with aroma. You said about 7. I'd agree with that. It's got what you'd expect, that musty mushroominess from the rind, not much from the paste, but it's going to make up scores in lots of other areas. So 7 is fine for the aroma.
What do you want
and
next?
Then we haven't done appearance yet, and we did like the appearance a lot.
You did.
If we're trying to just check, Cara's going to say, why not a 10? I'm going to say I can see a little bit of browning coming in from the edges. there.
Yeah.
And so that would be why not a 10 for me. The distribution of blue, the color of the paste and the color of the blue I love, but not a 10 because I can see there's a bit of sort of almost rind coming in a little bit.
Yeah, same here. I've got a bit of a halo also. I mean, it is very close to a 10 though, isn't it? We're really sort of picking at there is something there. There's a halo, but it is still for me sitting around a sort of 8.5, 9-ish.
I was going to say 8.5. Can we go 8.5?
8.5. Yeah.
Lovely.
We can always revisit this, guys. It is your first cheese of the morning. So if you want to come back later and go, actually, I want to adjust this, that's absolutely fine. It's about how you feel on the day. So we're going for 8.5 for appearance.
And I think it's going to be a high score on texture and mouthfeel as well. Like, it's like my kids' Play-Doh. I just want to keep squeezing it and playing with it. It's really, really nice. And the way it holds to the outside of your mouth because of that texture, it's lovely. I don't know how I'm going to taste any other cheese after this because I'm completely covered in blue cheese.
That'll be your beautiful Peter's Yard crackers that you can take.
Yeah, yum, yum, yum.
I think for me, the texture, Play-Doh gives me the heebie-jeebies from eating it as a child and it tasting disgusting and being slightly sort of tacky. I think fudgy, definitely, I know exactly what you mean. It's malleable. You want to squish it. But I think, sort of fudgy, definitely. I really love the texture on this one. It's so sort of homogenous on the palate as well. I'm sitting quite high on this. Kerry, where do you want to go?
Is 9 too high? Are we going too hard too early?
No, 9 is good. It is a really, really difficult thing when a cheese is this good to start with, but you have to judge them on their merit, and this is absolutely stonking. So it's a 9 for me as well on texture.
Yeah. And then on taste, it's that spicy, clovey, 8.5, 9.
I'm higher. So for me, I'm trying to figure out what I don't like about the flavour.
Okay.
So in terms of the flavour here, you have got textbook sort of cereal malt grain, dairy notes as well coming through. The only things I would possibly pull it down on, or I can taste a fair amount of ammonia in certain pieces, which is not the biggest issue if it's in small amounts, but it is slightly.
Yeah, I'd say there is variability to the flavour throughout the piece. It's not, one bite is not the same throughout the whole cheese.
If we push to a 9, would you be happy?
Yep.
Yeah, fine, perfect. All right. Strong start.
Tidy up time.
Okie dokie, guys. I'm going to recap that for you then. So appearance, we've given it an 8.5. Aroma, you've given it a 7. Texture, you've given it a 9. And flavour, you've given it an 8.5. Are you happy?
No, 9 on the flavour. So we push that one up.
Yeah, lovely.
Perfect.
Thank you, Emma.
Okay.
So 8.5, 7, 9, and 9. Brilliant. We will move on to the next cheese, which is an exciting round little number. J21042.
Okay.
This one.
Can somebody hold the rind up to the camera for us? Oh, thank you.
Your camera's better, yeah.
Yeah.
What's really interesting about this category is that we're jumping all over the place. So it's really exciting. It's also quite a workout for the palate, but we like that. So we've gone from blue looking like a Stilton style, but it might not be, and we might not be allowed to say that, to something which has got a bit of a bloomy rind. It's an individual unit. From looking at it, we don't know what milk it is. It could be goat, sheep, cow, anything. So I'm going to cut into it actually. But the rind is really, really well kept. There aren't any sort of damp patches on either side. So the moisture content's been really well distributed. It's been flipped. I don't know if you've got anything looking irregular on your rind, Kerry, but mine looks pretty good.
I would say some of the shape of the cheese has taken up the shape of the wrapping a little bit, or the mold's taken up the shape of the wrapping a bit. And I've got quite a bit of the browny yellowy bits coming through. And on shape wise, if we were wanting it to be perfectly straight, it's a little bit horse hoof shaped, being shorter on one edge and longer on the other.
I think I'm all right with that. What I'm looking for in the rind being faulty is more of the sort of, is it grey? Has it got any damp patches?
Yeah.
Does it have anything off looking? For me, it's an artisan category, isn't it? So I don't mind the slightly irregular shape. But also the sort of the copper mottling that's coming through for me is quite indicative of it having a bit of flavour and not just being a stabilised sort of generic penicillium rind. So I think at the minute I'm okay with it.
Lovely. And I've got a small amount of blue black on the edge, just a little bit there. And when you cut it open, you've got breakdown around the edge and then a little bit further in the centre.
Yeah, quite a nice sort of white. Again, sorry, my camera's a bit grainy. Do you want to hold your paste up to the camera, Kerry? It's quite a nice sort of, really clean looking white. The breakdown is just around the outside. I've got a tiny bit of peeling from the rinds coming off slightly around the edges, which is something that I would look as a slight fault in terms of visuals. But at the minute, the paste looks really appealing. I want to eat it.
The graduation between the breakdown area and the core is quite smooth as well. It's not that the outside has raced away from what the inside is. I think it might get there.
Yeah. I agree. I just fear on one half of mine where it started to slip away. As that breakdown continues, is it going to slip out? It hasn't yet, but that's just something that I would wonder what would happen as you allow it to sort of mature a bit more. But I quite like a chalky heart and a slight breakdown, so let's see what it's like in the mouth.
I picked up salt straight away on the front of my tongue. And a little bit of chewiness from the mushroomy rind.
Yeah, I wanted the rind to be slightly more integrated in terms of texture. It does feel like a separate element. I've got that chew as well, like you have. It is slightly distracting away from the overall mouthfeel. The salt I have got coming through, but I think it is quite typical for this style. It is slightly elevated, I do agree. And in flavour, I'm getting quite simple, bloomy.
Quite fresh, like I was thinking like spring green peas.
I've got a fair amount of sort of mushroom and penicillium, which I thought would maybe give us a bit more from that copper flecking, but I'm getting quite sort of not generic, but I'm getting a lot of that sort of mushroom that you'd expect from the rind and not a lot else. It's nice and creamy. I do like this sort of cream flavour as well as creamy texture. It's ever so slightly tacky on the palate for me.
I think cutting back on the salt just a smidge would help my taste profile for this cheese.
Agreed.
But look, I'm still eating it, so
yeah, exactly. Can't be that bad. It's delicious. It's something that, I mean, salt is something that we all really love. We want to keep going back to it. But when you do have a salt content that elevated, you do want those other flavours to come through as well to match up to it. But the salt is something which feels slightly out of balance, I think.
Lovely.
All right.
So appearance, you said it's artisanal in appearance, so we should forgive the uneven up and down side. So in which case, 8.5?
Right. So from the exterior, yes. However, when we have cut into it, which is still appearance, I am quite distracted by that little peely rind underneath. So I probably would get rid of at least another half mark for that, just because that shouldn't really happen. It doesn't look amazing and it will just continue. I think, can we bring it down to 8?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I haven't really got a lot of peeling that I can see going on with mine. So 8's fine. Let's go for 8.
Okay.
8 it is then, guys. Aroma?
We've got mushrooms.
It's very clean. It's correct. It's not got any sort of off aromas. It isn't overpoweringly ammoniated. It is quite muted, I think, in aroma. So as Kerry said, we've got mushroom, but I haven't got much else.
So it's not complex, but then I don't know that you would expect this style of cheese to be very complex.
I think I'd be expecting maybe a little bit more from sort of maybe some brassica notes, a bit more of not just white mushroom, something else maybe coming through from that rind and the paste. It's looking at it, it's promising a little bit more in aroma for me. So it's very safe, I think. It's very clean, correct and lovely, but it's a bit safe in aroma for me.
So is that a 7.5?
Yeah.
Lovely, Jill.
Well done, Kerry. You're having a good
Texture and mouthfeel. So we're ready to be influenced a little bit by that chewiness of the rind distracting. And that's where this tree's a bit tricky.
I think I'm sitting quite similarly to the aroma in that it is good. I do like the paste. It's homogeneous. It has a slight tacky element, but that's not an issue if you're eating it with other things or you've got a lovely glass of something next to you. But
that breakdown, look how beautiful that breakdown is. You know, that's the bit I'm going to be stealing again and again on the cheese board. Yeah,
totally. And I do like the slightly sort of lactic feeling, almost feathered moussey heart, but the rind is still in my teeth.
Okay, so we plus on the breakdown, plus on the moussey heart, down for the chewiness and the thickness of that rind, brings us to a 7.5.
I think exactly the same. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Good. Brilliant.
Guys.
We now need to do flavour. So too salty for me and quite simple.
I have got a slight bitterness on the palate as well, right at the end. I don't know if you're getting that, but slight metallic and slight bitterness right at the end. I think the flavour profile until then was really safe, really sort of commensurate with the aromas that we were mentioning. So that sort of mushroomy element, a bit of that lactic acidity you'd expect in seeing a core of slightly feathered textured cheese like this. I want more. I want a little bit more from it. I think it's hiding slightly. So
I'm 7 this one.
I think yes, I agree. Yeah. Aren't we good?
Now flying through this, ladies. All right, that's fantastic. So let me recap for you. Appearance 8, aroma 7.5, texture 7.5, and flavor 7. Thank you, Kerry. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okie dokie. Have a little chomp on a cracker to cleanse those.
Oh yeah.
Yours. Thank you, Peter's Yard, for our beautiful crackers again. And the next cheese.
I love these ones. We do these in our hampers as well. They're excellent.
They are excellent. So the next cheese we're moving on to is J21043, which is a lovely looking pyramidy.
So this is quite fun in that we're tasting a cheese which looks like it might have some similar characteristics to the last one. So it should be quite a nice, fun segue on to see how they sit next to each other. Obviously, we're judging each cheese on its own, but there will be some things that we are looking at which may be similar or not. Is yours really squished? I don't know if mine's just collapsed or if it's like the artisan thing was fine in the last cheese, but for me this one is very, very different. It's got a massive gradient, so that will mature incredibly differently between this side and this side. Yours looks way less squat.
Well, I'm actually, the way I've got your camera, you look squashed as well. I think that you.
Oh my god, am I squashed?
But that's maybe you and the cheese.
Well, there we go.
Only a touch squash.
So yeah, with this, for me it looks like it's meant to be the height it's meant to be. I'm interested how it's been drained on something differently on each side. On the top, it's got circular drainage holes, whereas on the bottom, it's got a lattice grid pattern. So a little bit of clues there about how they might have been making this cheese as it's going along.
Can I see your top again? Because yours looks different to mine again. Can you put that right? Oh yeah, I see. Interesting.
Yeah. My top's got, so maybe they're very regular, maybe drainage holes in a mold, but then underneath it's a crisscross pattern.
So it just looks like it's been flipped out onto a draining mat. I think it's just weird that we can see both those things still at this aging.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of bluing on the surface. I don't know if I'm being too picky, but I'd prefer not to see my blue on my white cheese.
That's good. You flagged
Unless
it
I
up.
cut it open and it's got blue all the way through.
I generally, yeah, I think the bluing on this one is causing a slight flag for me. Sometimes I'm fine with it. With this rind, it does feel quite wet to the touch. It does feel a little bit sort of like not fish skin, but it feels a little bit sort of smooth and slightly wet. And I think that it's got quite a lot of moisture still within the cheese itself, so that's going to cause some of that bluing. And it's also, as expected, which you annoyingly can't see on here, mine has matured irregularly because it's got quite a lot of moisture still at the top. Then there's a little bit on the side, which is fine. It's not completely matured evenly throughout, is what I would say on this one.
I think the maturation on mine looks quite even.
Okay.
Does that look even to you there? The puzzling thing I've got, I don't know, it looks as if there's been a line pierced through the cheese.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what's
That's very
caused
bizarre.
that.
That is very bizarre.
The outside on the inside. And given it's got blue on the outside, blue loves salt, so I'm wondering if this one's going to taste quite salty as well.
Go on, dive in and let us know, Kerry, because it looks yum.
Yeah, I've got another little bit of that kind of the outside edge coming in.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's lucky if you find one of these in your cheese. Right.
It's a good luck sign.
Yeah, and the rind's holding together quite well, so I'm wondering if that's going to give me that chewy mouthfeel again.
So this cheese has done, on the flavour, it has done what I was expecting might happen from those little flags of bluing and free moisture. So I've got quite an acrid, slightly butyric flavour as well at the end. It's got something quite volatile. I don't know what yours is like. Slightly soapy as well at the end. I'm getting something a little bit tainted, which is not as pleasing as other parts of it.
What about you, Kerry?
Salt levels are good. I'm happy with the salt levels on this one. And I think the aroma is quite subtle.
The aroma is subtle. You have to put it really, really close to your nose to get anything from it, which is strange, as it looks as though that's quite an active rind. But I do think that for me that the cheese hasn't been drained enough. It feels as though there's been quite a lot of moisture retained within the cheese. So it's got some nice sort of moist texture. However, that free moisture has also created some off flavors that I'm finding throughout.
Yeah, I guess that this one's quite dense rather than mousse-like in the heart.
Yeah, see that.
So on appearance,
I think in the appearance, in really lovely positives, the milk, the paste is really, really bright and white. It doesn't look dull in any way when you cut through it. It looks really beautifully pearlescent almost. And on the rind, on the rind is where we start to look into other issues, I fear. But in the paste, it looks great, homogeneous, silky, and really bright white.
What's the mouthfeel like, guys?
I think the paste right in the center is nice and silky smooth. I haven't got any granularity, which is great. The breakdown is nice. There's a very sort of slight breakdown throughout. However, the rind is, again, for me, not completely integrated. You do get a slight chew.
A little bit chewy.
Yeah.
So points-wise, on appearance, are we at a level 7? So look, yours is looking a bit squashed. Mine's kicking out at the sides a bit. I've got, I don't know, little bits of outside coming in. We have got lots of positives on appearance as well, but would we be justified in saying a 7 on appearance?
I think the squat slightly wonky. I'll let slide because we're artisan. As I said, it is going to make it mature very differently, which we can see in the cheese. So I think from a technical point, it is something that should be looked at, but I'm not going to mark it down on that. I do think, however, that rind looks quite alive in a way which is a little bit scary. And I think the paste looks beautiful. What did you say, 7? And where were you, 7?
Yeah.
I'd be fine. Yeah, I think I'd be more 6.5, but let's do 7. Let's do 7.
No, I'm yeah. You want to be tough than me? I'll go with you. Yeah, I'll back you up. That's fine. 6.5.
Brilliant. We need to speed it up a little bit, ladies. So,
so appearance was 6.5. Aroma, there's not much there. It's pleasant. Shall we go 6.5 again?
Yeah.
Lovely. Texture and mouthfeel, it was great. It just let down a little bit by the density of the center and the chewiness of the rind. So 7, 6.5.
I think it's not the worst. I think 7.5 maybe on this one because the actual paste is delicious, really silken. It's just that chewy rind. So I think 7.5 is all right on texture.
And then flavour's very subtle. Are we going for 7?
For flavour, I think cool. 7, fine.
Last one is 7 as well, guys. So just giving when you said you could compare slightly.
And 6.5. Are you all right with 6.5, Kerry?
Happy with 6.5. Lovely.
Cool. All right.
Okay, so just recapping for you then, guys. Appearance 6.5, aroma 6.5, texture 7.5, and flavour 6.5.
Well,
perfect. Right, where are we going next?
Okay, we've got buffalo next.
We are going here. F3 1194.
So we've got a soft buffalo cheese, blue cheese again.
Looks very good.
Yeah, this is from the buffalo category. Yeah,
perfect.
Buffalo mint soft cheese.
Okay, so for me, I think it's got a beautiful sort of ivory color. The bluing is very sort of intricately laced. The outer rind ever so slightly wet, but it looks great to me. I think on visuals it looks really appealing.
Yeah, I mean it is wet, it is tacky, but it's holding the moisture there. It's stopping it drying out. It's going to make it nice to eat.
Perfect.
And on smell, I start getting more biscuity, sweet, but caramel sort of aromas from this one. It's not just about the mustiness. I think maybe it's the sweetness from the milk.
I think I'm getting digestive biscuits for sure. Some lovely sort of sweetness from the milk also, like you are, and a typical sort of blue sort of cereal maltiness. It smells really, really appealing.
Yeah.
In the mouth, I think it's quite nicely, again, homogeneous. It's got a tiny bit of granularity from the blue within the blue, but I'm not distracted by it. I think it breaks down really nicely into a sort of fudgy, delicious paste. And the aromas we get are coming through on the flavour as well.
Yeah. And the texture's good. There's me biting out of a piece, holding together well. It's got a nice paste, nice texture. You mentioned about the granular feel from the blue. Perhaps that's the only detraction.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, it does sort of feel like you're biting into some room temperature butter, which is really, really pleasing.
Yeah, that texture is lovely. It's like it melts in my mouth and sinks down, coats my mouth, and then disappears. I love it. You don't even have to properly chew. It's just an experience you're having. And then, it's a lazy way to have something really, really delicious.
Brilliant. I am ready for scoring if you are.
Okay, beautiful. We're going to go high on appearance. I can't fault that.
The only fault that I could possibly give, which isn't really a fault, so I might retract it, is that it's slightly tacky on the rind, but it is a foil wrapped cheese. So other than that,
and that's what's made it such a beautiful cheese. That's helped to achieve this great stuff. So would you go 9 on appearance?
I think so. Yeah.
Good. Then we've got the aroma. And we were getting nice complexity and depth and exciting things coming through beyond the usual moldy, musty, mushroomy sort of smell you get from a blue, with all that toasty, biscuity sort of flavors. So I think we can go high on aroma as well. Would you go 9 on aroma? Is it complex enough for that?
I think it's, I wouldn't say it's a complex nose. I'd say it's very clear and sort of cereal, sweet, lovely, and it delivers really, really well. I think maybe 8.5 on the aroma for me.
Okay.
Is that
Yep.
Yep.
Delicious. Texture and mouthfeel. I think this is lush, and the only thing that lets it down is that granulation from the blue. So should we go 9?
Yeah, agreed.
Lovely. And then flavor. I'm really enjoying this cheese. Yeah, it's lovely. Maybe there's a little bit of sharpness at the back of my throat, a small amount at the end. So that's why not a 10, Cara.
Thank you, Karen.
You go as high as you want on this one.
I think I'm comfortable with a 9, I think, because it does deliver everything that you get through on the aroma. It's got a sort of a very set finite amount of flavors which come through, which are great. It could possibly give a little bit more, but I think it delivers really well. I'm happy with a 9.
Lovely.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll recap that one for you. We are looking at a 9 on appearance, 8.5 on aroma, a 9 on texture, and a 9 on flavor.
Could we possibly bring aroma down to 8? Sorry, just because it's lovely, but it isn't like the most complex. If we're thinking about maybe the other blue that we smelt, which had some really sort of lovely complexity alongside the bits we picked up on, I think this one is a little bit safer.
Okay, yep. Good.
All right, fine. Cool.
So we're saying 8 for aroma then. Happy?
Yeah, well, I am. Are you happy?
Yep, I'm happy.
All right, moving on to the next one. We are looking at F51120.
Okay.
Look at the rind on this one. This one is a ewe's milk cheese. On the surface, it looks to me like it's been drained in a mushroom crate from that pattern on it. And it's a really wrinkled rind, lots of vermiculation there, and like an ashy color underneath and a bloomy white moldy color on top.
It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous vermiculation. The only fault I would give at the bottom is it has got a wet bum. So it could have possibly done with a bit of a turn. But apart from that, it looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. My cheese, not me, also has a wet bum.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Sorry, Karen, can you hold it up at a little bit more of an angle to us?
Yeah. And it's very even in the paste. It's a tiny amount of breakdown by the rind, but the paste looks very smooth.
I think it looks beautiful. When you cut into it, there's nothing I'm picking up on that is a fault. I think it looks really,
and I
really
like the contrast from the black colouring on the outside and the pure white on the inside.
It looks stunning on the cheese board, right?
Definitely good centerpiece. So the texture of the paste itself it's so sort of, the flavor's really fresh, really clean, really vibrant. It is showing some sort of sweet milk flavors. It breaks down really nicely. It is very, very silky.
Yes, yeah, that's lovely.
This is really good. Yeah, this is lovely. There's nothing happening at the back of the throat, no sort of itchy, peppery, soapy notes. It's what's really nice about this one is it does have a lot of moisture content still within, but it is in check. It is in the right place, and that's not developed into any sort of off flavors for me. It's really well made.
Yeah, it's been drained beautifully, so we don't have that bitter flavor developing. The renneting level was just right. Yeah, and again, it's one I want to keep on going in and eating more. It's got the rind, but it hasn't. The rind is integrated well enough, I would say. It's not a
With the
separate thing that I'm having to eat. It's not a separate piece of leather.
Right. With the flavour, I would add a touch more salt. Is the only thing I'd say about this. It feels ever so slightly low in salt. I think a dash more or a little bit more aging would give it an extra sort of level of complexity.
Because it has got lovely flavours, and that smidge of salt more would help elevate those and help us taste those more strongly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really milky, really creamy. Like you said, silky was silky is the word to describe this cheese.
It's great. Very good. I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah. So, I just also love a lovely thing about the appearance as well. It looks like a little mat. See how it goes in and out at the edges, and it's just like a folded cloth, wobbly in and out. Isn't that pretty? Like a work of art. Okay, so score on appearance.
The only thing I can bring it down on is that wet bum, so I'm really high on appearance on this one. I'm about 9.5.
So the one before you gave a 90, so comparatively.
9.5 for me. Kerry, I don't know where you're...
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. So wet bum's worth half a mark.
Yeah. Silky and everything enticing despite the wet bum. So well done.
An aroma.
Yep.
So we know this one is a sheep.
Slightly muted, slightly restrained. I think the sort of the lack of that dash of salt will be integral to all of that sort of getting it to the next level. You do have to put it really, really close to your nose. I think it's quite a simple, restrained aroma. I'm not getting loads from it, but what I am getting is clean, correct, lovely.
We've been sniffing the bum, then you get a little bit of a mud smell. A little bit of a difference.
So what are we going to give it, ladies?
8.5. 8. Yep, 8. Cool. That's great. Let's give it an 8. Texture and mouthfeel. This is high. 9.5.
I'm trying to think what I would fault it on, apart from that sort of soggy bum, which you can feel in the mouth. I think it has to be a 9.5. There's not really anything wrong with the texture.
So texture, mouthfeel. We've already marked it down for soggy bum.
Yeah.
But that does come through well on the palate. It gives it that sort of slightly slimy texture there.
9.5. Yep.
Okay. Flavor for me. Flavor annoyingly for me, I'm missing a lot here. I really am wanting so much more from this cheese because it is incredibly promising. I love simple, clean, correct flavors, but I do think it is low in salt and it's not allowing all of those lovely nuances to come through. I am really sort of struggling to get much from it except for a really, really light sort of fresh cream.
It is light and fresh and zesty and creamy. An 8, 8.5?
8, please. Is that fine?
8? That's good.
Alrighty.
Okay, ladies, then I will recap for you. We went appearance 9.5, aroma 8, texture 9.5, and flavor 8.
Cool.
Okay. Next cheese is F7 1180.
Lovely. This one's a goatee one. Isn't that fun to have that tall cylinder shape?
It's very
manipulation.
Cara, do we have any more after this one, or is this it?
Got 2 more, Nigel.
Oh, 2 more. Do we need to go very fast?
Not very. Just give it its time.
Everybody needs their due deference.
Exactly.
So for me on the rind of this one, whoa, God, you all right?
Now.
Beautiful.
So it's beautifully sort of vermiculated again on the outside. I am getting a bit of tackiness on the rind, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but it is something that I will pick up on. It is quite tacky and sticky to the touch. Massive gasp from Kerry in the middle. It does have a layer.
That's so exciting. Yeah. I wondered if it was 2 cheeses together because on the outside, you can see the line on the outside as well.
The aroma on this is quite enticing. You get that sort of textbook mushroomy, slightly mineral, slightly goatee thing coming through. It does smell really enticing.
There is more flavour happening, more, brassica, cabbage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very well matured. It's the same texture throughout. It's quite difficult to get drums like this behaving correctly. The texture is quite nice and fatty and dense. You are getting brassica, as you said. I'm getting a bit of cabbagey notes, and then that's sort of it. But it's a well-made cheese. I've got a bit of hotness, a bit of pepper, and a bit of an itch at the back of my throat.
Yeah, it's spicy. It's very smooth as well. Okay, so on appearance, I think it's exciting. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I've got a catch in the back of my throat from the flavour just coming through now.
Yeah.
Okay, but back to appearance. That's an exciting cheese. So is there anything that you'd mark it down on? There's lots to mark it up on. It's exciting, it's beautiful, it's tall, it's got that central layer of ash. Is there anything that we need to bring it back on?
Just the slightly tacky sort of a feel to it. I've got a bit of an uneven texture. Some bits are slightly dry around the edges, and then some are very, very tacky and wet. So that's all I bring.
8.5?
Sure.
Yep, lovely. And then aroma.
I liked it. It was very, very sort of good at what it's doing. It's got that sort of brassica note. It's very clean, correct. I can't get any off aromas on it at this stage. It smells really, really appealing. It is simple.
Slightly minerally, exciting.
Yeah. So 8.5?
Yeah.
Good. Texture and mouthfeel. I think it's a lovely texture.
If I'm being really picky, it's ever so slightly cloying. Now I've got a little bit left sort of coating my mouth. But I do like that it's quite dense, quite toothsome. It's just a tiny bit cloying for me. Otherwise, it's really good.
8.5? 8.5? Yeah, lovely. And then on the flavour, that back of the mouth bitterness was a bit too much for me. And I didn't go in for a second test of the mouthfeel because I thought I don't want to be left with that bitterness again.
Same.
So I'm thinking, but it is exciting, and we have got more things, going on. It's exciting to have more things going on, but then there's too much because there's that bitterness going on back there. So maybe a little bit more drainage needed on this one.
Exactly. I think it's a really, really simple fix. I think I'm probably sitting at the moment around a 7.
Yeah, because it's exciting, but that bitterness at the back has stopped me wanting to take my next piece. Yeah, lovely.
Cool. Already.
Okay, guys, so I'm just going to recap that one for you. 8.5 on appearance, 8.5 on aroma, 8.5 on texture, mouthfeel, and 7 for flavour.
Fine.
Lovely job. Okay.
Lovely. Okay, to our penultimate cheese for this class. Another one that you were very excited about, Gary. F9 1103.
Lots going on here. Look at that pinky orange rind that I was scared to touch for fear that it was going to make my fingers smell of that too much. And then the central dark line through the middle. Is that ash? Is that blue?
Ash, yeah.
And look at that squidge. Isn't that nice?
This is what I call a chubby baby. So it does have that sort of, I want to squeeze your cheeks element to it. What I am thinking is the texture in the middle looks absolutely delicious. It's got a nice sort of pliable breakdown. It is kind of firm in the center, which is okay, but the rind is too wet and it is flaking. So if you have a look at
it, has been vacuum packed, and that's always a tricky thing to manage it. And it's hard to get your cheese to the awards and get them there in the perfect condition. And vacuum packing stops it drying out, but it probably will have caused problems for the bacteria on the outside. It's a transport issue, isn't it?
It was too wet when it was vacuum packed. I think it was actually before it got transported. So these sort of raclette Morbier styles, it is a very fine line between washing it to the right amount and overwashing it. The reason I know it's not just a vacuum pack issue is because there are some sort of missing parts of the rind here. So when you overwash a cheese, you can get these sort of drier patches. So the vac pack definitely wouldn't have helped it at all. But I do think that is an issue, especially as that's quite a big part of this style of cheese.
Now, cheesemonger expert Emma, how should I cut this cheese? Because you always think I shouldn't cut the nose of the cheese, but quite sensibly, I'm not going to manage to get a slice, am I? Do you just go in for the nose?
You want to go for the nose. So with it is a very, very long piece. If you were to portion it on a board for lots of people, the only thing you want to do is when you get back to a certain point, change direction. So for what we're doing, you do want to go straight off the nose. You'll be able to sort of taste a really nice sort of cross section there. If you were portioning it, then you go to about here and then change direction and sort of fan around so everyone's got a bit of rind. But yeah, don't worry about it too much on this bit.
It's got that meaty smell.
Peaty, did you say, or just meaty?
I think she said feety. Yeah.
Meaty.
So I think that this has got some very, very lovely sort of morgy, feety in a good way flavors coming through. I do think that texture is a bit two-tone, which I don't think is intentional. It's very solid in the center of that cheese. This chubby baby breakdown at the edges is really lovely, and it would be nice for that to be the whole way through.
I mean, technically, it must be quite difficult to do that, to get that line through the middle.
When you just cut it in half, so you just have two halves of cheese, and you layer on one of them and sandwich it. But I think it looks lovely. I think for me, there's a little bit of a metallic element to it, which is ever so slightly distracting. I think that even though the rind has got some issues from the wash, the flavor coming through is very good. I would happily eat loads of this. It's one of those sort of session cheeses, but I do find a few things which could be maybe improved upon in the making the affinage to get this tasting even better.
It's a grown-up cheese. It's intense. It's powerful. You know, it's the equivalent of having a cigar in your mouth. It's in that intensity, I'd say.
Last thing on texture for me as well is that it is sandy. So that's one thing that you really don't want on a wash. It can come through on certain washes. This is something that's really, really coming through for me, and I'm finding it quite distracting.
Where do you get the sandiness from? Is that from the paste or from the rind?
On the rind, yeah.
Right.
All right. Do we want to jump in for some scores?
Yeah.
Okay. So appearance is exciting, except for being too wet. So 8.
Fine.
Yep. Aroma.
I think it's annoyingly for me, again, it's to do with the wash. I think it's got a tiny bit of a damp cloth element to it, which is really a shame, because you want more of that sort of morge, nice sort of feety, yum. What a weirdo kind of aroma coming through. But I am getting a bit of damp cloth on it, which I'm not loving.
Yeah, so 7.5.
Fine.
And then we need to do texture and mouthfeel. And we like, generally the paste is very good, except for the hard bit in the middle and the sandiness on the edge, making it a 7.5.
Perfect. Yeah, agreed.
And then the flavor is intense and strong.
I think it's got a nice sort of buttery element to it. I think in this style, it's
in a rancid sort of butter.
Right. The texture that you get, the flavor profile coming through in this breakdown is lush. It is not able to break down completely into more of those lovely flavors in the center. I think it's a bit restrained, and I am getting that damp cloth again, annoyingly, on the palate. But it's such an easy fix. If you sort out that wash, don't overwash it. Take a little bit more care on sort of looking at the cheese, not getting too wet, and then washing it some more and allowing it to sort of mature a bit. bit more throughout, it would be absolutely stonking. But it's letting it down slightly for me as well on the flavour.
Most of it's on my fingers now.
Okay, so where are we going with this, ladies?
Flavour.
7.5.
So that's yes, yeah, 7.5. Perfect.
All 7.5, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't actually write down your aroma score.
Oh, I don't know if we gave you one. I think we just said it was a bit sort of damp cloth. Did we give an aroma score, Kerry?
I don't remember. I live for the moment, Emma. I can't remember.
I think if I was to do it 10 now, it would be sort of 6.5, 7. So where do you want to sit?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
7.
6.5. Okay, 7. Yeah.
7. Okay, guys, just to recap then, we have appearance 8, aroma 7, texture 7.5, and flavor 7.5.
Cool.
Yep.
Happy?
Oh, yeah. Gorgeous cheese thing. Lovely.
Lovely. We're going to move on to our final cheese in this one, F9 1010.
Ooh.
Watch yourselves as you open it, if you haven't
I've
already.
declined a little bit into a wee ramekin here, but what you can see here is a marinated, soft sort of maybe Persian feta style cheese, and it's got bits
it's much softer than a feta, isn't it? It breaks apart very easily. And I can see peppercorns, maybe some peppers. I mean, that could be chili peppers, garlic perhaps.
Definitely garlic.
And what sort of oil do you think it is? It's very yellowy oil?
It looks like rapeseed. It looks very similar to a very sort of classic cheese, which has kind of dominated the market a lot in this style. So it looks like a very, very similar concept to one that exists already. I haven't tried this one before. I think the oil here looks very sort of clean. It's got a good clarity. I think it looks a bit confused. There's where the cheese is sticking out in places, it's got slightly grey. And I don't really understand the flavour combination.
The cheese itself is a wonderful texture. Again, a silken one. The added bits, the flavouring bits. I think what I need to do is go back.
Oh, lost you there for a second.
Because when you,
because
when you get that, when you bite into the peppercorns, then that's all you can taste. So it's hard to judge the cheese when you've got that intensity of peppercorns.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you've got what feels like some smoky element. It looks like a chipotle. You've got garlic as well. There's lots of stuff happening, which is sort of confusing each bit. I think there's maybe too many flavors happening. And for me, the texture of the cheese it's not got much structure. It feels like a cream cheese, which is really interesting, but I'm not getting any flavor whatsoever on the cheese itself. It's all about the texture.
I found one of those grainy brownie bits that you referred to. Just now, I hadn't spotted them until. It's fun. There's some more grey brown.
I think that the cheese itself is, as this is a cheese competition, we have to sort of have a look quite a lot at the recipe in general, but the cheese itself is giving me absolutely nothing in terms of flavour, and the texture is like a really, really loose, soft, wet cream cheese. I'm not finding it all that pleasant.
It's very, very smooth. There's no graininess to it. So it's, it just slides down. It's very easy to eat. And you could have this on your patio in the summer. You'd get your sourdough from the farmer's market. Your friends are over. You would all tuck into this quite merrily, spread it over with some wine, perhaps. Yeah, you'd have fun with this cheese. Okay, so judging appearance. Tricky. So we can knock back a little bit on appearance because of the duality in the colour of having. Do you think the grey bits are coming from where the peppercorn colour has infused into the cheese?
No, I don't think so. I mean, whatever it is, it doesn't look good. So because you've got the chipotle or whatever it is on top, it's sort of. I'm not quite sure. I think it's slightly confused.
So for appearance, would you say 6.5?
Yeah.
Great. Then we need to do aroma, which is garlic, really.
Yeah, it's garlic.
I
I mean,
it's hard to get anything
garlic.
other than garlic.
Mm.
I don't know that we could isolate the cheese and get aroma just from the cheese, but perhaps the cheese has picked up the garlic, and maybe that's the intention.
I mean, yeah, it is definitely the intention, but you should still be able to get at least a little bit of the flavour coming through from the cheese, which I'm not getting. Jumping ahead, I think garlic oil is lovely, but is that a cheese? I think it's pleasant. There's not really any sort of off notes on it. It doesn't smell rancid. So I think maybe like a 7.5 aroma would make you happy.
Yep, happy with that.
Right.
Then moving on to texture and mouthfeel. I think I might have been a bit higher than you on this one. I thought it was quite smooth and easy, and you thought it was not substantial enough.
I really, really don't like the texture on the palate. For me, it feels sort of weirdly.
I think that's because you don't spend your time like me. I eat thick cream by the spoonful.
So do I, but that's cream. That's fine.
I think
this is a cheese, so I'm confused. Where do you want to go? And we can have a little.
So I would say the texture is just like when I sit there eating thick cream by the spoonful. That's the sort of texture that we've got from it, which you would say is not so desirable in a cheese. So is 7? Is that me pushing you too high?
If you could go 6.5, I'd be really happy.
Yes, let's make Emma happy. 6.5. Then we've got to do flavour. Well, if it was a garlic competition, 10, but we're not judging it on garlic. We need to judge it on cheese. So what flavour have we got from the cheese? And we're going to go 6.5.
6.
Okie dokie. It's 6 on the flavour.
I don't think it's integrated well enough. I think the flavours are confused. They're sort of, yeah. I think the flavours are kind of eating into each other, and there's nothing coming through from the cheese, which we would want a bit of. I don't think it's that well balanced as a product.
Lovely. But I just need some sunshine. I've got the bread, and I'll get the friends over, and we'll enjoy that.
I was going to say, I'll come round. Just keep it. Save it.
It's a date, Cara.
Yes, thanks, Kerry. Well, I think it's been a really, really interesting one to judge, and thank you for your feedback. I'm sure that the producers will find everything that you said really interesting and directional. I can confirm that the winning cheese for this category is F31194.
Oh, this baby.
Blue.
Big it up for the buffalo.
It was good. Yep.
There you go. Well done. Fantastic. There you go. Your alarm's gone off as well, Kerry. So you got to remind you to go farming. So after this, we know where you're going.
Sorry, guys. You are my priority, honestly. I do need to do the cows as well.
Absolutely. But Emma, thank you so very much. We'll be catching up with you as well later in the day. A really interesting mix because there's such a diversity of as that last cheese is just absolutely amplified. But well done to you. I really appreciate your time. And go check. The Cheese Wheel is out there on the mean streets of London, which you've moved down a little bit on the mean streets. Emma, there you go. Thank you, Kerry.
Thanks, Kerry.
Much appreciated. And Cara, well done. And interesting, fascinating category. And we're coming up in a minute. We'll find out more. It's Best Enhanced Cheese coming up. Yabba dabba doo. Welcome back, Sarah. Thank you so very much. Vicky is going to be in control, making sure we all behave ourselves. And Nicola, there you go. We've got a Beardmore in the house. Greater at Ornua in Kingsley in Staffordshire. Started out as a deli supervisor, but then rocketed into the world of cheese awards. 2017 as a finalist for Young Cheesemonger of the Year. Went on there judging at the World Cheese Awards. I remember that. She's also picked up the accolade of Young Cheesemonger of the Year 2018. British Cheese Awards. Her palate is much demand there. Cheese Awards, World Cheese Awards, and of course Great Taste Awards. All now a full-time cheese grader. So it's been busy, but we're delighted. I know you've got a busy schedule, Nicola.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for lending us your palette. And Sarah as well, much appreciated from you. I'm launching the dog we've heard from already, and he's on standby, and we're looking forward to catching up with him. But thank you very much. Best enhanced cheese, combines classic smoked cheese, sweet, savoury additives, could be coated in wax, so there will be a real plethora to go at. Vicky, tell us more.
Yeah, so enhanced cheese, we have got 5 cheeses and we are going completely rogue. So we're going to mix them all together so that we're not judging the smoked one first. We're going to do that one last. So just moved around. So we've got the fresh cheese first and then we'll go across there. So we've agreed to do that. So it might slightly be kind of weird way around, but it'll be better for the judges. So on that note, the first cheese that we are going to judge is D21139, which is this soft fresh cheese. Is fresh? Can you see?
I'll open it.
D21139. Great.
Open it without making a big mess.
So, oh, actually, mine's got loads of liquid in. So if I tip it up, I'm just going to get liquid everywhere. But
No, we can't tip it up without. There's a lot of.
let me try and tip. Hang on, let me try and tip mine.
Today you mainly be wearing D21139, but yes, there you go,
Yes.
Sarah. Good luck. Go on. Look at
There
that.
we are. I don't know if you can, without
Yeah.
it falling over. There
Yeah.
we are. So it's quite firm. Looks amazing.
It smells amazing as well. Very yogurty.
Oh, yeah.
Very-
Yeah, it's got all those lactic notes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. Right. This is definitely going to be a spoon job. Let me just turn
Yeah.
this down. Spoonable. Oh, wow. It's really smooth as well. The texture, quite mousse-like.
Yes, I'm getting that. So I can literally just coming up on the spoon there. It's just sort of melting into itself. That's lovely.
I'm going straight in.
What would you give it? What score would you give it for appearance then?
Appearance, it's quite rugged, I'd say. It's not smooth, but then I'm not sure how it's supposed to be. But I don't mind it. I think it looks interesting. So probably an 8.5.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Any sort of, it's not bad looking. Like I say, it is just sort of more handmade. I'd go for that.
Yeah, handmade. Okay.
And then the smell it's just really clean, isn't it? So
Yeah, the smell I'd go for sort of
slightly
a
sweet.
7 or 8 on that one because that yogurty is really inviting.
Yes, definitely. So should we go an 8 for
Yeah.
aroma and
An 8.
texture? So whilst it is really moussey, it's not as smooth on the palate though, is it? It's slightly not grainy, but slightly dry.
Yeah, I'm getting that. Like I was expecting more of a smoother mouthfeel, more of a sort of coating.
Yeah,
It's not giving me that.
it's still quite yogurty actually. The taste of it's really, you get that yogurt note and sour cream note and a bit of lemon, and then
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the sweetness is coming
It's
through
very fresh.
from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very Moorish though, I'll give it that.
Yeah, it is quite. You could sit here and just eat it all with a spoon, but
I would have this sort of, to be honest, as I would have a yogurt, or like you could just dip crackers into it.
yeah.
What score would you give texture then? And you can go test texture and taste if you want.
Texture, I'd probably do an 8 for texture as well, just because we'd expect it to be a bit smoother.
And then flavour.
So with that sugar on the top, I'm assuming it's on the top. It must be in the brine of some sort, I would have thought, because it doesn't taste as sweet. But when you get the top of it, you get sugary, don't you? Say again?
Yeah, that's really sweet on its own, actually.
Yeah.
It's almost sort of semi-juice like, to be honest, on its own.
Yeah, so the flavour is definitely interesting. We're both eating a lot of it, so that's always
Yeah, I'm going to struggle to put this down, to be honest.
I'd probably give it an 8 again, just because
It's probably got a couple flavors, but would you want it to maybe have some more? The sugar's maybe a bit overpowering to the cheese when you do hit those notes.
I feel like it is very sweet. I mean, I know that's what we're going for, but I think it could have something else to just offset it a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd be happy with an 8 on that one. It is very Moorish. It's a very nice cheese, actually. I could sit and eat the rest of the pot in 2 minutes.
You have to put the lids back on, I'm afraid, temporarily anyway.
Yeah. We'll do that now.
So the next one we're going to do is the other pot. So D31007.
Okay.
So yeah, more pots.
That's liquid.
Oh, so this has got some little, I don't know if you can, herbs and spices on the.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Smells really garlicky actually when you.
Oosh, that's pokey. It looks lovely though. That really is, again, really inviting.
Yes. I think for a pit, because the pot's lovely as well, and I think it's quite even and nicely done with the spread of the herbs and garlic on the top. So I think probably from a sort of appearance point of view, it's probably 8.5, 9, I would have thought.
Yeah, I'd go for 8.5 with that. I'm not quite sure if the camera will pick it up, so I don't want the garlic going everywhere. But I've got some little like sort of ridges just around the outside of that as well, actually.
Okay.
Quite pick them up on that. Somebody's actually made the effort of when it's gone in to give it that little bit more detail, which I just think is really sweet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. And the aroma.
So you're happy with an 8.5, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. The aroma, you do get a very strong smell of garlic, don't you? That sort of overpowers.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything else, literally just.
No, you can't really get any of the cheese smell, can you?
Or even any other herbs that are there. There's like say there looks like there's a few other herbs and bits going on there, but it is just garlic that I'm smelling on that one, unfortunately.
If you take a bit out or cut a bit into it and then smell it again, does that change the aroma smell?
So the paste itself, I'm getting quite yogurty again, quite similar to the first one. I am getting lactic, sort of ever so slight lemon. I am still getting quite a bit of garlic on that. I can still smell the paste, but not anywhere near as much, like I say, as those herbs on top there. I'd probably go for a 7, just because of how overpowering that is.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, definitely. I can't smell. I'm struggling to smell much on the paste, actually. Full of garlic.
I managed to sort of dig underneath.
Keep digging.
Definitely garlic.
Yeah, definitely. The texture's nice, though. It's really smooth, isn't it?
Yeah. In comparison to that first one, it is actually a lot smoother. I'd go for almost slightly butterier.
Yeah.
The actual mouthfeel, it coats your mouth and it sort of just sits there.
And it's really, it's quite salty. I do find it maybe too much salt in there, but you do get those lemony, citrusy notes as well, don't you?
You do. But they're just sort of on the back. And again, I do think the garlic sort of overhanging everything a little bit too much, unfortunately. I'm not getting any taste of the cheese in there. It is literally just ever so slight citrus on the back, quite a bit of salt, and then garlic. I'm not getting any of the other herbs in that, unfortunately, either. Like, there's quite a bit going on, and you can actually see them on the top there, but I'm not getting anything else coming through, and I'm trying to pick at them specifically.
So for texture, what score do you want to give it?
Texture, I think probably be an 8.5 because it's really smooth.
Yeah, I've got a really nice mouthfeel to that.
And then for a taste?
Taste is really hard. Just you want slightly more coming through from the cheese. You just want to taste some more of those lactic notes. I think, as we've said, the salt is a bit high, feels a bit high, and then it's just garlic, which isn't. I mean, it's not unpleasant garlic. It's just the only flavour you get, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like some more of those herbs coming through. Like I say, there's definitely herbs there. But I can't taste any of them. I literally haven't got a clue what else is going on there, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit of chive, just by the look of it alone, but I can't taste anything else. It's just garlic.
So what do you want to do? 7.5 or 8?
I'd go sort of 7.5 myself.
Yeah, let's do 7.5 then.
It just feels a little bit unbalanced for me.
Yeah.
Okay. 7.5. So the next one we go is the purple one, which is D51200. It's this little truckle.
Yeah, which is the red truckle. I've already taken my lid off.
Yeah, I've been really sneaky and cut it open earlier. It was either that or I knew it'd take me ages to get into.
So just in terms of appearance, I would say, I mean, the wax is well coated, isn't it? It's not too thick in different places.
Yeah, it's very even, very, very evenly coated on that one.
Yeah. So probably appearance from a wax truckle point of view, it's probably like 9, really, isn't it? It's what you'd expect from a wax truckle.
Even. There's no lumps, bumps, or anything on the outside either. Yeah, I'd go for a 9 on that one.
Yes.
Aroma, I am getting a very cheesy aroma with that one.
Yeah.
Very cheddar.
It's like cheese sauce.
Yes. Very inviting though. It smells exactly how you'd expect. So
Yeah,
I'd go for sort of maybe an 8.5 on that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely an 8.5. Yeah. It's quite soft and buttery, and there's definitely some crunch in there, so there's some salt going through it. It's maybe a bit too cloying around the mouth for me, just on the end bit.
Yeah, I'm getting a sort of like borderline claggy.
Yeah.
I'm getting the lactate in there, so I'm getting the like I say, the salt really is coming through there, but I'd probably go because of that. Like I say, that clagginess sort of does take away from it a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So
it's quite sweet.
What's your texture? Sorry, what's your texture score if we're going to
7?
Texture. Yeah, 7 for the texture.
7 texture. Okay, great. Thank you.
I don't. It's quite sweet as well, isn't it, when you eat it?
It is. To be honest, I was definitely expecting sweet anyway. The wax truckles always do tend to be that little bit more sweet. So I'd say that with the lactate crystals, I'd say they're sort of maybe going for an extra mature with this.
Yeah.
Because there is flavour there is strength. But I'm finding that it does just fall a little bit flat. The length of finish just isn't quite there for me.
No, it goes really quickly.
Darkness and quite a bit of flavour in the beginning, and it builds and like that sort of that hit of sweetness, and then it just goes.
Yeah, but I suppose because it's a truckle, would we expect it to last long anyway? Because you're right, it's got quite a lot of flavour when you first taste it. There's different things going on.
Yeah, I just think it could give a little
bit. Yeah, I could give a little bit more. Yeah.
Personally, go for a 7.5.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm happy with that. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice.
7.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. And the next one is 1198, the black truckle.
So this is the savoury additives.
Savoury additives, yeah.
Okay. So that's the
Sarah,
inside.
I'm going to ask you a very just straight lay perspective question: is what is the advantage or disadvantage of wrapping cheeses in wax as opposed to the other forms of clothing?
Well, definitely time, like how long you can keep them. So that helps, especially from a retailer point of view, when we're looking at short date products like a mozzarella that might be a few days to a nice cheddar that lasts a very long time in a wax truckle. That's always an advantage. So I think that there are advantages in sort of keeping all the flavors in there as well, so that when you open it, you get those volatiles released quite quickly. They tend to be a lot of processed, so they're sort of processed back through to add the flavors to. But then sometimes that breaks up those volatiles earlier, so you get that hit again when you open it. So I don't think it's a bad thing. Customers really love the truckles, to be honest. They're quite a safe, colourful way. And at Christmas, Star Truckle, people love that on their cheese boards. It's definitely a plus, especially for those people coming into cheese that maybe aren't that experimental initially and just want to try lots of things.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah. Okay, sorry to interrupt that, Vicky. Just one of those.
That's okay.
That's all right. So appearance.
So the wax is really even again, I think.
Yeah, it's not quite as even as the last one. I've got a little bit more thickness down one of the bottom corners.
Oh, yeah.
Bottom here.
Yeah.
Just at the bottom, it looks like the bottom may have been. So it's not quite as even as the first.
Okay.
But
So
it is a minor. But
so
yeah.
we'll take a mark. We'll take a half a mark off for that then, compared to the other one.
Yeah.
Black's always quite hard colour, isn't it? Because you want it to look glossy and shiny, but actually it can mark quite quickly.
It can, but then again, it also depends on exactly how it's going to be sold and where it's going to be sold. Things like that have a massive impact because, like this, what you can see where the labels have come off it.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few things that do impact the sales of these sort of things.
Yeah, definitely. So what did we give the last one on appearance, Vicky?
9.
9. So probably 8.5 then on this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you do get that waft of truffle, don't you, when you when you open it?
I was just like, oh, we're truffle, are we?
Definitely.
Without the one, obviously, we haven't got a clue. So this could have been anything inside. It could have even been like a red Leicester with something or lost with chive. So I was like, oh
yeah, there's no
truffle.
There's definitely no generic themes, are there? You know, like crisps come in blue packs and green packs and red packs. You don't really get that with truffles and cheese, do you? It's just like whatever colour people want.
Yeah, some creameries tend to go for like one colour for the range or different ones for different. Yeah, there's no set colour combination per flavour.
That's why it's so exciting because you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah, like, oh, what is it?
Open that.
I haven't seen many chili-based ones that aren't red. They're just only like, whoa, there you go, just get your get your
they do that.
ready for this.
I've seen some that range from like burgundy to like red.
Or orange, yeah, that's true.
But then they like red for red Leicester as well.
Yeah. or whiskey. I've had ones that are like red, kind of burgundy red, but they're like whiskey. I got caught out with that before, and it's like, no.
Isn't quite what you were expecting.
So texture-wise, it's really smooth, very smooth. It's almost like butter. You don't get the cloyingness that the last one actually.
Yeah,
it's slightly drier, but in a way that doesn't cloy your mouth, not dry as a product.
Yeah, I've still got, like I say, that smoother mouthfeel. I've still got lactate going on there as well. I've still got that crunch going on.
Yeah. Which is nice. I do like that.
Have you got a score for? Sorry, you got a score for aroma?
Aroma. You just get a lot of truffle.
It is just truffle and nothing else.
Yeah, so probably 8. Because it is nice sometimes to smell the base cheese as well as truffle. But truffle's so overwhelming. I mean, it's a challenge. It'd be hard for anyone to do that.
But now it's sat out and been open a little bit. That has died because, like you said, the wax does keep it in that mold. So
yeah, true.
It's not quite as potent now as it was, but it is still, like I say, just truffle and no cheese.
Yes. Yeah.
So I'd probably go for what did you put a score on that one? Sorry.
8.5. Should we go for aroma now? Yeah.
8.5 for aroma.
Yeah. The taste, I don't mind this. I quite like the salt. It's not too salty. You get a nice balance of truffle.
I was expecting, because of that very first aroma sort of hit, I was expecting a lot more truffle. You can definitely see it running throughout. You've got a lot that you think's going on there, but actually they balanced that really well.
Yeah, I think they balanced it well.
Because I sometimes get really worried with truffle, because you hear truffle cheese and it's like, why have you even put it in the cheese? It's just truffle at this point. Whereas this is actually, you can still taste I think because it's a stronger cheese, though, that helps to balance it.
Yeah, I quite like the taste of it. I think it's nice.
I'll go for an 8.5.
Yeah, I think 8.5 would be good.
So is that for taste? Because you did 8.5 for, you did 8 for texture, and then you went 8.5 for texture. No, for aroma, 8.5 again. You upped it. But I mean, you went 8.5 for texture and then 8.5 for appearance, for taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 8.5 for texture.
Yeah.
Yes.
And 8.5
for taste. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, it's not quite got that clagginess that the first one had.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back together.
And then the last cheese is going to be 1187,
1187,
which is this smoked cheese.
Oh yeah, this looks really interesting. Get rid of that now.
I can smell it through the wrapping.
Yeah, it's got that really bonfire-y, smokiness to it. A bit oaky, actually. So mine's a bit of an uneven shape, but I'm not sure. I don't mind it. It's almost like a
roll.
Potato or bread roll, yeah.
I've also got a little bit of mold on the outside of mine.
Oh, okay.
Very, very, very slight. But
So that shouldn't be there, or?
I'd say that shouldn't. There's a little bit at the front as well. I don't think my camera's quite picking that up. Yeah, for the type that is, I wouldn't think that's supposed to be there.
No.
So I'd mark that down for a 6 for look.
For appearance, yeah.
The rind is quite bread roll-like, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it as well, doesn't it? It's quite sort of firm and crispy.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had a crispy cheese before.
Give. No, I haven't. I'm just going to cut into it and see what's going on. But appearance, I think it looks really interesting and it looks really nice. But the mold is an issue. So maybe, what do you think, 7.5?
Like I said, I was going for about a 6 myself because that mold.
Oh, because of the mold. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, should we go 6? We'll go 6.5.
6.5. Yeah.
Then aroma.
Yeah. All right. You just get this smokiness coming through, which is it's quite a woody. It's like an oak smoke, I suppose.
Yeah.
Quite harsh, I'd say. It smells quite harsh smoke.
Yeah, and I'm not getting any paste to it. Again, it is just smoke.
So you get a bit more. Did you cut it open?
Yeah, I've just had my nose in the middle of that.
You've got going quite close. You get a tiny bit, but the smoke does overwhelm it.
Yeah.
What's your score?
Probably 7.5. I just think you'd want some of that cheese coming through.
Because, like I say, it is definitely a smoked cheese. Like we know that much.
Yeah.
And then on to texture.
Yeah, I might have to just cut.
It is weird. Like it is squidgy.
It is squidgy. Yeah.
I don't know why I wasn't expecting squidgy, but there we go. bit in the middle.
Yeah.
It's definitely a lot softer than I thought it would be. I'm getting a bit of a grainy mouthfeel.
Yeah. Wow, it's quite salty for me, but
I'm getting a lot of salt. I'm actually not getting as much smoke as I thought I would either.
no. Just a very high level of salt.
And unfortunately, not much else. I'm not even getting like much cheese or cream through that.
The texture, what's your...
The texture's sort of soft. It's a bit... I suppose it's pliable. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd put it down as a sort of semi-soft, but like I say, it's slightly gritty for me. I'd go for 7.
Yeah, 7, I think.
7, and then flavour.
The salt is quite overwhelming.
Honestly, I'd go for a sort of maybe 6.5 on that because it is just slight smoke. But given the aroma of it, I would expect a lot more smoke.
Yeah.
So it's a slight smoke, and then just still, I'm not getting any sort of cheese flavors, any milk, not even any sort of lactic notes or anything like that going on, unfortunately.
No, I agree. So what do we say, 6.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. I expected it to be smokier inside and maybe just a bit more balanced, but the salt level's quite, just really, really high.
Yeah.
Too high for me, but
Okay.
yeah, cool.
That's great. Thanks, guys. So the winning cheese out of that category was D1198, which was this one with 38.25.
Oh, wow.
Cool. Truffle. Okay.
Lots of truffle.
Well done. Love a bit of truffle.
Just looking back, are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's quite a diverse group, but I think that was probably the most balanced out of all of them. That you could taste the cheese as well as the truffle, but there wasn't too much salt. Like everything worked, whereas the others were just a bit off, weren't they? They were maybe too much on the enhancements, and it's trying to get. It is hard when you've got the enhanced cheeses, but you do want to taste some of that cheese as well as the enhancement, and just one can overpower the other.
It's a hard one to balance.
But as long as you're both happy, that's fine. The Baskervilles, they're all off the place. Anyway, there you go. That'll set Monty off, no doubt. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you wherever, in the summer. World Cheese Awards in Portugal this time. It's all been announced. And
yes.
Sarah, similarly, and thank you so very much for lending us your palette.
Dogs off.
Such a great job. Vicky, you might just have to mute yourself there. For lending us your expertise and palette and time. And thank you so much. And we will then move forward till tomorrow, of course, when we've got our final judging panel. So
cool.
Brilliant. There you go. Thank you very much. Have a glorious afternoon on this fine Tuesday, as long as it's not chucking it down with you, because it isn't here. So
No, we're all right.
All right, there you go. In Stafford as well in Wiltshire. Cheers. Sarah and Nicola, thanks very much. Okay, well done. More of you later on. But in the meantime, here we go. Our next category, Best Specialty Cheese. Hey, here we are. All greetings, nice to see you, and Stephen as well. Stephen, we Garland did through Gosh for Me, it was Deliciously Yorkshire, there's Farm Shop and Deli Awards. It's obviously everything cheesemongery that you've done, brilliant as well. My family are from Garforth and Sherburn and Elmer, Grimshaws. We used to have a tannery in Armley in Leeds. I think we've tracked you down at home.
Yes, that's right.
You're not a million miles away from that, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. In Moncrieston, which is not far from Sherburn at all, a couple of villages away.
As opposed to, of course, George and Joseph, which are in Chapel Allerton, which is Chapel.
That's right. Yeah, about 15 miles from here, so nearby.
But well done on all your accolades, and of course, Academy of Cheese as well, where you're doing some training. So thank you very much indeed. And Paul, nice to see you, and your thank you for loaning us your fine palette as ever. I still wonder what that phone call must have been like from Tim Rowcliffe ringing you up one day, you know, saying, "Now then, Paul, lad, it's about time you joined us." Or
yeah. It might have been a bit more slurry than that, but that was just a bit, yeah.
Oh, very good. Brilliant indeed. I know at Sainsbury's, we're lucky to have you in your early years before that as well. But you've done a brilliant job at Rowcliffe, and still got great reputation. They've been at it since 1967. Although, of course, you are way younger than that.
Not me, no.
Day release, but there you go.
I look like
it. Cara, we've caught up a little bit of time. We've got enhanced. Here we go. Sorry, not enhanced. Best speciality cheese, which could be white molded cheese, soft cheeses, wash rind, fresh, organic, the whole gamut. So no doubt there's going to be an interesting melange that you've got. How many cheeses are we tasting? Yeah.
5, Nige, just your 5. Well,
5, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to this one. Always a really exciting category to be involved with. And just whilst I'm thinking about it, a special shout out to the Speciality and Fine Food Fair, who sponsor this category usually. An amazing show in September at Olympia, same time as the Golden Forks, and just a fantastic place for everybody to be. And we, the Virtual Cheese Awards, take our winners to the Speciality and Fine Food Fair and help to showcase them there. So speciality, fantastic mix. And I think we best kick off. So the very first cheese for this one is E11140.
This one here.
That one there.
So it's in a wax paper wrap.
Stephen, would you mind holding yours up to the camera for us?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Brilliant. And its bottom?
There you
go. Lovely.
Actually, they look pretty consistent as well, because sometimes, you know, one can journey much better than the other. I know one of you's in Yorkshire, the other one's in Kent. So it just depending, you know, whether they've been assembled. And actually, it was White Lake have done all the assembly as ever. So, you know, these are well-traveled cheeses.
Yeah, they've come through really well. So very, very consistent looking appearance.
Yeah.
No obvious damage at all on that.
Yeah, there's some white mold missing in various patches, but it's quite a rustic artisan cheese, so you'd expect that to a degree.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, maybe if I, you know, to be really picky, you can maybe lose a mark or two from sort of the appearance on the side there, where it's getting a little bit darker, not quite as even as the top is.
And what would you say causes that, guys?
Maybe the wrapping, it may have lost it as part of the wrapping process, perhaps, or just handling. Mine's a little bit uneven. Again, that may be in the draining or just in the handling.
Yeah, you can see the sort of slight mark on the bottom there, where it's just around the edges, where it's just gone a little bit brown there.
Yeah, yeah. The aroma's nice and earthy. I get a very hint of ammonia in the background, but there's some nice earthy aromas in there as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That earthiness is really nice. It's kind of sort of reminiscent of kind of autumn leaves and sort of mulch and stuff like that, but in a nice way, in a good way.
And inside, put a nice paste in the centre. That hasn't really started breaking down very much, but that said, the consistency of it is soft all the way through. It's quite nice and squidgy.
Yeah, I've got a similar little bit of breakdown going on under the rind there. You can just about make it out of the camera with focus on it.
Slightly more than this piece.
Yeah.
And on the aroma, you start to get some of the lactic notes coming through now. Sort of fresh, grassy.
I always try to avoid the word mushroomy when I'm sort of describing the aromas of these soft cheeses, but it's inevitable because that's kind of what's there.
It's quite subtle though, isn't it? It's nice, and there's quite a few different aromas going on there which will work together quite well.
Yeah, and there are no red flags at all. I'm not getting any aroma which is telling me that there's something wrong.
No.
So everything's looking good so far.
Would you like to score on it? I think it's quite subtle, but there are a few things going on. So I'd score it 8.5 for aroma.
Yeah, I was thinking around about 8. So yeah, 8.5 would work for me. We're going to score an appearance as well.
We can do that if you want to, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd be looking at maybe a 7 on appearance.
Yeah, see, I think it's just let down by these patches on the side, but otherwise it's a very uniform, rustic but uniform-looking cheese. Mm-hmm. The texture is it's got a super buttery texture to it, and really just melts in the mouth, and the rind breaks down. But the thing I'm hit on the flavour is I do get a sudden hit of some bitterness on the flavour. Yeah, there is it's not there at first, but it just creeps in the middle there. There's a definite bitter overtone there. Texture-wise, the mouthfeel is lovely. The rind is nice and thin. It's beautiful, yeah. It just kind of melts in together with the paste, which is great. Mm. Yeah, it's lovely that the rind just breaks down. Mm. The rind itself is very evenly coated.
Very well integrated, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the flavour is just it's buttery, it's lactic. There's sorts of grassy notes in there, but there is this just very underlying. Yeah, and that bitterness is in the paste as well, rather than the rind. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's try to that itself. The paste on its own, perhaps.
So, what would you like to give it for texture, chaps?
I think the texture is very good. For texture, I would happily give it a 9, to be honest. I think it's very good. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. And finally, flavour.
So I think the flavour is very, very good. It's quite a mild cheese, but there's a lot going on in there. It's just a shame the bitterness cutting through it for me. If I took the bitterness out again, I would score it as a 9, but I need to mark it down sort of half a mark. I think for the bitterness would be my view. Yeah, I would agree with that. It was just there with that first bite, and subsequently that bitterness was kind of mellowed away. But just maybe half a mark off. I would agree.
But overall, with time that would go away, or just think,
I've had this one's been warming out for almost an hour now, and so it's had time to sort of breathe. But it may do. But I think as it obviously as it ripens and ages, there's a risk it's actually going to get more in the heart. So.
And I'm also loving the way, in all seriousness, Paul, the way you and Stephen discussed your tailoring before you went on. I think, matching sets of apron shirts, and Stephen, you've even got the bridge to Hull behind you. Maybe not possibly.
I can't carry a beard like that off. I'll try.
Yeah, very dapper gentleman. That's it. Sorry, I'm slightly taking us a different direction there, Carl.
I'm very envious.
Pulling it back into cheese, chaps. Pulling it back into cheese. We didn't actually give a mark for the flavour. We were toing and froing.
I think we said 8.5, didn't we, for the flavour?
8.5.
I would say yes. Yeah, 8.5 on that.
Okay, so let me just quickly recap that for you. You've got a 7 for appearance, 8.5 for aroma, 9 for texture, and 8.5 for flavour.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then the next cheese we are going to move on to is E21110.
Okay.
Oh, this one here.
Right. I don't know what yours like. It's very thin, so I don't know whether that's how it's made or whether it's maybe got a bit.
Yeah, this is. Oh, lovely. When we open this, it's obviously it's a washed rind.
Yeah.
And now I know this partly because it says on the label, but also from the appearance, that lovely orangey. That way.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So.
Stephen, could we see the sides as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's quite thin.
Yeah.
It's a lovely colour. So there's almost sort of there is a sort of quite wrinkled appearance to the rind, quite pretty. So I think it's
crumpet size, doesn't it?
Yeah. But they both appear to be a similar thickness, so I assume that's how it is. But yeah, definitely wash rind.
I think it's been well looked after as well. It's obviously been turned as it's been draining. You can sort of just make out the grill marks from whatever it's been stood on both sides. So it has been turned.
Really lovely sort of fresh silage aromas coming off it.
Yeah, that's lovely. It's quite farmy, isn't it? And if you were blindfolded, you definitely know you're in the world of washed rind. Yeah, that pungency there on the aroma.
But it's in a positive way. It's very very sweet and fresh, grassy. So you see, it's a very soft cheese when I'm cutting it.
Cut into there.
Oh wow!
Yeah, sticking to
So as this one ripens down, this is going to be more for scooping than cutting, which will be brilliant.
Yeah, this is lovely.
Yeah.
Look at that, just squidging there. Probably squishy.
It's like
yummy.
putting a knife through cream. It's lovely.
Yeah.
So you can tell it's come through a knife. It's quite sticky, but and then on the aroma you start getting a little bit more pungency, but some lactic notes.
I'm getting some sort of almost slightly quite savoury notes on the aroma, almost sort of biscuity notes there too.
Yeah, some definitely a bit of umami in there as well. It's lovely.
Yeah, sort of brothy.
And the flavour too that comes through. There's almost a sort of Marmite yeastiness to the flavour. Really interesting.
And that has a strength. That umami builds, and it doesn't tip over into bitterness.
No.
It's strong. I think people, this might not be for everyone. It's strong but not overpowering.
It's a very upfront flavour, but yeah, like I say, it's not overpowering. You get hit by it in a really, really nice and interesting way. It's quite an intriguing cheese. I mean, I think to score it for appearance, again, it's a really interesting colour to it. I think we established it is, it's supposed to be that thin. The shaping of the rind, the sort of wrinkle effect down the edge, it's a bit different to what you normally see. I think it just looks a really interesting cheese. It's a little bit on the slant, but I guess trying to drain your cheese of that size is never always going to be 100% easy. But on appearance, I'd score it 8.5, 9 easily.
Yeah, I would say the 8.5
Yeah.
appearance. Yeah. As you say, it's kind of this style of cheese. It's quite hard to get something that's going to look like a perfect circle, perfect cylinder.
Yeah.
But it's very appealing looking, very inviting. When I unwrapped it, I was like, wow, I want to dive in. I'm excited by this.
Yeah.
And you're both going back in for it, so
yeah, need to go for more because it keeps on. It's quite complex. I've definitely got more of a kind of a bit of sharpness, but not bitterness. So there's a bit of acidity there as well. It's just it keeps on giving.
Yeah, and it's a nice level of salt as well. It's sort of it's there, but it's balanced. It feels like it's supposed to be there. It works with everything else.
Yeah.
There's a sort of umami, yeasty flavours, and I say yeasty in a good way. You wouldn't necessarily associate it always as a good flavour to have in a cheese, but it is almost like a Marmite flavour.
So what are we going to give it for aroma, chaps?
I mean, for me, it's up there on the aroma. I think is really good, and I think it's the aroma, the visual, and then the aroma is what really starts to intrigue you. So again, it'd been 8.5, 9 for me on aroma. I think that's really clean.
I would say 9 on aroma. It's really good.
Okay, texture.
Texture is it's buttery, creamy, rich, indulgent, moreish. I think the texture is fantastic. I mean, the rind just melts in with the paste of the cheese, which just adds to the texture and flavour. I'd say on texture, I really can't fault it. I would not be inclined to give it top marks on texture, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see anything to knock marks off with the texture.
No.
You know, if it was much right, if it got a bit too right, there'd be a danger of the centre starting to fall out from the rind, and it's not. It's not even approaching that. It's almost kind of, and as I've cut into it, it seems to be getting better and better in terms of that. That breakdown is just lovely.
Yeah.
So I can't see anything to improve on.
And I think if that's now left, cut for another half an hour, it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah.
It'll end up being.
Am I hearing a big 10? People.
I would give it a 10.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think so.
100%.
Brilliant, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, well done.
Woohoo!
It's so indulgent and creamy, and and it's not claggy. It doesn't coat your mouth or sit heavily on your palate. It just melts away in your mouth. It's beautiful.
You're making me want to eat it.
I would thoroughly recommend it when you find out what it is.
No one's still wrapped, but
That's a lovely image, Cara. Don't let us stop you.
thanks, Nige. And where are we going to go with flavour, chaps?
I think it's very high for me. It's such an interesting, complex range of flavours going on in there. There's no off notes for me. There's no bitterness. There's nothing which makes me go, oh, that doesn't seem right. It's just a really, really delicious.
I agree. The only thing I could possibly say is I'd like it to last a little bit longer. There's all that complexity.
Yeah.
And it's gone fairly quickly.
It's short, isn't it? Yeah.
It's quite a short finish. So if I was going to be really picky, everything else is building up so well. I quite like a little bit of a longer, bigger finish on it. But that's been really, really picky.
So 9.5?
Yeah, 9.5.
Yeah.
Brilliant, chaps. Thank you very much. That sounds like a phenomenal cheese.
It's beautiful.
Really good.
We are moving on to the next one, which is this one. So it's E1142.
Okay. So this is
very fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I tip it without spilling it.
Yeah, I sort of quickly drained the liquid off before I sat down. I'm just going to tip it onto a plate.
I just tipped it all over, tipped the liquid onto my desk here, so quick mop.
So this is how it's looking on a plate, if people could see that.
Thank you, Paul. That's brilliant.
So quite a fresh looking cheese.
So the aroma, when I took the lid off, the first thing I was hit with was the aroma. That's super milky, super fresh.
Yeah, well, it's yogurty aroma to it. Yeah, it's lovely. Quite inviting, isn't it? You just sort of feel like it's going to clear your palate just from the aroma.
I mean, appearance-wise, there's not much to really see. I mean, obviously it's very.
I mean, I gave it a little bash as I was taking it out of the pot, so that was me. So I don't know, nothing to knock off for that. I mean, it's holding together really well. It's clearly quite a young, fresh cheese.
Yeah. It's firm enough to pick up with my fingers as well, though. So that does, it's not.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So I think appearance-wise, it's hard to know what to benchmark it against as well, really. But so there's nothing wrong with it. As I say, the damage on it was caused by me. So there's a little bit of openness in the texture here, but that's because it's young. So I don't know, 8.5 for the appearance, something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe an 8 on appearance because for what it is, it's there. But just thinking about the others that we've had, where it's hard to compare because it's sort of apples and oranges really. But I think it's a steady 8 on appearance to me.
Yeah, but we've got a category here where it's all sort of 5 quite different, unique cheeses. I think so.
Yeah.
I think cheese is more than anything else is where basically your palate confirms what your nose, your aroma has told you. But it's quite often with the cheese, and exactly as you described, but it's lovely, yogurty, enticing. You just hope that converts to the palate, because quite often with cheeses, it doesn't already necessarily follow, but it does.
No, absolutely.
No,
But in this case, it does really. It's
it really does, yeah.
it's almost sort of a soft blancmange like type texture. It literally does melt in your mouth. It just breaks straight away.
It's got a kind of a sort of velvety,
yes, yeah,
almost furriness to it in the texture.
Yeah.
It's not grainy, but it's that kind of.
Yeah, I agree. It probably sounds weird to me to say that, but I agree. It is that sort of velvety is a really good word to describe.
It's quite lemony notes in there, so I'm getting very much kind of citrus flavors from this.
Yeah, they come through quite strongly in a really positive way.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of lactic there as well. But again, the two balance each other out really nicely. It's an interesting cheese. I guess it's something you could have with some honey or fruit, or I guess you could cook with it as well, cheesecakes, things like that.
Yeah.
So I guess it's actually quite a versatile cheese. And we love it fresh flavor. Just really does cleanse your palate and leaves you with a real zingy, lemony, citrusy aftertaste.
Yeah, I was a bit, after having had the one before, which was so strong flavoured, I was a little bit worried this was going to get a bit lost. But it stands up really well.
Yeah.
And it's that lemony punch that comes through on it.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting to see, I think, how, this style of cheese is coming through much more than ever before.
Yeah.
And the winner of our, I think it was our 2021 winner was one of these cheeses, our grand champions. So it's lovely to give the showcase to this sort of cheese.
I mean, there's been a big resurgence and interest of things like cottage cheese as well. We're noticing we're selling, we're selling more than we can get hold of at the moment. There's a real trend for it right now. So people are obviously going back to these very young, fresh, unaged cheeses, and discovering recipes to. I imagine they're being cooked with quite a lot, as well as just eating them. And this isn't necessarily a cheese board cheese.
No,
it's certainly something you could have with fruit or with honey. I mean, you can almost make this into a dessert.
Breakfast or summer lunch.
Yeah. You kind of almost that kind of ricotta type sort of texture. Then you have it with honey and granola. Make a great breakfast with some berries on there as well. It would go really well.
Well,
so let's bring it in, guys. Sorry, Paul, I interrupted you.
I would say it's an excellent all-round carrier. It's very versatile for all sorts of things. And it's interesting because the previous one was a very strong cheese and quite a short flavour. This is a very young, fresh cheese. It's actually got a very long flavour to it. That citrus really sits
still there, isn't it?
in a really nice way.
Okay, let's
give it any score yet. I think we scored it on appearance, didn't we? Was that what we've done so far?
Yeah.
No, I haven't got one. If you did score an appearance, I apologise, I missed it. But what are we going for?
I think we say 8 on appearance. I think we
yes, yeah.
Okay, aroma.
Aroma, I'd say we're going 8.5. It had that really nice, quite citrus, lactic.
Yeah, it's a great aroma. It's kind of it's what I expected. So.
Yeah.
No surprises. So I'd say a solid 8 on that.
Yeah.
Solid 8. Okay. And texture?
I'd go a bit higher on texture. I think it's really, really delicious. As I say, it's you can pick it up, but as soon as you put it in your mouth, it just melts away.
Yeah, that mouthfeel is very nice.
Yeah. So I'm going to go up to a 9 on that.
Yeah, I think go for a 9 on texture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. And then finally, flavour.
I'd happily go the same again.
Yeah, I would say a 9 on that. It's really, that citrusy, it's really delightful. It cleanses your palate. It's lovely. Very balanced as well. There's a little bit of sweetness there that with that citrus.
Yeah, I'm not picking up any salt, but I think that's a good thing because I think that would interrupt with the citrus.
Yeah, and it's not undersalted, that's for sure.
No.
Yeah, so very well balanced.
Yeah.
Brilliant, chaps. On to our next one, which is E41188.
So we're in a little wooden box here.
Yeah.
While they're unwrapping that, Cara, it was Felton's Farm Fresco Margarita, which is 3
It
years.
was indeed, yeah.
Which was that lovely young fresh cheese, as opposed to the one Renegade Monk the year before, which had been their Rheinwash one, which was pungent and everything completely
Very pungent, punchy in the face one.
Yeah, and then we had a couple of great cheddars as well, which shows the amazing contrast of cheese being made in the UK, which I'm sure for both of Paul and Stephen, that's quite gratifying, when you're out there selling it to the public, consumers, and also, into the industry.
It's a wonderful thing, Nigel. It's wonderful when we have customers and they sort of expecting just block cheddar, and we show them all these wonderful, diverse cheeses. I love it. It's the best thing.
Away. So this is a little white mold ripened cheese.
Wow, look at that, pretty.
A little plastic, a paper case.
Yeah.
Can we tip her out and
see how it comes out?
have a look at her bottom?
How do you know it's a she?
As we say on the BBC, Cara, often different times.
Absolutely.
It's definitely wider at the bottom than it is at the top, if you can see that. It's kind of spread a little bit. But yeah, the underside is very, very similar to the top. There's no wetness there, no moisture. That's been very
dry.
Very well looked after, very dry, even all over on the outside.
So there's a bit of geotrichum in the rind as well, giving that beautiful texture.
Yeah, that wrinkliness that you're getting there. I might have liked to see a bit more of that.
Yeah. It's quite.
Okay, on the side, and maybe there's some areas where it could have a bit more geo development on there.
Yeah, it seems it reduces towards as you get towards the base of the cheese, but it's very pretty cheese. And
I was going to say the one that I have here has an awful lot of wrinkling on it. I don't know whether the camera's making it or not.
Yeah,
there's more on the top and the bottom than there is on the sides. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So
traditionally, this one it has that.
Yeah. So it all depends. It looks like it's probably going to be a sort of triple creme cheese or that style. So inside we've got some breakdown already going on, but it's very even around each side.
Yeah, the same here.
Pretty. It's almost like a hand-raised pork pie, with narrow at the top and slightly broad at the bottom. Lovely.
Well, that aroma, it's I'm getting kind of shoe leather.
Yes.
In a nice way.
Yeah.
There's no ammonia there, no sort of off notes. No. It's just
That's interesting aroma. I wasn't expecting that, but
yeah, I was still finding the right words for it. Really, it's almost got a sort of chalkiness to it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to what the taste is going to be based on the aroma.
There's a bit of sort of cellars to the aroma.
Yeah.
So where it's broken down, it's a little bit sticky. It's nice.
What's the mouth feel like, chaps?
Very smooth, very rich.
The rind breaks down, even though the rind it's not thick, but it's it's there. It looks like a bit of bite to it, but actually it does just break down in the mouth straight away.
It's not got the longest finish in the world.
No.
Could that be because it's such a young cheese?
It could well be, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, it hasn't been bright. It hasn't been washed or anything like the one we had earlier. But it's lovely. It's very quite sweet.
Yeah.
There's a good level of saltiness there that balances the sweetness. There's no bitterness.
No, it's rich and creamy, very indulgent. There's a lovely sweetness to it as well.
Yeah.
In the background, there's a bit of earthiness.
This wouldn't last long on a cheese board.
No,
definitely.
And it would look lovely on a cheese board.
Yeah, very, very visually, very striking.
Yeah,
you can see that as a centerpiece on the cheese board. It would draw people in for sure.
No, it's lovely, and you can see it all in the center. It's just almost very, very buttery. It's almost almost like sort of a firm clotted cream.
And there's still that little bit of firmness, that little bit of chalkiness in the centre there, which is lovely. That breakdown's great.
Yeah,
really like
Smells
that.
and sounds and
it's right.
really lovely. Cara, what's the description for it?
It's an organic soft cheese.
So have we talked about the milk it's made from, or what we think it might be, or cow?
Oh, if it's the one I think it is.
I've just cow. Yeah,
it's organic soft.
It's definitely a cow. It's definitely a cow's milk.
Cow's milk cheese. Yeah,
100% is cow. Yeah.
I would have thought from the butteriness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the butter's got a really high butterfat content. I'd say it's a, if it's not a triple creme cheese, I'd say it's an exceptional example of an alternative to it. Very, very indulgent, really interesting cheese.
I put my hat on it being a triple creme, but they've added in some creme fraiche or something to that.
Yeah,
really
yeah. So appearance-wise, I don't think we scored it anything, have we yet? Right?
We haven't given any scores yet, so.
So appearance-wise, again, it's not uniform sides and things, but I think it's not pretending to be anything other than a really good artisanal cheese. So I think for appearance, especially with the Geotrichum on the rind, which a cheese of this size is not always easy to do. I would score it quite highly on appearance.
I was thinking maybe a 7.5 on appearance, but just because I'd like to see more of the Geotrichum distribution around there as well, and the kind of the it's not uniform. That's just to my eye anyway.
Yeah, well, I think on mine it sort of reduces as you go towards the bottom, which is the other top. But it sort of disappears a little bit towards it. So,
and that could be the intent. That could be the maker's intention.
Yeah,
it's always difficult to
know. So 6.5, 8. I'm quite happy. I'll go with whatever.
Yeah, sort of 7.5 on appearance.
Okay. Aroma.
I still haven't. I really like the aroma. I still haven't actually pinpointed the right words for it, but it is.
You said shoe leathery.
Yeah, it's all like
it's sort of rubbery as well. It's kind of like when you get an elastic band and stretch it, and you get that kind of sort of tire rubber
in a very nice way.
In a nice way. No, it's in a good way. It really reminds me of being a child and the smell of rubber bands and the rubber on the end of your pencil. It's that kind of territory.
I get what you're saying. Actually, I do. Yeah. I think it's nice. It's clean. It's quite inviting. Again,
it's unusual.
Yeah. But it's not. It's not a strong aroma, but it's an interesting one. And it's an inviting one. So again, I'd go 8 plus.
I'd say an 8 on the aroma, definitely.
Yeah. Then texture, really creamy, buttery. It's still breaking down. It's got a way to go yet, but even where it's in the centre where it hasn't broken down, it just melts in your mouth again. And I've been saying that about all these cheeses, but it's because it's true. It just breaks down as soon as you put it into your mouth and get some heat into it. So again, I would score it 8.5.
Yeah, I'd say 8.5. It's which is really good.
And then flavour. I'm left with a sort of butteriness, creaminess, and a little hint of salt as well, which I quite like. Again, I'd go 8.5.
Yeah, I would say so. It's nice and balanced.
Yeah.
Thanks, chaps. So just recapping for you, you said 7.5 on appearance, 8 on aroma, 8.5 on texture, and 8.5 on flavour.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, moving very quickly on to our last cheese in this category, which is an organic hard cheese, and it's E51190.
Could I?
Well wrapped in wax paper. Look at the
holding it up. So lovely. Thank you, Stephen.
The rind. Beautiful.
Some,
Beautiful looking rind.
yeah, so some grass or hay or something, just very finely cut and embedded into the rind. The rind
Yes.
feels very,
Yeah.
the rind feels very velvety, very soft rind on it. You think it's going to be a hard rind, but actually it's got quite a soft feel to it.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it's kind of, very sort of velvety. But yeah, you're right. There is something that's been pressed into that rind.
Yes, yeah. It's got a
Herbs.
vision, has a sort of an alpine sort of a feel to it, an appearance to it. So quite a soft texture. Cuts really nicely. My appearance is just it's fresh grass and meadows and little hint of silage as well.
Yeah, there's that kind of autumn leaves on the rind in particular as well. Very also like old books, that kind of thing. Sort of a bit of a sort of a cellar sort of mustiness to it.
Yeah,
it's really nice.
So it's primarily coming from the rind, but it takes a centerpiece as well. It's still there. But the texture is quite sort of springy. It does snap, but
it's a very even texture inside as well. The center of the chair. The rind is very, very consistent, very even. The same is true for the center as well. Yeah, that just kind of has a nice snap to it there.
it's a really interesting flavour. So it starts off almost like a sort of.
Sorry, Paul, could you repeat that? I didn't get it. You broke up there.
It starts off almost like a sort of cheddar flavour, and then you suddenly get all these sweet notes that mix in with it, the grassy notes.
Yeah, there's something almost like almost heading into sort of Parma violet type sweet territory there. There's definitely some sort of herby aromatic stuff in there, some floral notes.
Is that the finish?
Yeah, that comes through.
Yeah.
Yeah, that comes through towards the end. The texture is very, very smooth.
Yeah.
It's more texture's more kind of Gouda than cheddar.
Yeah. That flavour is so interesting. It's hard to put because you get because I'm now getting a sort of a bit of a mild aniseed coming through at the end.
Yeah. I'm just trying some of the rind, and I think it maybe relates to whatever they put on the outside of it.
Is it hay?
I think it's hay grass. Yeah.
I'd love to think that wherever they got this hay from, it'll be from the same fields that the animals are grazing on, so that it's coming through in the milk.
Yeah.
Marrying up the flavours with the rind.
Yeah, it'd be lovely.
Yeah.
It sort of does have that alpine feel to it, doesn't it, as a cheese?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
No, it's lovely. It's a really interesting flavour, and you're just left to, all the flavours actually come at the end. They just suddenly, it's quite subtle, and then you're just left with this sort of cocktail flavours going on at the end, which still haven't quite sorted themselves out. But they're lovely.
Yeah, you're right. Because the sort of first taste, you're kind of like, oh, it's a bit not nothingy, but there's kind of like, oh, it's okay, and then oh, hello, and then all the flavours just come and come and come.
Yeah.
And a nice little finish to it as well.
Yeah, it's a lovely long finish, and with a bit of floral notes, and there's a little hints of aniseed, and reminds me of those aniseed balls you had when you were a kid.
Yeah,
really delicious cheese, really good.
It's lovely. Really does put you in this sort of middle of the English countryside.
Yeah,
I think real sense of place about this cheese.
On a rare day when it's not raining.
Yeah, not today.
So appearance, it's a lovely colour as well. These sort of browny grey and white mottled appearance to it, which is quite unusual in itself. And then the hay or grass mixed through that. So I think the appearance is really interesting. It's very even. The coat's very even all the way round to the side. It's quite nice and thin.
Yeah, it's a lovely thin rind, isn't it?
There's no damage or anything to it. So, I'd score it very highly on appearance. It's just something very different, very unusual.
Yeah, I'd be close to giving it a 10 on appearance. I was struck with it immediately, particularly for the rind. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I would agree. I can't fault it. I think where they have coated it with if it is hay or whatever, it's nice and evenly coated. I think it was helped by the fact they've cut it quite small, and it's nicely embedded. It's not going to suddenly drop off.
That makes it easy to work with in terms of cutting and serving as well. Because sometimes things have so much stuff on the outside that it just goes everywhere when you get a knife through it. And this actually just sits well.
There's a few bits dragged through, but you'd be surprised if they didn't. So, no, I would score it top marks on the
10 on appearance.
Yes, a 10. Wish I had a paddle. 10.
Yeah, we should have some paddles here. Right?
Next year.
Yeah, bonus for having more than 110 in a session.
Where are we going with aroma?
Well, aroma, I think is it's not. Again, the aroma's coming from the rind, but it is very floral and herbaceous and grassy and really interesting and clean. It's fresh, so I'd give it a 9 on aroma.
Yeah, I'd say a 9. I was thinking a 9 for aroma. It's lovely.
Yeah,
very good.
And then texture, it's got this very, sort of semi-hard texture to it. It's got a bit of snap, but it does break. Like you say, it's more sort of a gallery type texture. There's a bit of openness to it. But overall, it's just, it's not like a cheddar where you're going to want to work it or anything, but it's it's easy to cut, very nice texture. So going 9 on texture.
I think 9 for texture,
yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. No flavor.
And the flavour's just got. I keep going back to it because there's so many interesting things in there.
Yeah, I want to try again a bit later on, but it's got even warmer, more up to room temperature, and it's been out for nearly an hour anyway. But
I'd be tempted to go 9.5 on flavour for that. I think it's really good.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, chaps. I shall recap that for you then.
I think we've had some good scores there.
We had a 10 for appearance, a 9 for aroma, a 9 for texture, and a 9.5 for flavour. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm absolutely delighted to let you know that last cheese that we did, E51190, is the winning cheese in this class.
Perfect. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah,
it was a very close class, and thank you so much for all the feedback, chaps. It was really entertaining listening to you both.
It was absolutely brilliant, absolutely. And coordinated in your palettes and clothing, your brand design, that's the way forward. And
I'll bring a beer.
Well, you can do a bit of that. Matinee Film Gold, Silver Fox, who you are, Paul. And Stephen, just remind us that the name of the business, George and Joseph, or Gilbert and George, this came from.
Yeah, George and Joseph. It's my 2 eldest sons. It's their middle names. They're Patrick and Rory. But that didn't sound so great when I was thinking about it. I just wrote it down and thought that sounds really good, and it means something to me. Patrick George, my eldest, has worked in the shop on a Saturday for 4 years now. He's off to university in the autumn, so it's really personal to me, and it just sounds like a cheese shop.
It does indeed, and 2 fantastic businesses. Go and check them out, Chapel Allerton, and online, of course, for George and Joseph. 2 lucky lads, and they'll be delighted that the Fleming lineage continues. And Paul Heastman, great to see you, and it was a really fascinating and just great to hear your processes, and you put them across so well, and it really is much appreciated. So thank you very much. Yeah, Cara, thank you very much. For corralling us all happily there. But have a great afternoon. What a great way to spend a Tuesday, and we're back, of course. For Wednesday, will be the finding out who's won what and all the category winners, etc. But in the meantime, the big interview. It's the main man. It's the Grand Fromage from White Farms and so much more. 4th generation clothier. So less of me, more of him. I give you the very special, the very here online for the Virtual Cheese Awards, Richard Clothier. Rich, greetings.
How are you, Nigel? Thank you for that very grand intro. That's probably the grandest introduction I've ever had.
I haven't got started yet. Absolutely. No. Last time we were together, we were on stage with the Thatchers Collective, and we were at the Bath and West Showground after the British Cheese Awards the day after. And that was a lot of fun. That was really, actually, I thought, really two great dynasties, Thatchers and White Farm, coming together. And as a tasting, it works so well. And I know you like really cider.
It was really good fun. I like cider, and I learned a lot about cider on that day. But it was, it was really good.
Yeah,
really
great to see the showground being used as well, not just for the Bath and West show, which is coming up soon. But yeah, great. Again, that's my first point really, is that interesting time out there in the world at the moment, you know, and the things that you, like the rainfall, getting, you know, animals onto the farm, but also out there onto the grass, onto the sward when you can, but obviously a lot of water logging and a very high water table. But imagine if you're trying to plant potatoes or grain, barley, wheat, you know, really difficult. So that's tough. And that's those things you can't really look after, which is the weather, but also the price of grain from Russia, Ukraine, you know, all the different elements of which we're all aware of more so than ever because of media and everything. But for you as a business to think, you know, well, in amongst it all, how can we, the fact that well, you would say that your oil and whatever costs are going up. In your case, you've actually circumnavigated a lot of that cleverly by the way that you've taken your business on. But what I'm trying to say in a fairly roundabout way is, what is it to feel the business like? What's the feedback you get generally out there in the world, you know, on how things are, not just in the cheddar community, but also in, you know, agriculture and farming generally?
I think the farmers have had a tough time. I mean, spring's been so late. Normally, the cows are out here at Wyke. Normally, we've got the cows out first, second week in March. You know, this year they only went out a couple of weeks ago, and it's just. And I think for the farmers in the wetter areas, it's been even tougher. And it's been a long, wet winter, and you know they've used up a lot of winter forage, and we're all hoping for a nice spring and summer ahead.
And also, as far as a business, again, I noticed that you actually export to, I think it's like 150 different countries, but a lot of it. But is that side that has naturally built up, or you've gone out there and sorted, or do you tend to work with very good distributors in other countries? What's the genesis to your overseas side of the business?
We've always had the approach that we want to get out and meet customers directly, and then try and work with people to find the most efficient routes to market. So, you know, we go to trade shows, and you know, I go to trade shows, try to taste my cheeses, and wherever you taste cheeses is exactly the same as what we were doing at the Bath and West. Tell them about the story, tell them the unique characteristics of each cheese, but really, you know, despite the weather and the sort of lack of optimism around the spring that we've had, actually the thing that fills me with optimism is how people all across the world are really interested in British food, and how British food is respected throughout the world as having the highest standards of production, the highest quality, and also the highest environmental standards as well. So whenever I travel around the world trying my cheeses, the complimentary things that people say about British food and British farming always really cheers me.
I think one of the lovely stats is still the case that your biggest export market is France.
Yes. Yes. So France is our biggest export market, and you know, especially for those stronger cheeses as well, where the French really like those strong, complex flavors. So it's really exciting, and the emerging markets are really exciting now. You know, we're doing 16 countries in Africa. We're having great conversations and doing bits of volume in South America. Obviously, the US is a strong market. Generally, Canada, and there's pockets of affluence and people looking for great British dairy products all around the world. So that really, I think that's something that cheers us up, and hopefully cheers the farmers in the region up, because the West Country, and we said when we were trying the cider, Nigel, that the West Country has a fantastic reputation for great food and drink. So it's great to be based here in Somerset.
And that relationship with the farmers you just touched upon is really key. I know you farm your own land, you've got your own large dairy herd, but also you work with a lot of different farmers in your region. Which those relationships must go back generations.
Yeah, I mean, many of those farmers have supplied us for 3-4 generations. They supplied through the Milk Marketing Board, and I'm pleased to say they're supplying us directly now. And I think that's the thing about farming and cheese making. It's a long-term business, and we're trying to build sustainable incomes for our farmers, as well as environmentally sustainable supply chains as well.
And you hear a lot about the change of farming, nil-till, all the different techniques. And actually, King Charles was one, who 30, 40 years ago, people, laughed at him, said, oh, tree hugger and bonkers. But actually, a lot of the practices that he advocated have come through.
Yeah, they have. And he has been a great advocate for regenerative farming and renewables. And at the same time, actually, the Southwest has been a good beacon for sustainable and regenerative farming anyway. We've got a lot of mixed farms in the region, great dairy farmers that do, mixed cropping and everything else. So, we've got great hedgerows, we've got a lot of trees, there's a lot to shout about in the Southwest.
And I think that's something you just, again, touched upon about sustainable farming. But I know it's certainly not a greenwash with White Farms. It's something you particularly have been interested for a long time, but have also have moved our business towards that. Tell us a little bit about some of the setups, operations, and techniques that you use on the farm, which help your sustainability and your environmental footprint.
Yeah, so everything that we produce is carbon footprinted, cradle to grave by the Carbon Trust. So we can look at the emissions for every area of the production. We've done a lot within our own business. We produce all of our own energy from renewable sources. We supply green gas to a lot of local towns and villages as well. And, we're really focusing now on working with our own farm and our farming partners to try and reduce the not just the carbon impact, but also create a more regenerative farming system. So work together with the farmers. In a lot of cases, they're doing loads of fantastic things anyway, and it's just formally documenting the great things that are already going on farms. And when we look at a lot of the regenerative techniques and hedgerow management and all that sort of stuff, a lot of our farmers are doing those kind of things anyway. And it was just really getting those stories on paper, getting the pictures of that, so we can tell the fantastic stories of all the things that are happening on the farms in the Southwest. There's a great focus on conservation and diversified habitats and all those great things anyway. So and farmers are great custodians of the countryside.
But in your case, things like solar power, anaerobic digesters, things that not a lot of other people would necessarily have moved into in the way that you have.
No, and we took the approach that we wanted a circular business system where we wouldn't waste everything. We would try and recycle as much as possible and use everything we produce. So all of our organic waste goes into our anaerobic digesters. So we ferment all of the lactose sugars that are left over from the cheese into green gas to run our generators. And then we clean the gas up as well and inject that back into the grids so that we can supply green gas to, I think, about 4,000 homes in the region supplied by our green gas. And they don't even know that it is gas produced on site here at Bruton. So it's quite nice. There's no technology change for the people's boilers or anything like that. So
Are you? I'm really intrigued by that. Are you able to tell that story yourself more, or is it you're just naturally shy? Or I mean, because it's such a great story, but just to think, you know, that you could be one of the houses benefiting from that. I would love to hear that from my energy provider.
Yeah, I think the energy providers are pretty sort of nonplussed about it. But actually, if you're on the grid in our region, especially in the summer where the usage level's high, we'd be supplying the whole of the grid until the stepper that goes up into the Bath and the Bristol supply. So yeah, loads of houses in our area, certainly all the ones around Bruton and Castle Carey, they'd be using green gas without even knowing that it was green gas. And I think that's the great thing about anaerobic digestion. I think in terms of a technology to decarbonize the cities is a fantastic solution, and it actually lowers the carbon emissions on the farm. If you put an AD plant on a farm, it lowers the emissions by about 25 to 30%. And so if we could get more AD plants around the country, supplying green gas into towns and cities, is much better than people having to pull out their boilers and replace them with, heat pumps or whatever. No technology change needed at all, just the boiler just runs and you don't even know any difference. So yeah, I'm a huge advocate of anaerobic digestion and recycling waste. And in fact, we take waste in from the cider mills, we take waste in from activated sludge from other dairies, bread waste, just about anything really, any organic matter we can put in, and these fantastic bacteria, some of the oldest bacteria in the world, millions of years old. There's methanogenic bacteria found at the bottom of these frozen glaciers and stuff. So it's a fantastic bacteria that just basically breaks down organic matter and produces methane for us.
That's amazing.
So it's a bit like making cheese, Nigel. But
yeah, but I mean,
poultry bacteria is just like making cheese starters.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're all riddled with parasites. I just, I got to take one, just keeps my weight down. Maybe not. But with those, so how does it actually work? What are the enzymes that are breaking? How long a period is it? Just tell us a little bit about the process of that.
Well, so they're big vessels basically. So they're almost like giant cheese vats that we keep them around about 30 degrees, so similar temperatures to cheese making. And we keep it highly agitated so that the bacteria can grow and multiply. And they basically eat the solids and digest them into methane. So gobble the solids up, convert it to methane, and the methane comes off at the tops of the hoods on the vessels. And the digestion time depends on the complexity of the feed. In the cheese making process, we obviously put milk in one end, we take, we make our cheese, the whey comes off, and then we take the whey proteins out of the whey, and they go for athletes' drinks and things like that. And then we're left with those simple lactose sugars. Now, they're very digestible. It's a very simple sugar. And they'll initially digest in about 12 hours. And then if we use things like bread waste, they'll digest in about 2 to 3 weeks. And then when you look at things like chopped straw and things like that, that can be significantly longer. And it depends on how ligneous the feed is and how available those sugars are. So it's nice to have a good mix. And then the cow slurries and those sorts of things, they're sort of somewhere in between and slightly less calorific, but they provide a stable biomass for the whole. It's like just like cheese in as much as you want to keep everything stable. The biomass needs to be stable, and in some ways the bugs adapt to the feed sources and everything exactly the same as cheese. They adapt to the acidity and everything else. So we try and keep that stable biomass, keep a stable feed stock, and produce as much energy as we can. Keep a healthy biomass in the system. So it's so much like making cheese starters. It's untrue,
Yeah, it is. And it's amazing that those same enzymes can chow on down on all those different, the diet where you're feeding them. And did you know about all this before? Was this one of your original callings as a student, or is it something you've learned as you've gone along, as a farmer and cheesemaker?
Yeah, it's something that my brother and I have always been interested in, and it's something that's been trialled, in UK agriculture. It was quite sort of on vogue in the sort of 60s and 70s, and it never really took off. And I think what we benefit from now is a deeper understanding of the science behind it and the availability of the equipment and on a farm level that allows you to create a stable manufacturing operation. And in terms of cleaning up the gas and putting it into grid, the membrane processes are it's quite new technology, but it's available on farm now, and it's used widely in all sorts of industries. And I think that's one of the things about the whole environmental challenge that cheers me, is that the rate of development on through science in things like precision farming and the fantastic equipment that we've got coming through that allows us to use our resources in a much cleverer way and save money on farm, but also save environmental impact as well.
Have you had much governmental support with this over the years, grant-wise?
Yeah, we have. They've been really supportive, and also when we were initially investing, our finance partners were really keen as well and supportive, which is really good. That's one of the things. If people are looking to invest in renewables or sustainable working practice, there's a lot of finance houses out there that are looking to help get involved and target a percentage of their lending to people who are doing more environmentally responsible things. And in some cases there are even discounts available. So so certainly it's worth talking to.
Good. Something I'm growing up as a lad on a mixed farm in Lancashire, albeit to Yorkshire parents, but it's something that shall not pass. For Farmgate, no one came on the land. Everything, you went out. You sold it on, or however you did it. But that's changed massively in our lifetimes. Agritourism, people opening up their farms, Open Farm Sunday, all the different elements there, which I think is very gratifying. But not to have the secrets of the farm, but also this is what we do, and to show it off and use it as part of your marketing. And we saw that again in lockdown as well. A lot of people who've been selling to the on-trade had to deal direct with the public and pivot their businesses and go online. That seems to have been a massive change. Is that something that you've reflected in White Farms? Have you been able to do that yourselves, or have you just noticed it generally?
Yeah, I think I've seen it as we've tried to do more through our shop and mailing, and mailing cheese works brilliantly in the winter, but not quite as great when you get really hot, sunny days. And it's even more challenging when you try and send samples with customers in the US, especially in the southern states. But there's more interest in local food and people wanting to get to know the food systems and also getting closer to dairy as well. Because the great thing about dairy is that, we don't have loads of additives in our products. Everything's natural. It's milk, bacteria, and a bit of salt. There's no, there aren't many foodstuffs with the amount of energy that we produce and, protein and calcium and everything else that have such a clean, ingredient list. And I think that's one thing that we're getting a load of inquiries from consumers about. Ingredients, what's in the products, and UK Dairy has a great platform to stand on when we're talking about the ingredient list, especially when you compare to some of those vegan alternatives and that sort of thing that can have a recipe list that stretches down your garden path and down the road to the local school as well.
Yeah, I often think the best vegan really. Yes, my vegan mates eat a lot of vegetables and pulses. They're not looking for faux meat or dairy or fish products. But there you go. Yeah. That's an whole discussion. A lot of it also, I love the fact that one of the features that you age under wood, and people might think, with cheese, how does that work? Tell us a bit more about it. And I saw them when we were at the Bath and West, these amazing squares that you have.
Yeah, and the good thing about the wooden boxes is that, you know, we use them to, you know, pack the cheese in the wooden boxes, we mature it in the wooden boxes, and it helps to lower the temperature at a more gentler rate when we put it into the stores. And they're reusable as well. So we've got wooden boxes in the stores that my brother and I were repairing when we were kids, you know. So that was probably about 10 years ago. Obviously, Nigel, not very long. but yes, so some of those boxes we were repairing them 40 years ago, and they're still going around the system now, which is, yeah, a fantastic story to tell people, and also great from a cost point of view, and also, you know, from, you know, it's reducing environmental impact and that sort of thing. So
Granny Ivy, fourth generation now that you are, tell us about how the future looks for the Clothier family and the business.
Well, I think it's really good, Nigel, because as we were talking about before, across the world, people are interested in food stories, and they want to know that there's real people making their food and the stories that go behind that. And so later on this evening, I've got and Teams has been a fantastic thing as well. Like we're talking now on screen, I've got a meeting later on with an American customer on Teams, tell them all about our Ivy's cheddar and, you know, how it's produced and the care that goes into it. So we've got some fantastic technological tools, and it's making the world seem like it's getting a lot smaller. You know, British farmers are able to talk to people all around the world and tell them about our fantastic products. So that's certainly something to be optimistic about.
And do we have the next generation of Clothier? Are they in the wings? What ages are they?
Yes, I've got two daughters working in the business at the moment, and I've got some younger sons that are really keen cheese graders at the moment. Well, they eat a lot of cheese, so and they make a lot of cheese toasties as well. So so hopefully they'll be
coming through and moving you out your comfy chair. And that's the joy of team. John?
You can't really force them, can you, Nigel? You've got to let them, you know, find the love for it themselves. So, so yeah, as long as they're interested in cheese and keen on, you know, hearing about the stories and everything else, then, you know, hopefully they'll, you know, one day they'll want to tell people about what we do as well.
Yeah, and that's a joy. Also, you talked about Teams. I mean, who would have thought that I'm actually a 6'8" fly half, and you're a 4'11"? You know, there you go. If only in my world. But the joy of it is that actually you and I, we obviously knew each other long before COVID and lockdown, and we'd seen each other. And again, championing artisan producers, food and drink producers, is one of my role in this world has been. But the fact that we can do this, I mean, who would have thought, you know, when we discussed, we would have thought, yeah, right. But actually, you know, the technology that went through, how quickly humans improvise, and they are remarkable. I mean, all the things you touched upon as far as the agricultural side and making great cheese, and we talked about Thatcher's, all the different elements that go to it. But suddenly you look at it and think, right, how can we make this work to our advantage, but also, you know, to look after the planet in the process?
Yeah, and we've never had a better opportunity as primary producers to tell people the stories of what we do. You know, it's a fantastic communication age, and many of us, myself included, we're only just learning to do it. For a lot of the youngsters, it comes much more naturally.
I did see, you know, one of my nieces and nephews, the younger ones, recently. I gave them a book, and they started to try and expand the page as if they were on a phone. And I remember thinking, oh my goodness, how times have changed. But there you go. And I'm sure there'll be many great changes, you know, for thee and me as we go along. But Rich, it's been a joy as ever. You know, I could speak for many hours and with you and all the other things that, you know, you can't tell me on the screen, but I'll find out when I next see you in the pub. But over a quiet pint of cider. But brilliant, and White Farm, thank you for all your support.
Nice to see you again. Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me along, Nigel. Really enjoyed it.
No, great company. And you can go and have your afternoon executive kip now. I'll leave you to go.
Thank you.
Rich, thanks so much. Take care. Look forward to seeing you. A big bang.
Take care.
There we go. It's like, there you go. How brilliant was that? Rich Clothier, MD, main man, Grand Fromage of White Farm. But it was only one thing we can follow it with. Here it comes. Next category. Best Virtual Cheese Awards, Blue Cheese. Greetings. I don't know if you caught any of that, team, Simon, Richard, but just how brilliant was that? And I do the technology side that they were talking about. It is amazing to me with the anaerobic digesters and all of that, and all the different things they can break down and then utilize that. I'm thinking that's a great story. That's what the public should be find out and more about it. And everything tastes better with a good story. Simon. Courtyard Dairy. I'm lucky enough to know it really well. I'm a northern lad. I know the road exactly where you are. I know you've got the cheese vending machine. You've got the pods from the ski things where people were getting together in lockdown and in their own pods in the car park outside the courtyard at all times of day and night. Brilliant that you're involved with the business. Courtyard has been a huge success. Lucky enough to me that I was chairman of judges for Farm Shop and Deli Awards, so it was great to be able to award that accolade to the Courtyard. And you are in obviously fine company. It's great that you are with us today. And Longnaw, Derbyshire Dales, which is where we've tracked him down in his busy kitchen. Obviously, just more pans, I think, even in my kitchen. Richard Newell, great to see you. Really brilliant news. Went straight into the dairy industry from school, age 6 in 1982. Might be a slight exaggeration, but you get my drift. I've been working with retailers and advising some pretty punchy retailers in the process as well. So afternoon, Richard Newell, Simon Farrow, thank you so very much for joining us. It's little is more. It's not a huge category for Best Blue, but hopefully we've got some humdingers. And Vicky Rogerson in front of her art gallery. There she is, and showing off, as you both are, your butlers. Thank you very much. You've got your aprons on. Tell us a little bit about it and what we're going to be. There you go. Very smart. Brilliant. Tell us a bit about how we're going to be doing it and what we're going to be tasting. Over to you, VR.
So it's quite a small category. So today we've got 3 blue cheeses that we're going to taste and score. And we have decided to do them in kind of flavour order so that that kind of punchier blue cheese at the end doesn't quite knock everyone's taste buds out. But there's all the 3 cheeses they've got are all completely different. So I think it's going to be a very interesting judging session. So we are going to start with C21191. Which is this cheese.
C21191.
Here's what I opened earlier.
Yeah, well done, Richard. Thanks for that.
I did my magic. So we will judge on score on 4 key attributes. So they'll be on appearance, on aroma, texture, and then flavour, all scored out of 10. And the taste is double weighted, so 50% weighted. So you get more points and better taste. So do you want to start with this cheese on appearance, guys?
So on unwrapping it, it's that kind of nice kind of soft texture, good amount of bluing to it as well, which is obviously blue cheese category, so that's a good start. Quite a thin rind, which should eat quite well, so that should carry on into the textural thing as well.
Okay, Richard?
Yeah, it's a lovely distribution of blue, and it's very nice to see, I don't know if you can see that blue right to the edges, and I would say it's really super appearance. Like Simon said, a very nice clean rind, and quite often with blues, we don't get to be able to eat all of it because you get encroachment of crust, but there's none of that there. Really lovely.
What would you score it?
For me, for appearance, I give that a 9 out of 10.
Simon?
Yeah, I was going to say 8, but I'm actually happy with a 9. It looks like a lovely cheese, so let's score high. These are some of the best blues that have been tasted in the categories. So yeah,
9?
Yeah, 9.
Brilliant. And then we'll move on to aroma.
Okay, the big sniff test. Do you want to go first, Simon, or shall I?
You can go first, Richard.
So for me, very, very clean. I know you can pick up a lot more from aroma than people realise. It's not too strong, nice and balanced.
Yeah,
and little nice, sweet. Dare I say, mushroomy in a positive way. We're almost going into hints of bubblegum now, so I'll have to be a bit careful.
I love it. The more scripted, the better.
Yeah, it's not as kind of intense as I was expecting, but the aromas are there. Are really quite lovely. You've got like an almost like dairy note going on as well underneath that kind of layer of blue.
And of course, when a blue gets, if it's too mature, you start to get ammoniacal notes, and you can smell that. And we're not seeing that, so very encouraging.
What would you score that for then, aroma?
Do you want to go first, Simon?
Yeah, I'd be happy with maybe an 8.5 or a 9 for that.
Yeah, and I'm an 8. So should we go 8.5? Yeah, sold.
Sold to man with the cheese. Brilliant. And texture?
Okay.
We're just feeling it. It's got almost more supple texture, and kind of the snap of it as well is, you get that clean kind of fracturing to it. You can see there. It's not too bending, so it's not like got that real bend.
Nice and buttery, Simon.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep, nicely broken down. Of course, it's the blue mold that breaks the curd down, and these cheese often start off quite crumbly, and the blue's done its job.
Yeah. It looks very consistent, I have to say. And, if anything, we can say some scratch and sniffs. I'll be there going like this, trying to get the aroma, but I'll take your word for it, gentlemen. Yeah.
What would you score it for, Simon? The texture?
I think the texture is excellent, so I'm going to go up there kind of 9.5. I love that, even that mouth coating texture as well. It's excellent. It kind of covers all parts of the mouth as well. I don't know if you've tried some, Richard, but that texture is excellent.
Richard, do you agree?
Right on cue. Yeah, I absolutely agree.
9.5?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
9.5.
9.5. Brilliant. And then on to taste.
So, of course, with the blue, we're tasting what the blue mold has done to the curd. It breaks all the proteins and the fats down. And actually, too young, it's acidic. Too old, it's ammoniacal. This is right on the cusp of almost to the start now, despite what I said earlier about aroma, almost on the start of ammoniacal, but lovely, sweet, mellow, rounded flavour. So, really, it's good to start with a great cheese.
It's almost got like a slight savoury note I'm getting from it as well, which is actually quite nice because it's not just overly blue. You do get some of that kind of savoury, creamy note from the actual cheese itself. I think that's quite good as well. It's got good balance. That's right.
I did taste a little bit of blue mold, as in a mouthfeel taste. Almost like a
like grittiness almost.
Yeah, almost. But beautiful. You'd be pleased with that on a cheese board.
Definitely.
What's your score for taste?
9 for me, Simon.
Yeah, let's say 9. It is very good. It's very good.
Good stuff.
It's always difficult when you start with the first cheese, because you almost set yourself a benchmark, and if something's better, where do you go? But I have to say that I think our flavours there.
Yeah.
And it's great that you can always come back and revisit the point system. Don't worry, we're not too draconian about that. So, but it sounds like a great cheese to start. Simon, I'm intrigued. Ferro, what are the origins of your surname?
You can probably tell from my accent I'm originally from Essex, so it's not really an Essex name. So I think down the line there's some kind of Italian in my family or something like that. So I reckon that's where it may well have come from. I've looked into it a little bit. I'm not on the like whole genealogy thing, but Ferro I think is a Sicilian, kind of the Ferro family crest is Sicilian. But you do see a lot of Spanish and French language, so it could be from anywhere.
Well, there you go. So mia moglie è siciliana. So my wife's from Palermo. So she's a dolce, Deborah Dolce. So a ferro, you see, there you go. That's what it is. And also, that's also because you had another life I know as a barista. Never mind as a chef and all the different things and a wine merchant.
Yeah.
So I can see why you're bringing all those attributes to the courtyard. Have they reopened the restaurant and the cafe upstairs yet?
So the restaurant is the pizza restaurant. It's in the extension. So Cheese Bar. So Matthew Carver's running that with his team from Cheese Bar London, called Ryan in North Yorkshire. So yeah, they're doing a really good job and have been going since about beginning of October. End of October.
Yeah. Fantastic. So I know that during lockdown, a lot of that upstairs space was used for packaging up because so much stuff was being sent out. But all our lives changed during that time. But anyway, hopefully it's a memory, a distant memory. Fingers crossed. Okay, next cheese.
Next cheese is C31003.
C3.
Little orange number.
There you go. Oh, look at that. Fantastic.
Shall we call it a lovely amber hue? Shall we say?
Sounds like you're talking about Simon there. That's fantastic. Very nice.
A lovely amber Simon, you mean, not a lovely amber hue?
It does look. I hope it's the aroma and everything is as good as it looks. It's a pretty cheese.
I always find for our shop, red cheese, people just go for it. It's the colour thing, it's the visual thing. So it always has a slightly more striking appearance than, say, a normal looking blue. But that doesn't always belie what you're actually tasting.
No. Absolutely. And colouring in a blue cheese, whilst people say that colouring is only something visual, it does actually interrupt the curd structure. And if you make a coloured blue cheese, it always tends to blue up better than a white blue cheese. And without going into science and technology, it does interrupt the curd structure and allow the air to get through better and the blue to grow better. So,
okay. Making that succinct, and also looks good. What's it smell like? What about its texture? What do you, moving on? What do you think?
Yeah, what score do you want to give it on appearance first off?
For me, it's an 8.
Yeah, it's got a lovely rind as well on the back, which is quite nice. It's quite an even rind, it's all one kind of texture, colour. Looks after very well, that rind, during maturation. And you can tell it's from a bigger cheese as well, not kind of like a...
Yeah, for me, of course, with this particular type of cheese, and I'm suspecting, with the risk of being shot down, that it's a Shropshire Blue, but you can see where the rind on the outside, the cheese has started to dry very slightly. And quite often with this type of cheese, you don't get bluing right to the edge. So...
yeah, I think on my piece, you can see there, where's the camera there? You can see I've got a bit more bluing to the edge there, maybe more so, but not by much.
Yeah.
Quite interesting, that.
Yeah. So for appearance, it's probably an 8 for me if we're scoring. Sorry, Nigel, did I talk across you?
It's quite an even blue, but it's fine. 8 for Richard. Simon?
Yeah, it's got the colour, it's got the even blue. I think 8.5, so I'm happy with 8.
And then aroma?
Just on the edge of going a bit ammoniacal.
Yeah.
A little bit clears the nostrils, only slightly.
A little bit more intense than the previous one. So,
yep.
Stronger aroma, definitely. Yeah, that ammonia is definitely there on some parts of it. Maybe that'll bring the score down ever so slightly, maybe with that kind of that aroma.
What score would you like to give aroma?
I'm going to say 7, 7.5.
Yeah, I'm a straight 7 there, Simon. Yep.
Yeah.
So do you want to go 7?
Yeah, let's go 7.
Okay. Then on to texture.
I'm eating it as well.
We'll
allow that.
Beautifully creamy.
Mm.
Ever so slightly sticky, but that's not a fault.
I'm just going to try a bit of rind as well with the cheese.
Having turned tens of thousands of cheese like this during my career, I'm going to give the rind a miss. And there's no reason why you shouldn't eat it.
There's nothing wrong with that rind, actually. In the mouth, it kind of breaks down as nicely as the cheese, so not bad.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I was expecting quite a thick rind on that, but actually, it's a lovely rind.
Scores for texture?
Maybe 8.
Yep. We're very well aligned, actually. I'm not just being agreeable for the sake of it.
What would you require for it to be higher than an 8? Or what was it that knocked it back from 10, say?
Well, do you want to get? I would never give a 10, probably. I'd keep that for an absolute, twice in a lifetime. Probably for me, if it was slightly smoother, slightly less sticky, that would take it up to the 9. And but
similarly, I don't often very give 10s, so I'm not always, unless it's perfect, so an 8 is a good mark. I think it's an excellent mark.
So it is. I'm just wondering, 8, 9, 9, what it was. Whether, as you say, Richard said, it's a bit sticky. It could have been, this wasn't quite, on the right that you wished. Yeah.
If we look here, it's just very, very, it's very sticky. And as I said earlier, it's not a fault. But if it hadn't been quite so sticky and had the degree of smoothness, I think we'd have been in the 9 territory. I think, Simon, you're in agreement, I think.
Yeah. I think if it was that more kind of supple rather than soft texture, it would have maybe been a bit higher.
Yeah. But obviously, you've now gone on and tasted it, and that's a matter, really. This is one where double the points of the others. All about taste. How do you sit, Richard?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the taste is lovely. Don't forget, we're here. We're talking the best of the best here, so we're allowed to be really, really picky.
Yes.
Lovely, mellow, rounded flavour.
Good amount of salt. Maybe pushing maybe a little bit too much for my taste. Actually, it brings that flavour of that blue and the flavour of the cheese up. So it's doing its job, that salt level. So that's nice.
Simon, I'm an old fart, and as we get older, our taste buds die a little, so the salt works for me quite nicely.
It's nice.
Score for taste?
I'm going to go 8 again to start off with.
And I'd like to offer a 9, and I think the salt was the 1 point difference.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah. So do you want to bring it up to 8.5?
The meat in the middle?
Yeah, it feels reasonable. Yeah.
8.5.
It was very interesting on that note that I did lots of tastings with various judges, and quite often the older judges are always looking for more seasoning. I think there are 2 reasons for that. One of them is that their palates require it. That's what they use. Also, their palates have probably become slightly more simple and the bigger flavours they need. But also, younger chefs probably don't season as much. Again, Simon, I know that's your background. Is that maybe some more of the cruet, as my mother used to call it, with the salt and pepper, would be added at the table rather than in the cooking. It's just, I think palates have changed anyway slightly. Never mind, because people, as you get older.
So the last cheese we've got is C11037.
C11037.
Which is a blue Stilton.
There we are. Don't worry about the nose missing. That was when I took it out of the wrapper. So there we go. Nicely glued back together.
Yeah, well done. I would say Roger Longman and all the White Lake crew just a big thank you for them for getting it out there all around the UK. Not an easy job, and some of these are coming from the north to travel south to go back out again. Brilliant job.
So we start off with appearance.
So appearance-wise, you can see there, you've got kind of more bluing in the middle, I found. Not so much around the edge. But what is interesting, on my other side, we have an iron hole. And actually, you can see where the iron's gone and where it's gone back in. It's still quite curvy in there from that ironing. So actually, that's really interesting as well. You seem to have a lot of blue.
We must have adjacent wedges, Simon, because the bore hole's been through there on mine.
Yeah.
I'm with you. And of course, I don't know if the viewers can see this if I hold it close to the camera, but you can see where the piercing needles have gone in.
Yeah.
And of course, that lets in the air for the blue to flower. And it's really tricky because if you can imagine a bicycle wheel, the needles are always further apart around the edge of the cheese and they all meet in the middle. Yeah. So it's with a Stilton, it's almost always more challenging to get the blue on the edge. And this is, I don't know, Simon, I would say it's probably, in terms of appearance, a bit too far in the middle for what you would consider to be absolutely tip-top.
So I always find with Stilton, I think it's quite hard making. It's like you've got to get all your kind of ducks in a row at the beginning, and then you push them, and you kind of hope they'll kind of cross that finish line at the same time. Maybe not as forgiving as some of the other kind of territorial cheeses that we do in cheddars, Lancashire, things like that.
The complexity of it all, yes, it's an extra dimension, fully well explained. Thank you.
So what score do you give for appearance?
So for me, it's in appearance, everything else is perfect. It's probably a 7.5 for me.
Yeah, I was going to say 7.5 or 8, so I'm happy with 7.5. Definitely.
Yeah.
I love the colour of the crust, that russet colour.
Yeah, that kind of pink up of the browning, yeah.
Bacterium brevilinens, and you always seem to find the cheese tastes nice behind that crust. I don't know if it's because we eat with our eyes to a degree.
But something we have talked about throughout the day is that whether the nose leads on to the palate, whereas normally it just confirms what your nose has already told you. Say you're nosing wine, for instance. But often with cheese, would be a more difficult, more complicated journey. But it might smell terribly alluring, but actually when you bite into it, it's not, or the other way around even.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel, there are different types of grading, and the sort of selection work that Simon will do with his clients is very, very specific and very particular. If, for example, you were going to buy X 100 tons of cheese, quite often you buy that by smelling the cheese, because once you've tasted a few and smelt them, you can then almost correlate to the sense of smell, and it prevents you getting as fat as a bacon pig as well.
Well, we take 1 or 2 batches, so we can select individual batches and just take that whole batch, which could be same cheese or whatever. So we can actually be a bit more,
selective. Yes.
Yeah, selective. Yeah, as a word.
Absolutely. Sure.
So for aroma, what's your aroma score?
Okay.
I've got a bit more ammonia going on the rind, but actually the paste is pretty clean.
Yep. Still a bit like, and we shouldn't compare to the previous sample, but on the edge of ammoniacal still, I think. So quite nicely well on. I'm gonna have to start eating. I'm sorry.
It's ammoniacal, not a mouldy apple. There you go, just in case anyone wants to say that's an oxymoron, or where I'm from, he was a poxymoron. Anyway, move on, Nigel. Just get back to the cheese. So, yeah, Simon, you're nosing that, but you've tried it as well. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, as I was saying, I thought it was going to kind of jump out more that blue. So it's on par with the first cheese we had, where it's smelling more. I found more clean in my piece that I've got in particular, and not kind of as intense as the second cheese we had. So it's I was expecting a bit more of the aroma. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
But what is there is very good.
Your scores?
Yeah. Richard, did you have to look for it there quite hard, or nose-wise?
I know we're sort of smudging some of the scores here, but for me, when I actually check the texture, it's starting now. It's so blue. You can see it's actually starting to part, and I'm getting quite a strong ammoniacal flavour as well. So, shall we do? Are we doing texture now? Just remind me.
Yeah. So you're doing aroma.
Score aroma. I'd say so 7.5 maybe for aroma, but that might be personal preference.
Yeah. 7.5 for me.
Which one do I? 7 or 7.5 or 7?
7.
7.
Yeah.
Big quarters, but yeah. Yeah. So texture now.
I jumped the gun a bit, didn't I? Apologise.
No, it's fine. They're all this, different kind of ways of judging, all kind of mould into one, don't they? It's all an overall experience as well.
So I'm just holding this up for the viewers. It is quite intensely blue to the point where it's starting. You can actually separate it along the blue lines. Yeah. So from a texture point of view, don't know about what 7.5 probably for me. What do you think, Simon?
I think I would like to have seen maybe a bit more differentiation from just under that rind to the paste as well. And I'm looking at the rind here, and it's good, but I think it could just be that bit more kind of slightly more broken down under that rind, that nice kind of. If that's going to be so blue in the centre, it needs another texture going on to lift it. So I think maybe 7.5 for that again. For me.
7.5. Do you agree?
Yeah. Mouth feels good though. Nice and creamy in the mouth. But they all have to.
Go on to taste. Yeah.
I'm just on my 3rd sample tasting now. I've been tasting it right the way through.
It's actually got a nice balance of kind of like creamy, savoury almost, with that kind of salt as well. It's got a nice balance, I think, that cheese. Not overly blue.
No, it's a lovely, creamy, rounded. I'm just getting. I know I'm just getting these hints of ammonia. It's probably for me. It's probably gained quite a lot of background experience. I'm not quite sure why. Is anyone else?
No.
No. Okay. What? For me, it's just a week on from where it would want to be the best of the best. Just gone for me personally a little bit onto the on the ammonia side. It clears the back of the nose. So I'm being very, very picky, but for me it's just a little bit too ammoniacal. A week earlier there'd have been no qualms for me.
What score would you give it?
I'm probably at 8.
Yeah.
Flavour.
I think like a cheese like this, you have to taste it from different parts of the cheese though, because I took the nose off where it's the most blue and tried that first, and I've taken away the rind and had some rind as well. Actually, to get it all together, it's lovely. You get certain bits, sometimes they want a cheese or just to get just the blue, they might go, oh, that's not. You might get the other and go, oh, that's really great. And you've got to get that whole mouthfeel and that whole balance, I find, in blue cheese.
It's a fair point.
What score would you give it? Do you agree with an 8 or would you change it?
I'm happy with that.
Great, thank you. So that's all the three cheeses. Can't speak. Thank you. So the winning cheese was the first one, which got 40.5, which is this cheese. And that's our winning cheese. So well done. Thanks, guys.
Do we get to find out the winning cheese?
Tomorrow at 3. I know what tomorrow at whatever time it is. 3:30. So we'll announce all the winners tomorrow. So have to wait and see. We don't know what they are either, so if that helps. Nigel, you're on mute, sorry.
Guess what I do for a living? Yeah, there you go. Broadcasting to no one. Yeah, Richard, I'm just saying, I'm just intrigued at the moment. Are you still involved with the Sheep's Cheese Dairy project at the moment? Is that ongoing? If so, tell us more.
Okay, so I don't know how long we've got, and it's not a sales plug for me, but I've just completed the full design and build of a artisan sheep's cheese dairy for a couple who focus. They were filmed Make a New Life in the Country with Ben Fogle, and they retired, sold a veterinary practice, made a lot more money than they expected, and decided they wanted to do a dairy to produce hard-pressed and blue sheep's cheese and cow's cheese. And the whole project has been a really fantastic adventure for me, right from the feasibility study, right through to getting sign off from the environmental health officer. And we're now laying down stock in that project, ready to start supplying people like Simon, the premium delicatessens, the top-notch people, and maybe, who knows, some premium retail. But whilst I'm waxing lyrical, it's in a tourist area. The farm used to belong to Florence Nightingale's grandfather and has a traceable history back to Walter Raleigh in 1350. So for me, part of my role is sort of not just cheese making and recipe development, but also design and build. And it's been not a swan song, but certainly a masterpiece for me personally. I've got a huge amount of satisfaction out of delivering a great project. Thanks for asking. No,
well done. Absolutely. And is it the conversion work required to produce it? Is that already ongoing? Have you had to do a lot, or where are we at the moment with into manufacture?
So the actual creamer itself started off as a tractor shed, it's now a completely finished facility. It's producing cloth-bound traditional round cheeses. Small amount of cow's milk, mostly sheep's milk, a delicious cheese, and also some blue cheese. And the stock build is ongoing, and by the middle of June, there'll be first product hitting the shelves. So all of a sudden now, the focus of making the products now swinging to the selling and the marketing, and we've been arguably a bit slow off the start, off the stops, getting that side of it up and running. But that's where the focus will now be, Nigel.
Yeah, well, brilliant. And without just Googling Florence Nightingale and Sir Walter Raleigh, are you able to give us a bit of a steer in which part of this rather gorgeous part of the country you were alluding to?
Okay, I was just being a bit careful because, for example, on the BBC, so it's called Wakebridge Manor Creamery, Wakebridge as in I am awake, and it's right next to the Crouch Tramway Museum, just south of Matlock. And it's a beautiful rolling pasture. They have 650 milking ewes and a big new parlour, and it's going to ultimately be a visitor experience. As the owner said, what a great idea to charge people to buy my milk to feed my sheep, and ultimately we'll have a restaurant, pizzeria, and I think also a wedding venue eventually, a small boutique hotel. So he's got real plans, and he seems to be actually converting his vision into reality, and also been the best client I've ever had.
Yes. Well, that again, how gratifying is that? You spend most of our waking hours working. You want to be working with people who you get on with and you rate, and let you get on with it as well. Which sounds like where you've got some form of you-filled nirvana. Well done. And by the way, how many different breeds of sheep are there in there? We just talked about the ewes.
So they only have one breed, and they originate from North Germany. I think they're called East Frisian. Yeah. And each of those ewes at peak can give about 4 litres of sheep's milk. And the sheep's milk is so rich in solids, you would only need 2/3 of the volume of milk to make a kilogram of cheese that you would need for cow's milk. And whilst people wax lyrical about goat's cheese and it's available in a lot of dishes, but for me as a personally, sheep's cheese is less polarizing, and it's something we haven't eaten a lot of in this country. It's tend to be quite marginalized because it's always been a seasonal product. So for mainstream, it doesn't tend to occupy shelf space. But this gentleman's a very clever guy, and morally and ethically correctly, he's managed to get sheep to lamb all year round. So he's going to be producing a product that's bang on consistent rather than super duper and then a lapse where it's not available for a while. So I think he's got a really good USP.
Yeah, no, sounds great. And you're right there. It's things like, the Yorkshire Pecorino and ones that have, Mario has done great things, but even just getting used to having sheep's milk, cheeses on a more regular basis. There are some great ones, and obviously with the UK, we've got some fantastic, breeds to pick from, and with their German origins or wherever else. So good luck with that. We really wish you all the best, and I can't wait to watch that on TV as well. It'll be a fascinating story, I'm sure. And Simon, just ask you, because I know that on your various different hats that you've worn over there before, one of them being the chef's hat, but I know you were based in Cyprus for a while, weren't you?
Yeah, so back in the day when I was still kind of doing all my kind of training and stuff, I worked for kind of 5-star hotels over in Cyprus, and one of them was one of the leading hotels of the world. I don't think that hotel even exists anymore. It was about 15 years ago, maybe longer, so quite a long while ago. But yeah, that was really interesting. Learned a kind of very basic kitchen Greek, which I've now don't know any of it. So, but yeah, it was really good to have that experience. And I didn't see much of the country, doing 6 days, 7 days a week, split shift. It's not a holiday, it was work. But yeah, I learned a lot of my kind of cooking side and my trade from the Greek chefs, which actually is really good because you don't get a lot of that in the UK. So when I moved back here and kind of went to work at restaurants, I could have that influence and give that knowledge over, and yeah, it worked really well.
Yeah, I mean, and tell us about whether it was a phone call or how it came about with Andy and Kathy Swinscoe at the Courtyard. How did that?
How I started with Andy and Kathy. So I was pretty much just doing part-time Christmas work. I just lost another job, and I was in between my own business and what I'd done previously. So I just needed something to tide me over. And Andy advertised, I think it was online, like everyone is. And then I was like, I can do 2 days a week. I can pack for Christmas. And it just escalated from there. I did then go on to do my own business. I did that for 5 years in between. So I say that I've worked with Andy on and off for 10 years. It's a very complicated if I went into it all. But yeah, started back in 2015, still with him today. And I said, okay, went back to him and was like, can I come back full time? And that was at COVID. So I've been back there full time.
Though, isn't it? Just to have a good look at you look at that. I mean, fantastic business they've set up, and gosh, how many? And again, Richard, you'll have seen this. How many people like Andy kept farmers going during lockdown? When they think they might have to dry off the herds, they couldn't get the route to market, particularly if they were supplying the on trade. And the relationship, I just think, and how hard they worked, but also on behalf of farmers. And I think that must have been so gratifying, to see it changing almost hourly, Simon, during those months, and thinking, and then think, well, we've got a business here, how can we survive?
Mail order skyrocketed, and then obviously the shop had to be, it was still the small shop, so we were feeding through a window on a pizza slice and things like that. So we literally changed overnight how we operated, and wholesale stopped because all the restaurants had to close. So there were so many things that changed immediately that we had to then, so we still need to drive the business forward, and also we still need to support the cheesemakers. So we did it. There's still we didn't lose any that we supplied.
Just do it. You bloody absolutely nailed it and did it brilliantly, and that's much thanks to go to there. And for you, Richard, again, was this project ongoing then, or did it happen since? What was the timing?
I was initially approached just before COVID-19 struck. So we had some horrendous delays. Certainly, for example, steelwork took 18 months to try and get the contractors pinned down. So fortunately, the client's pockets were deep enough to sort of delay tactics. So there's a lot of planning and background work carried on. But I think, the COVID debacle was dreadful for all. But if you can take any positives out of the negatives, it was Simon's experience. It brought the consumer closer to sort of the roots, if you like, where the product comes from. It certainly helped, tied up with the sustainability argument. And I think we're left with a bit of a positive legacy where people are less prone now to go in and buy, from mass volume suppliers. So, yeah.
Yes, I hope so. And that's it. It's championing artisan food and drink producers is what I'm about, but also if the public buy into that. And I think they have, and long may that continue. It's a bit like supporting farm shops as well. Your local butchers, if you're lucky enough to have a local fishmonger, even better. It's so important. The way forward, we shall see. Thank you so, gentlemen, very much for lending us your pallets. You've been really, it's great. Lucky for me, because we didn't have as many cheeses, but it was lucky. I wanted to know a bit more about you two as well and what you've been up to. And thank you very much for delivering. We wish you all the very best. I presume you're in Long Preston in Chateau Ferro and at Simon. And, yeah, we're good. Lovely to track you down there. And Ricardo, again, it's been, in Long Nor as well, in your fabulous, that looks a glorious kitchen, which could be anywhere in France or anywhere in the world. But Vicky, thanks very much for looking after us in this section. Really appreciated it. And I think there was a great blue cheese, which let's hope it goes on. And there's some stunning business tomorrow and beyond. And we look forward to finding out what it is. Simon and Richard, thank you so very much. Go and relax, get your blood changed, take the rest of the afternoon off and hang from a beam. There you go. Wow. That's it. We're nearly there for the day. We've just got one more. I loved that. Following on from Richard Clothier from White Farm. Just what a great way to spend a Tuesday. The last shall be first. Let's find out more as we go with our last category today on Tuesday of the Virtual Cheese Awards. It's Best Artisan Hard. Yo, there you go. Hello. Good, well done. And now I'm intrigued to know where you are, James. You've got number 2 Pound Street behind you. So I know you've been travelling around the UK, but you might have been in Borough Market earlier. I don't know, but you're actually in number 2 Pound in Wendover, which I know well. Nod your head if that's the case.
I am, yeah, I am. I was due to be in London, but things changed. I'm in Wendover. There we go.
Yeah, brilliant. And also a place I know really well, just down the road, is the Valiant Trooper, which is a pub that you've taken over, running the restaurant side, running the pub, in fact. Tell us a little bit more about that as well and where it is if people don't know.
Yeah, it's cracking pub. It's in Albury, famous for its Morris dancing. 5,000 people descend on the village. It's a very small hamlet every year. It's a bit nuts. We're a gastro pub, sustainability, ethical, great cheese board, of course, supplied by a shop called Number 2 Pound Street. And yeah, it's great. It's my blood is restaurant, my heart is cheese. There you go.
Yeah. And you, I, and Emma have shared a swim on the way to the World Cheese Awards in Oviedo in Asturias, where we were. Was it that one or was it in San Sebastian Donostia? I think it was San Sebastian.
No, Oviedo.
Oviedo it was. There were so many. This year we're in Portugal. Last year we were in Trondheim. But yes, on the way to the World Cheese Awards, it was so lovely to stop the car, which James was driving, and then go for a swim, just on the north coast of Spain. It was pretty special. So you can see why the world of cheese has really appealed to us all. Cheese Explorer Emma, that's where we can go and check her out on the website as well. Cheese Wheel is the book that we all want to see. So well done to you. And thank you for lending us your pallets today. Cara, this is coming towards the end of day one. You're in there in your fantastic Nordic log cabin. We love all that.
Yeah, banished to the barn. Not
a bad barn from where I'm looking. So well done, you.
Fantastic barn.
Okay, tell us how many cheeses we've got and what the format is.
Okay, guys. Well, we have 5 incredible cheeses left to judge today, and it is, as you well said, Nigel, the final category of the day. We're looking at the best artisan hard, for which, like I said, we have 5 cheeses. And also this year we've combined our milk from own herd, be it cow's milk, which is the J1, or goat's milk, which is the J2. A winner from one of those 2 will also go through to the final, depending on which is the highest scoring. So there you go. Lots of food for today.
Buffalo, it could be, it's a whole gamut, isn't it? It could be, yeah. Right.
Anything could be anything in this lovely category. It's just very exciting. And I've got 2 absolute professional here helping me out. It's a joy to judge with them. And chaps, we're going to start with cheese number 1, J11095. And this is the best artisan cheese made from farm's own herd, and it's the cow's milk class winner. Oh, thank you, James. So James is holding it up for us. Nice looking
Brilliant.
rind.
Emma's gone for the Vaseline lens look. but no,
The Vaseline lens look.
Well, we're going to
What's
have
that?
a whip round. We're going to have a whip round for either a new computer or a new camera for you.
I did actually have a better webcam this morning, but I broke it just before the session. And the glasses there, just so you know what this is, I had an argument with a table yesterday, so I've cracked my nose. So that's why I've got silly.
Yeah, well, it always comes in threes, so don't go anywhere near steep steps or anything like that. So,
I'll try
but
not to.
you're all right. You'll come back. You're looking great, kid. Never mind.
Yeah,
Thanks,
looking
Nige.
fab. So I'm going to bring it back to the cheese, chaps. James has obviously showed us the cheese up close and personal to the camera. Who wants to tell us about that beautiful looking rind?
Yeah, so we have a sort of a Mucor looking rind, so some sort of natural grey patted down mould type scenario. So it looks quite a lot like either French sort of Tom de Savoie, Saint-Nectaire style, or even almost along a sort of territorial Caerphilly style. So this is one of my favourite types of cheese in style in general, usually quite restrained in flavour profile with some sort of earthy notes. So I'm already excited. I'm ready to get started. And it looks good on the outside, nicely looked after, no damp patches. The paste itself has got some sort of mechanical holes, but it looks lovely. What do you think, James?
Yeah, I think this is an incredible cheese. As Emma said, I love the notes on the outside. The rind looks perfect. That Mucor elements, the lovely earthy, deep rooted, like wet forest floor notes on the outside is amazing. Very clean, as you said, with the holes, which I'd expect from a cheese like this. It's everything it says on the cheese. I think this is what I should be expecting. I'm very excited.
Me too. So aroma wise, exactly as we said, it's got those textbook things we're looking for. It is very clean. It doesn't have any sort of off notes. It's not ammoniated. It smells a bit sort of like strawberry milkshake, but with a forest floor tinge, which sounds quite disturbing, but it works. So
A little bit lactic, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
As I'm getting, which is delicious.
I've gone in already.
I'm going in as well. Here we go.
Allow that to go in without your safety nets. Go on.
So like really, really lovely acidity. It's got a great acidity level, which gives it that structure you want with more of these restrained flavors. So it's got quite a nice sort of milky lactic acidity. It's got a tiny bit of forest floor nearer to the rind. It's very gentle and subdued, but in a nicely sort of elegant way.
Yeah, I'm getting that beautiful bright acidity up front, which is featuring beautifully on a really good long palate. So that buttery, fruity heart, which is just featuring out nicely. It's lovely to get those fungal notes up front as well when you bite into that rind, getting those lovely mushroomy notes at the same time. This is a really well balanced, pleasing cheese, definitely.
I think with this kind of style, there's always a bit of a worry for the wider crowd, the wider audience, to think it's quite mild and quite simple and bit meh. But when a cheese is made to a style which is really, really sort of gentle and very sort of easy going, it is actually really, really hard to do. And this is giving us everything we want from this kind of style without any off flavors at all. I really like it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to jump into giving us some scores then, guys?
What were you saying, James?
I'm just saying it's really well balanced. There is a myriad of flavor structures there. If you think about it, you can feel and you can appreciate those flavors. They're all talking to me. I love the strawberry milkshake. I think that's great.
Yeah.
You're hearing your dairy voices there, James. It's all right. You know, it's fine. We'll allow that. You've had enough cheese. You can always hear, you know, where's the way? Just me then. Sorry. I'll go put myself back on mute. Carry on.
Thanks, Nige.
Right. Should we score appearance first, Cara?
Yes, please.
James, what don't you like about it?
Thanks. It's tough. I think this is just bang on. I think it's perfect. This is what I'd expect. On all sides of mine, I'm getting what I expect. If you can see that on the lens there. on both sides. It seems to be really beautifully uniform. The Mucor where it should be, and the other molds. It's. I'm happy. You go for the score.
That's why I threw it back at you, because I've got absolutely nothing to say wrong with it. So is it a 10?
No, I think it's a 10.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, did I hear the 10?
What's going on? Oh my God. It is a 10. There's nothing wrong with it. It's perfect in appearance. Alrighty. Cara, where's next? The
Aroma, please, guys.
This is okay. It's always such a good start. I think you guys have placed these cheeses in a certain order on purpose. This is absolutely stunning.
It's got cracking aroma. I mean, it's what you kind of slightly farmy, forest floral, as we said, up front with that lovely lactic, fresh, clean nose and the paste. It's as I'd expect from a cheese style like this. Maybe, I don't know, Emma.
Back at me this time. Yeah, fair enough. It doesn't have any off aromas. I think the only thing it's possibly missing is a little bit more, just a tiny dial up on everything that we've mentioned. So I am having to put it really close to my nose to get those things. They are there and they are nice, but you have to sort of snort it. I think it's not quite a 10. Is it a 9?
9? Yeah. 9.
Lovely, guys. Thank you. Texture.
When I'm biting into the rind, when I'm biting into the rind, into the paste, it's seamless.
Yeah, it's completely integrated.
There's no happiness at all. It's beautiful.
I have got one thing wrong. Don't worry, we're not just on cloud 9 at the moment. There is one thing that I have found which might not just make us say 10 to everything. I think with the texture, it is ever so slightly drier than I would want it to be, only marginally again. So we're really being picky. I don't think I can give this a 10, but I think I might be sort of 8.59 on that.
I think mine feels fairly damp, wet still to the touch. It may have something to do with, I don't know, it may be something to do with delivery, perhaps. Do you think, Emma? Or
mine looks okay. I think that definitely does happen with this style, but mine is looking all right today, so it might be your piece. I think just in the centre, it's a tiny bit. It's still quite firm. It is acidic. That is the style, but it does feel like it could maybe break down a tiny bit more.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a little bit. It is firmer in the middle there. You can see the slight colour differentiation there as well. Yeah. It's a bit firmer there. Yeah.
Cool. What do you think?
So
8.5, 9?
8.5 then.
Fine. Perfect. So flavour. Lovely things that we said already. So lactic acidity, yogurty notes, strawberry milkshake, earthy forest floor. There is a tiny bit of bitter that I'm getting on the back. So that happens with some Mucor rinded cheeses. It is slightly distracting me. It is unfortunately the last thing that I am tasting after all of that loveliness. It is not going to stop me from eating it in any way. However, it is something that we will have to look at to bring it down slightly from the heavens.
I'm with you on that as well. I'm getting on the back note that slight astringency, that bitterness towards the back, and it's very minimal. But it's there. So I'm thinking about it. I can think about it. But I can also chomp on a lot of this cheese. That's for sure.
This is getting finished. I think I'm still quite high though. I think I'm probably still about maybe a 8.5 still with that bitterness. It is really just something that is taking away from it being perfect. I don't know where you sit in score.
I'm on a 9, 8.5 to 9.
Go for it. Let's do 9.
We do 9.
I'm definitely eating all of it. Fine. 9.
Yes, it's being eaten right now.
So I'm just going to recap, guys. We went a big fat 10 for appearance. We went 9 for aroma, 8.5 for texture, and 9 for flavour.
Happy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Going to move on to the next one, which is J21136.
Okay.
So this is very, very wet when I took it out of its packet, I had let it breathe for a little while, but for me, it's feeling incredibly wet. Is yours the same or not so much?
Yeah, it's really wet. When I took it out of the packaging, it was really damp inside as well.
Okay. So from sort of first appearance, it looks like it could sit in either block cheddar or territorial. I'm not quite sure just yet, but on the nose, it's giving more sort of buttery, dairy notes, which is making me think more cheddar than territorial, but I'm not sure at the moment. Bit bready.
I'm thinking up the block. I'm thinking more block cheddar style. I'm smelling a lot of a kind of sweet, fudgy notes on the nose as well.
Yeah. Definitely fudge. It's got something really like sweets, fudge, sort of cooked milk.
Tablet. It's a bit of tablet from Scotland.
Yeah.
Aye.
I like tablet.
I mean.
That's good.
Like a bit of tablet.
That's quite specific. Get your teeth checked. Yeah.
From sort of giving it a little squish, that moisture is there. It is very sort of soft and very malleable. I'm not quite sure what to expect on the palate just yet, but the texture isn't appealing to me as much as I thought it would by feeling it before opening the packet. It felt like more of
it's almost fondant when you squeeze it, like a slightly firmer fondant, because it's very malleable in my fingers, like a paste.
So that's very sweet. It tastes like a Gouda style, like an aged Gouda, but in a really soft cheddar. I don't understand. What do you think?
Wow. I mean, it's just exploded the flavor in my mouth in a very massive rush. Gouda definitely up front, wasn't it? I think I'm not sure what cultures. Well, there's one culture coming to mind, which is Helveticus, maybe. But
I mean,
it's got a big sweetness driven by that. Maybe a thermophilic culture.
I think it's too sweet for me. I think that's the thing that I'm taking home with me, and that is still going on in my mouth, is that it is incredibly sweet. With a,
I can imagine this. Oh, sorry, Emma, carry on, please. Excuse me.
I was just going to say, with more of a sort of an aged Gouda style or something where you do find those flavors developing, you have other nuances which match up to it. This is very sort of sweet, fudgy, heavy, with not so much underneath it. So that's why I think I'm a bit confused.
Yeah. I think if I was to grate this and put this in a cheese and pickle toasted sandwiches, I'd be loving it.
Yeah,
just that kind of pickle and that sweet. I'd be going mad for this. Yeah, it's better, just to counterbalance that sweetness, because I think absolutely it's too sweet for me as well.
Yeah, it needs some acidity. That pickle would make it an absolutely stonking toasty, wouldn't it? But for me, on its own, I am looking for something to go with it. Cool. Should we score?
Please.
Okay. So appearance-wise, for me, it's got a bit of a dull tone to it, weirdly. It's got a slightly sort of greyish tint on mine. I don't know if you've got that on yours as well.
I do. It's like they turn the brightness down slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's not the most appealing thing that I'd sort of expect it to be either brighter white or more yellow, and it's sitting in a sort of a grayer. I like that it's turned down in brightness. That's quite a good analogy. And I do think that sort of free moisture on the surface is quite distracting as well. So appearance for me is not going to be sitting more than sort of 7-ish.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm thinking 6.5 to 7. Definitely. Yeah.
Do you want to go 6.5?
Go on then. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. And should we go aroma?
Please.
Aroma is very, very one-dimensional. It is sweet and it is bready. So, sort of like a sweet dough aroma, which is very pleasing, but that's all I'm getting.
Yeah. It's wet dough as well, isn't it? It's fresh wet dough. It's not quite brioche, but I am getting that Caramac note as well. Like the Caramac, that fudgy note. I mean, that fudgy tablet style.
I think for a cheese like this,
there's nothing else it's offering.
Exactly. It's very, very one-dimensional. I agree. 7.
Yeah, I'm 7.
7. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Texture, folks.
For me, too much moisture content. When you can see it visually, you can feel it between your fingers, and even on the palette, it feels quite disjointed. The texture doesn't sort of smooth out or stay nicely homogeneous. It feels a bit bitty for me.
Exactly the same. It kind of falls apart. It's quite bitty in the mouth. I'd like to see it a little bit firmer.
Yeah.
With more structure.
Maybe a bit more
So yeah, I'm
pressing.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to go 6.5, 7 again?
I think go 7.
7?
Yeah.
Yep.
And finally, flavour, please, guys.
It's very culture driven. So it feels as though, I mean, James mentioned Helveticus. We're not sure what else is in there, and that's just a typical sort of sweet culture that does come about in cheeses of this style. However, I do think that it is driven on that alone, and we can taste that sort of fudgy tablet thing, which is interesting, but I'm missing quite a lot of other the structure to go with it and any other nuances.
Yeah, I can understand why it's here, why it's on this page, and its glory, because it has some maybe similar cheeses to this make have a flavor that delivers very much just up front. Now this does to start with, but it has a little bit more of a length on the palate as well, which is quite interesting. And my kind of pairing with like a rich pickle, like a really nice savory pickle with this, I think would work really well. And I'd enjoy this because I'd be able to taste that cheese, but not in an overbearing way. It would make me smile with a mug of tea on the side or something. I quite like that. So it's a comfort cheese on many, many levels. I think it needs to be dressed as it stands at this moment in time.
What do you want to give it?
I think a 6.5 or a 7, Emma.
I think I'm teetering around exactly the same. Let's say 7. And yeah, okay. Let's say 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lovely, guys. So just recapping for you, that's a 6.5 on appearance, a 7 on aroma, a 7 on texture, and a 7 on flavour.
Fine. Yep.
Brilliant. Alrighty, on to the next one, which is F61026. So this is the Ewes Milk Hard Cheese class winner.
Mm. So my piece has sweated a bit, and I don't know if that's my fault or transport or anything, so I'm going to hack right into the middle.
Thank you, James. That looks, yeah, get a good sense of it there.
So what we have here is a hard Ewes milk cheese, as Cara said. It's got a what looks like a natural rind, a bit of mold formation, good ones on the outside. It's got a really bready sort of yeasty aroma. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I'd like you, Emma. Mine sweated a bit as well. That's because I was going to London, then not going to London, then back in Wendover. So that's my bad. But in the middle, it's fine. That beautiful aroma, as you suggested. The rind with a plethora of molds as well. I think possibly washed in olive oil, perhaps. It's
maybe.
Nice,
yeah.
Nice aroma.
Yeah. I mean, it's bready yeasty. I think I want to taste it to get more from it. Sometimes the cheese doesn't give you loads in the aroma, but it might come out in the flavour, so I'm going in early. Mine is lacking salt. I don't know about you, but mine is missing a big hit of salt. It feels as though that's not allowing it to give any sort of exciting nuances that should come from a cheese which has been aged for a certain amount of time. It's really, really lacking in its flavour profile for me. I'm gutted.
It's like a glass of milk without like it's very milky, just lactic like this without that depth. As you said, it has a lovely, on the first bite it has a promise, but then it doesn't deliver because it hasn't got that lift, as you said, that brings out all those nuances.
That's such a shame because it does feel like it's going to build, but it doesn't, unfortunately. And I'm finding it quite the milkiness is really, really accurate. I think it's got lots of lovely dairy, really basic dairy sort of flavor profile to it, but it doesn't have
good milk.
Anything else.
It's good milk, and I'm getting that slight sweetness in the milk as well. It's good. It's good sheep's milk, that's for sure, but just not the seasoning.
Yeah. Okay.
Ready,
You ready?
guys? Let's go with appearance.
My one is fine. I'm very happy. Apart from the fact, obviously it's sweaty, but that is nothing to do with the cheese. That's to do with the way that I was looking after it today. Sorry, whoever made this, but I know this is a beautiful cheese, and it looks fine on the outside for me. Emma, what about you?
Well, I haven't gone back and forth. Mine hasn't travelled apart from being delivered to me. And hacking into the middle, it's okay. It does still feel a bit sort of rubbery, slightly translucent, a little bit sort of green grey in colour. It's okay. I don't think it's the most beautiful cheese I've ever seen, but I was intrigued by it. Seeing that lovely mould formation on the outside was a good thing. I think allowing that to do a bit more would help a lot. So where do you want to sit scoring wise?
Well, I think we're probably looking at a 7.
Yeah, agreed.
7, definitely.
Yeah. And aroma?
I really like the smell of the store. So you've got that sort of mold, in a good way, mold aroma, a bit of yeasty, bready aromas too. I think that the aroma is really pleasing. It feels like quite a young cheese. So it smells like the beginning of a cheese before other things have happened to it. And I do really, really like that. The aroma is quite pleasing for me.
Yeah, again, you're spot on the money there. And I think with more time with this particular cheese, that's going to bring out a lot more of its characteristic flavors that I would expect from this style of cheese. So it's a beautiful cheese, but I think it may be a little too young.
Agreed. Do you want to sit around a 7.5, 8 maybe for maybe an 8 on aroma? Is that crazy?
Let's go 8.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Texture?
So texture, before cutting into the middle, I was a little bit worried, but it is still slightly springy and rubbery in the middle. It is homogeneous, however, it doesn't, it's not granular, it's not bitty, but it is quite a sort of rubbery texture. It feels like, again, it might want to have a bit more time for some things to happen to it in the old maturing land. I think for me, texture-wise, I want a tiny bit more structure, either one or the other. So a little bit softer or a little bit harder. It feels like it's sort of sitting in the middle of springy curds. Score-wise, I think I'm probably around like a 7.
Yeah, I think I'm around a 7, 7.5 maybe.
Okay, do you want a 7.5?
I'm going 7.5, yeah.
Cool.
Going on its potential.
Flavour on that one, guys.
It's really
I'll let you
missing
lead,
salt.
Emma.
It's really, really missing salt. It's such an easy fix. But in this wheel in particular, I don't know if it's the whole batch or this wheel or however it goes, it's lacking salt. And it's really, really noticeably lacking it. So it's not allowing anything else to develop. And it feels as though we're only able to taste milk. And I don't know if this would age anymore without that salt in it. So whack some more salt in. But as it is at the moment, I can't get that much from it.
Yeah. As I opened with that, all I got was milk from it. Lovely milk, good milk, but
lovely clean milk, no off flavors, just not much else, which is not really commensurate with this style or what it looks like in terms of aging and size. So I'm probably about
7.
Yeah, fine.
Could do more, could deliver better.
Absolutely. I think it'd be brilliant with a bit more aging, a bit more salt, letting that maturing room do its thing. I think there's loads and loads of potential in it, and I would like to try it again.
Do you think that this, Emma, do you think this will obviously change in time? that will help to pull some of those flavors together, won't it?
Oh, for sure. The only thing I'm worried about is without that salt, you can't age it for too long. So it does need the
Yeah.
salt, not just for the flavor, but also in order for it to continue its journey. So without the salt, this is probably the right age for it to be eaten. But just a tiny dial up on that would get it both a little bit older and a little bit more sort of complex.
So sorry, guys, can I just ask you to recap on that flavor score?
7. Yeah.
7. Okay, so recapping the whole lot, it's a 7 for appearance, an 8 for aroma, 7.5 for texture, and 7 for flavor.
Okay.
Cool. Our penultimate cheese of the day is a goat's cheese, F81133.
Okay. So we've got a block goat number here. It's got a very nice sort of ivory color and appearance to it. No free moisture. It looks very sort of well looked after. It's come out of the packet nicely. There's no transport damage or there's nothing immediately worrying about it. It looks nice. It's got a good appearance.
Yeah, as Emma said, everything about the cheese is correct. In my opinion, it's been made perfectly. It's been formed perfectly. Cutting into it, there's no wet or dampness on it at all. It all seems to be equal.
I have,
However,
on the aroma, cutting into it immediately, and as soon as it came out of the package, I did smell something a little tiny bit acetone. I'm wondering if that's going to come through onto the paste or if it might dissipate by just being out in the air. It's very marginal, but I think it's already disappearing. It's going. It is still there on the cut piece I've got, so I wonder if that comes through on the flavor.
Flavor.
It does for me. It's got quite a full-on acidity. It's got some sweetness coming through from the goat's milk, but it's pretty brash. Top heavy. Did you describe it earlier, James? How did you say it? Front forward something? Yeah.
Yeah, it's front forward definitely, and it delivers that acidity up front, a little bit of meatiness afterwards, and goatiness, and then it drops quite quickly.
Completely agreed. Yeah, that's a shame. It was doing this lovely build and it absolutely falls off. I completely agree with that. The flavors which were coming through, apart from that sort of quite aggressive acidity, were pleasing. You said something meaty. I've got something savory, bit of sweet milk.
Yeah.
But it does fall off quite quickly.
Yeah, I got that sweet milk, a little bit of fruity acidity as well. Just towards the end, it falls off. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a pleasing cheese. It's not. I think this is again a cheese that I could definitely go back to and eat. I would be quite happy to eat it.
Yeah.
Well, generally, I'm happy to eat cheese all day long. To be
generally, that's what we do. I think with this one, because it's quite short, I would probably eat the whole block. So because you're like, oh no, it's going to disappear. Keep going. So it's a weirdly backward session cheese. But I am quite enjoying
it. Keep going. Feed your earrings, Emma. Feed those earrings.
That's why crisps are so popular.
Pardon?
You keep eating them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right, should we score it?
Yes, please, chaps. Appearance
is good. It's got a nice clean colour to it, nice ivory. It doesn't look dull. It's got a good sort of a few mechanical holes, which one would expect.
I think going 9, 10.
I think
9.
9, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, aroma.
Aroma again, I'm having to put the cheese really, really close to my nose to get anything. It is restrained. There aren't any off flavors now. However, when I did first cut it, I did get something acetone. It has disappeared now, which is good that it's not there anymore. But it is restrained, isn't it?
6.5, 7.
I think 7. 7's fine. It's not got anything too off It hasn't got any off notes, but it is really, really hiding. 7, yeah.
Question for you guys: in terms of if you have lots of customers who say, "I don't like goat's cheese," is this one that you think would be a good one to say?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Try this one. Here you go. Have a go at this one.
Absolutely. It's very approachable. It's not massively animal. It doesn't transport you into a barn immediately. It is a really sort of nice, sort of sweet goat milk. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great shout. It's a goat's cheese for everyone.
Brilliant. Thank
Yep,
you.
definitely
So,
very pleasing.
Texture.
Texture?
So, yeah, the texture, I think, initially I thought it was quite well held together. I think in giving it a bit of a squeeze and push around, it is breaking apart a bit. It's okay. I think it could be slightly more yielding or a little bit more crumbly. I think it's sitting in that sort of teeter-totter spot again of it's not quite this one or the other.
Yeah, that's interesting. It breaks quite nicely, but it's quite malleable and soft to the touch at the same time. What would I expect from a cheese like this? I guess something similar. How would you expect a cheese in this form to be when you break it, Emma?
Or either a bit more crumbly, so keeping it when you cut it, keeping its shape a bit more, or going a little bit more on that sort of springy guys.
Okay.
But it's right
I'm
in the
either
middle.
or. Either or. That's just what, and we're kind of in the middle of not sure.
Exactly, and I think in the mouth, it does fall apart a bit, which is not great. I think it wants to hold itself together a bit more. It feels a little bit bitty on the palate for me. So I think for texture,
the mouthfeel isn't continuous. Yeah.
Exactly. I think I'm maybe about a 7 for texture.
Yeah. Yeah. Really on that.
And then finally, flavour, guys.
If it continued the way it started, it'd be great, but it falls off so quickly. It's such a shame.
Yeah.
It really does just fall off a cliff.
Yeah, you've got this lovely acidity up front. It's great meat, a slightly meaty note, brothy notes, but then it just dissipates very, very quickly, which is a shame because it's a lovely cheese. And as Emma said, to go back to this cheese like crisps or whatever, and you sort of want to keep eating it to keep that flavour going.
Yeah, just don't stop.
Which is a shame, but yeah, it's a shame. Maybe it's good for the cheesemaker because it means you buy more of it, so you can.
Exactly.
Clever, very clever. I think that it is for this style and for what we were expecting from the appearance, the look, what age profile it might be at. I think it is lacking a little bit of that complexity, just because it falls off quite quickly. So maybe a 7.5.
Are
Yeah.
you all right with that, James?
Yeah, 7.5, 8, 7.5, 7.5.
Which one?
8.
Fine.
Because I love the acidity and I love that kind of that brothy note. Down 2 points for me because it's not continuous.
I think that's fair. If it continued the way it started, it would be 9.5, 10. But because it falls off, I think that's fair. I think an 8 is fair. Did you say 8.5?
Quite lots of it, and the flavors. Yeah, I said 8, but I said I've eaten quite a lot of it now, and the flavors a little bit more with me. But I think I've got some trapped in my tooth.
Okay, guys, so I'm just recapping this one for you. You've got a 9 for appearance, a 7 for aroma, a 7 for texture, and an 8 for flavour.
Okay.
Okay, well, really sadly, we're on to our last cheese of the day. So it's F10 1059. It's a chunky little beastie.
Boom. Yes.
Ooh. Can we have a
Quite
look
a
at the
pretty
rind?
Well, that's an intriguer. There you go. That's amazing.
Don't really know why I'm holding it up. You can't see it.
No, I know. The Vaseline lens effect. But there you go. James has really captured it there. But the graduation as well from the rind.
Exactly.
But look, artisanal, that lovely lumpy rind where you were just setting it on its end there, James. You could just show the ridging. There you go. Perfect. Yeah.
Can I, Cara, at
to
this
know how
stage?
it smells as well. Wow.
Cara, just really quickly, can we bookmark the first cheese in case this becomes contentious between these two, just in case?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. So coming out of the packet and also having wafted it around a bit, I am getting a fair whack of ammonia. However, when I cut it in half, the ammonia is more in check. You can get loads of lovely dairy notes, some sort of sweet milk. Quite a lot more coming from the paste, which puts that sort of ammonia aroma on the back foot.
Yeah. Oh.
It's still there though.
It's great. Please, for me, it's quite the ammonia is quite out there. But when I'm getting into the heart of the cheese, I'm picking up some lovely citrusy, beautiful dairy, milky flavors, milky notes. It's on the touch as well as far as the moisture is concerned. I think the moisture of this cheese is beautiful. If I feel just under the rind, just here, I've got this a different squidginess. It squidges in a beautiful moussey way. So the proteolysis, the way that the rind has been broken down in time, has produced this beautiful proteolysis, which I'm looking forward to tasting that, which will be very different to this here as well, I'm hoping. So yeah. Getting quite farmy, but a lot of ammonia, Emma, as you said, from the rind as well.
It doesn't come through on the palate, which is great. So maybe the aroma might not be the highest of scores. However, it doesn't come through on the palate, which is what you want. It doesn't feel hot. So you're not getting any sort of fire coming out your nose retronasally. It's got some really nice sort of peas and green vegetables. It's got some mushroom on the rind as well. As James said, that breakdown has given it a bit of a two-tone. So in the center, you've got a really sort of fresh lactic acidity. That pudgy breakdown is a lot more sort of rounded and savory and slightly saline, which is quite fun. Yum.
That's taking me on a massive journey.
Well,
That's
a bit
a
like
very
today,
long. Yeah, massive. Yeah, all over the place. What a beautiful cheese. I've got this incredible length on the palate, great acidity, slightly farmy, milky, citrusy. It's beautiful. I'm still keeping that flavor coming.
With rinds like this, sometimes they're a bit more integrated. We've had one today. This one I am feeling ever so slightly toothsome, a little bit papery.
It is happy, definitely. I'm thinking about it. When I'm eating it, I'd like it to be more integrated. Just a little away. It's something I'm thinking about in my mouth.
However, the flavors which are coming through they're great. The complexity is there, the structure from that acidity, the breakdown under the rind is great. Those sort of vegetable notes coming through. There's a lot happening in this cheese. I am ready when you are.
Oh.
You're still going. It's just eating it. Shall I do it?
Yes.
Mouth is right. Appearance beautiful, lovely mucor rind. Again, I'm always looking out for sort of any damp patches or any sort of weird bruising. This looks very sort of velvety and well looked after. The paste.
It smells velvety.
It does
feels
feel
beautifully soft and velvety. Lovely.
You can like straight your face on it. I think in the centre of the cheese, you've
Go
got
down.
nice what? It's got a bit of a crumbly texture in the middle, slight sort of citrusy acidity. The texture in the middle is good. The breakdown is good. I think appearance-wise, it looks lovely.
10.
Fine.
Pardon? What was that I heard?
10.
I think also, maybe it's good to talk about that as well, Emma. The way that if you can look at that cheese, you can see the halo as I put them both together, how even that halo is, and how well affined, how well aged that's been as well, how well looked after.
Yeah, yes, that's a very good. It's very clear on your screen there. Don't look at it through. But just absolutely, yeah, it really does. It's incredibly, as you say, uniform.
Aroma,
please.
Aroma, for me, the aroma is dominated by the ammonia on the outside of the rind predominantly. When I get further to the inside, I'm still picking up on the ammonia, not as prevalent, of course. When I cut into the heart of the cheese, I'm getting those more milky dairy notes that I'd expect. And for me, I think sadly it's slightly more ammoniated than I would that I've come across with cheeses that I've seen are similar to this in the past, which is slightly more fungal, more mushroomy, more earthy, where the ammonia seems to have taken over slightly on this one. Although gladly, as far as the palate's concerned, it hasn't affected the palate at all.
Completely in agreement. I think, unfortunately, for the aroma element of this judging, it's going to lose quite a few points because you can smell the inside of the paste. However, there is ammonia everywhere, and it's been open for a while now. It's not just from the packaging. 6.5, 7.
Sadly, really sadly, I have to agree with you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
6.5, 7, 6.5.
Yeah, yeah.
And the other thing is that as a monger selling this cheese to somebody, if they were to smell it, they may be, if the cheesemonger hasn't potentially handed that information over to the customer, that these are the sorts of smells you may associate with this style of cheese, may be put off by it when they open up the packet at home.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Also, because the rind is so well kept and looked after, it doesn't seem as though it's a packaging issue, which is something that maybe we could have looked at. It could have been maybe suffocated slightly, but it is not. It's really, really well looked after on the rind. So unfortunately, it is a fault on this wheel in particular. So yeah.
How would that happen? How would that happen, Emma?
I don't know. I'm not a cheese maker.
No.
I think in the store, it could be a lot of things. I mean, it could be an overactive rind. It could be some damp patches that we can't see where there's been the molds growing over. I'm not actually sure. It doesn't look like it would be ammoniated from looking at it. So it is a little bit confusing. There's nothing.
I think maybe what you said, maybe some damp patches have grown over, potentially. There's maybe some dampness not grown over, and it's giving you that kind of that more yeasty, ammoniated smell.
Maybe there's no sort of indicators for me. Pardon?
No.
I'm going to press.
There's no indicators at all. Sorry.
I'm just going to press for a score on the aroma.
Oh, sorry. Didn't we say aroma? Was it not 6.5?
You did, but I froze, so I didn't actually hear what you said. Sorry.
6.5, please.
Sorry.
Okay, texture.
Yum.
Perfect.
Great. The only thing I would mark it down on ever so slightly is that slightly papery rind, but it's not a big fault. It is just something which is not as integrated as it can be. So it's only going to lose a
9.
bit. Yeah, exactly.
9. Or 9.5, Emma.
I think 9.
9.
Okay, chaps, and then we are just going on to flavour.
10.
Oh, it's delicious. That journey, 10 straight away. Yeah, done, 10. Massive journey, complexity. The ammonia doesn't come through in the palate. You've got all of these lovely flavours, 10, yeah.
Oh my goodness me, what a way to end.
Can we look at those? Is it a tie?
I don't think it's going to be, but bear with me.
And also, just to bear in mind, you can be retrospective. You can, you know which you decide amongst the two of you which you think is your favourite cheese. So even if it doesn't necessarily time,
I mean, if you want to have a chat about the two of them, guys, but I will tell you that they are both going through to the final.
Oh, fine. Okay, interesting. I do think, James, I don't know if you agree. I think you do, that we're on first and the last, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the highest scoring cheese is this one, but because it is artisan own herd and it's going through, the next one also goes through. So this one, there's
which one's
0.5%, 0.5 marks between the two, the first and the last.
Which one was the 0.5 marks higher than the other?
The first one.
Wow, so that was the first cheese.
Yeah.
I very much agree with that. I don't know what you think, James. I think that's exactly where I'd sit. I'm glad they're both.
Like the way you were tasting that was the case, I have to say.
Yeah.
It's amazing how the rinds are so similar as well into what we're eating here and how we've been drawn to this. Not for that reason, but how these have shown. It's really, really interesting.
Well, hats off to both of them. They were delicious. That's really good that they're both going through. We don't have to choose. But I think that's exactly where I would have sat.
Both so much. I'd love to have explored that further with you, but we've kept to time brilliantly. Yeah. As ever, you've both been amazing, and go and eat more cheese and make me jealous.
Well done, James. You had a tricky day, but well done for that. And I look forward to seeing the Valiant Trooper at number 2 Pound Street or online, or looking at the items that you were writing about on a regular basis in Specialty Food Magazine, etc., etc. And of course, Emma. With the Cheese Wheel and the Cheese Explorer, go and follow it. And I look forward to bonding with you both on a beach somewhere in the world, maybe Portugal, later in the year.
Clara, thank you to Cara and Nigel and Emma. Well done, Nigel. Brilliant as always. Cara, incredible. All of you at Virtual Cheese. Massive.
It's been a great day. Starting early on to say Sarah Millis from Waitrose earlier on as well. Russell Haggerter in Huddersfield did a great job on behalf of Morrison's and so much more. And then it was Daniel Abdaffid in Blas Arsforwyd in Conwy. Great job indeed. Will Chapman from Neil's Yard. Emma, of course, earlier on when you were paired up with Kerry Cryer from Brinkworth Dairy. Dream team. And then Best Enhanced Cheese, Nicola Beardmore, the Young Cheesemonger of the Year previously, but now Grader or newer. And then Paul Heisman at Rowcliffe as well, fantastic, and Sarah back with him as well. Stephen Fleming from George and Joseph, great shop just in Chapel Allerton in Leeds. Richard Newell did a great job with the blue cheese from Longnaw in Derbyshire, and of course Simon Ferro, who's up there at the Courtyard Dairy. And then the two of you just to finish off, indeed, and you can take some pictures as well, Jim Bob, because we're good. We'll give you the thumbs up, and Cara as well. He hasn't frozen on us. But tomorrow, I can tell you, because James is back as well at 3:40 with Amy Bryce, Freshly Ground PR. Really exciting project, the Real Cheese Project. There you go. We want to find out more. Before that, I'm talking to Hero Hirsch, who's 15 years at Paxton Whitfield now, head of cheese at Pick and Cheese. There you go. So let's find out more at 12:10. 12:45. It's Charlie Turnbull. And Rennet and Rhymes Affiner of the Year twice, Perry Wakeman together, cheese and definitely crackers. And then Hartley of Torpenhow Farmhouse Dairy in Cumbria and Wigton with him at 3:00. So there's lots to see. And then we've got, of course, our Excellence Awards, Cheese Hero, Young Cheesemaker, New Cheesemaker. We're handing out the
Sustainability Trophy.
Yeah, the bursaries as well of the VCA, and Bronwyn Percival is going to be doing all of that as well. I'm going to find out who are category winners and, of course, our Supreme Champion. So what a busy day in Prospect. That's between 12 and 4 tomorrow afternoon. It's been a great time. I'm saying goodbye for the moment, but we'll be back. I'll go and get I'll hang from the beam, etc. But Sarah is with me. We've got the DeWitt in the household. Here she comes. I'm making way for the boss. And there you go, into screen. What a great day it's been.
Fantastic day. And I'd just like to say a huge thank you to everyone involved. So thank you, Nigel, for being our host today.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure you'll agree that there's been some fantastic feedback given on all of the cheeses, bearing in mind that the cheeses today that were judged were those 37 cheeses were whittled down from over 250 entries. And our judges have also provided some fantastic, transparent, constructive feedback for our cheesemakers, which is the whole point thing here, really. So we've got Nick, haven't we? Got Nick and all the crew who've been helping us out on screen. Absolutely.
What's the name of the company up there?
Secret Event Company.
Secret Event Company. Thank you so very much for doing a great job,
so
Natalia and
fantastic.
The crew.
So look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
We'll be back.
The winners.
Yeah, we'll be back at midday tomorrow until 4. Sarah, thank you very much. Great day. Our judges, brilliant, great cheeses, but we're only halfway there. Come back for more in the noon tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thank you.